Morning, Caleb. What you doing, buddy? How you do this fine morning? So we are gonna do... We're gonna get some firefoxes going. Here's what we're gonna do. Damn, this thing is being a D-bag sometimes. Hello, Cuba. Hello, Kenny. Hello, Wiry. Right. I'm going to try to get some PRs review today, but I have to finish this thing first. So, some pretty big performance improvements were done last night, and I have not pushed these yet. We are going to add them, though. Which branch are we on? Can do it here. Don't want the puffin stuff. Actually, we are going to add the puffin stuff. No, we're not. Should we just take that out, maybe? Yeah, let's do that. And let's see. So we have this in the back end. And where else do we have this? Probably... Was that it? No. Widgets. Okay. Runtime too. Yeah, all right, cool. So now we just have to go and find these and remove them. Make sure we don't have any unnecessary scopes as well. Okay. Right, there we go. So, some pretty big performance improvements were done last night, and we now have a lot more bugs than when we started. But that's okay. We're going to fix some of these today. So one of the things that we can no longer do is utilize the string storage like we did. A lot of this logic we're hinging on... it was hinging on the widgets being passed through a layout process for every frame. They were being passed through a layout process for every frame, and they're not anymore. Instead, the widgets are going through partial updates and such. So because they were going through layouts for every frame, we would do something like have this byte storage and then generate strings inside of this byte storage. So all strings lived in one place. And then we would do the layout. So we would redo the strings, right? Oh, you just have to use the power of your imagination to do that, right? you take the armrest off, an IKEA I think it's Marcus, all right? You take the armrest off, and it turns into Herman Miller. So yeah, now it's gonna be about them strings, right? Yeah, it's gonna be about strings. Isn't that exciting? It really isn't. Strings aren't exciting. Yeah. Okay. So what we're doing, right? We were doing this contiguous memory reuse, right? So we would build up memory with strings, and then we would retain the memory, but just wipe the strings out of the memory, and then rebuild it again for every layout. And this prevents us from having loads of allocations per widget. So if you create 6,000 widgets, you still only have that one allocation, right? So it'll be slow the first frame, and then it will speed up since we can just reuse the memory. However, this is no longer applicable. This is no longer applicable because we don't do that. We don't wipe the string storage and then fill it up again, right? Now that was a pretty big move to do that, and our entire string layout is kind of hinging on this string storage, which is a pain. Let's have a look at something like the default widgets. Text. So what we would do when we do the layout is we are going to find the layout thing. So here we are, right? There's supposed to be a layout key here, right? Yeah, so we have all these bytes, these layouts, and these lines here. We're going to set the style ID to this layout, and we're going to start doing the layout. We're going to start processing this. And the children in question, we're going to iterate over the children. And we probably need to assign a key to them as well, right? Except that we don't. I think I have to, Wiry. I think I have to. There is the performance of anathema right now with 6,000 widgets will blow your socks off. It has literally no work per frame when nothing has changed. So we've gone from this we've gone from sort of immediate mode to retain mode in one evening, where we used to wipe, relayout, repaint every frame. Now we just do something if it has changed, right? I really hope to build a nice demo of this as well. But again, I appreciate I gotta get the PRs merged. There are a couple now. Yeah, it's just that this light is right in my face and it kind of makes me a bit crazy. So yeah. But once the strings are done, we can merge all the PRs. Let's have a look what PRs we have. So it's this one, and I think this has changed, right? I thought this changed the other day. All right, I'll speak to Skylar about this thing. But then it's this one. All right. So this one I want to merge. We just have to go through. I just have to go through this again. But before I do this, before I go through this, I'm gonna have to get strings working again. It always was, Lobsang. It always was. Okay, so what would it mean to actually get rid of the strings? Can we still do our layout? All this started as a rewrite of the canvas widget, but the canvas widget was never rewritten. Instead, I rewrote the buffers in the backend. Turned out they weren't great. So I undid all that work and I ended up writing a pretty big optimization implementation last night. Oh, we had too many of those, Waru. This is just gonna be strings. And why is that, right? Is if you look at the runtime, we used to clear the string storage every frame, but we can't anymore. Oh, let me show you something. Check this out. You can do this now. You can call set focus on components. I implemented this last night as well. It was very productive last night. So you can now call set focus. So if we look at the template, we also have attributes on components. That was not obvious or even working until last night. So we can do this with prototypes. So I can say set focus to prototype 3. Actually, set focus to prototype sandwich, okay? And then we're just gonna say that this thing is sandwich. Whoops. Like that. So when I press the A key, it should focus on sandwich. If I press the 1 key, it should focus on 1. Okay, so let's go run this thing. Pressing A, pressing 1, pressing A, pressing 1. So this works with components as well. And of course we can tab as we do A, and we can tab from A. So I go to 1, up to 1, all right. All this works now. Was it a massive change? The change was a little bit uncool, is the best way I can describe it. And it prompted some more changes to come. Yeah, I think other people also mentioned that at some point, or it might just have been you, but I agree with the necessity of the feature. I just can't commit it yet until I've done the strings. So the next push that we're doing now is going to contain massively improved performance, tabbing between multiple widgets, and not at all. What's the last one? I can't even remember. But yeah, where's the event handler? Here we go. So this code, is the one that does focus, and I don't love this code. All right, I tolerate it, but I don't love it. We literally need better ways of dealing with the focus. But as you can see from this thing, you can focus on different kinds of attributes, right? You could focus on hello being true if you wanted to, right? You can pass any type that can become a any type that can become a common val. But here's the thing, right? You want to use this for your router. So maybe you want to do, note the string slice that we're passing in is a static string slice. But since you want to do this on a router, you probably have predefined routes that you are going to map to. Now, obviously, I would encourage using numerical indices instead of string indices, but you can do this. And this will still work, even though we're using a string owned in this function. And the reason for that is that we're using a clone on write here, which has a side effect of us being able to either borrow a static string size or take ownership of a string, right? So if you are creating dynamic strings, you're gonna eat those allocations, right? But if you're using static strings, then you won't. All right. Let's pick something else to listen to. No, we don't. Wait. We are iterating over components to find the matching one. We are doing that. Let me show you the code. Right. So we're gonna go over the components. We're assuming, for most parts, that the number of components are few compared to the number of elements. So rather than going through the entire tree, finding every attribute that matches, we're just going to go through each component and say, do you have this attribute or not? That's how it works. Yeah, we could work this the same way that we work the what's it called? Oh, goodness me. What is it called now? Element query. We could use this the same way we do the element query, but there is no need. You can have a massive widget tree, but 3 components, right? So for that reason, I opted to do it this way, right? Yes, once we find a component, we can then just grab this from, we don't even have to traverse the tree, right? This does not scan the tree. This goes straight to the value. So this is really fast to just take something out this way by using the ID. It's a straight lookup, right? This will just grab immediately this one. So it's not much more expensive than the pointer lookup. Yeah, so we have the key. So that it doesn't matter how deep in the tree it is. Even though it's really fast to traverse the tree, it's even faster to not even touch the tree. We just go. The widgets also stored in contiguous storage, right? So all the widgets are just line out next to each other in memory, and we can just fetch one by index using the widget ID. So this is really fast, right? I imagine that this will most of the time always be fast. You know what we could do though? Actually, saying that. We could, oh no, we still have to ask this question. Okay. We could have done one more optimization by storing the attribute ID for the component in there, but we have to ask if this accepts the focus. Oh no, we already have that because it's a sidecar. Yeah, the only reason we need the component here is for this question. I should probably go do like a demonstrate or go over some of the code. It really looks a little bit sketchy, and I should talk about how these magic functions works. These functions that allows us to have access to multiple mutable values from the same storage, right? I should explain how some of that works as well. This is some Rust 2016 bullshit I had to do because of the borrow checker. No, that problem has gone away now because I changed the order of things. I'm glad we talked about this because then I could get rid of that, right? Yeah, but what I said to Sky, I was streaming last night, but I was streaming on YouTube only, because I wasn't expecting anyone to watch. I just didn't want to seem entirely crazy talking to myself. But I said this to Skylar last night on YouTube that I'm a little bit careful with what I tell people they can work on, because there are some aspects of this that are really hairy. For instance, I would never ask anyone else to touch expressions.rs, right? Because it's so off-putting that anyone who likes to contribute to the project is possibly immediately going to lose interest because of the complexity of some of these things. So I don't want to drown anyone in complexity and destroy anyone's motivation to help, right? Because I really, really like that more people are getting involved. I look forward to getting you and Skylar, once we merge all the PRs into main, you guys should show up as contributors already, right? Well, you say that, Wairu, but there are some things that I don't want anyone to. I don't want anyone to be like, wow, this was a lot more work, and now I feel like I've committed to this thing. Which, by the way, I must say as well, if anyone attempts something and just decides, no, I don't want to do this, that's perfectly fine. To just nope out of it, right? There's no commitment. Okay. Let's see what we can do then with the strings. But yes, so this was it, right? But again, we're having sort of duplicate code, which isn't super great. So the entire focus, not the focus queue, the entire... where is the focus code? Yeah, all right. I guess these two, they have to act like this, but I feel like there's a lot of things that could be done to improve this. And also, here's a quirky one, right? We don't seem to get focus on the main component for some reason. But anyway, these are bugs that we'll deal with. I'm not foreseeing them being too bad considering what we're about to dive into. All right, so let's just hop in here. We're gonna commit what we have so far. So this is all good. Focus queue is new. Drain the focus queue. So again, we're doing the same thing, but we store all the stuff in a queue, and then we keep reusing the memory. No, so I'm gonna merge. I'm gonna push this once this is full. So technically, the runtime is broken now. Even though it looks like things are working, they aren't because of the string storage. So I need to get strings back to working again before I can merge this. But then this will go on dev. I don't think that this will have any impact on the PR you made. I don't think this will have any impact on that. If there's ever a merge conflict or something that is a little bit daunting, don't hesitate to ask for help. There's no... I can't stress this enough, right? Asking for help is not a bad thing, and it doesn't disqualify anyone from being a programmer or anything like that, right? Merge requests can be daunting, especially if you don't fully know the code base ins and outs, right? So this is now removed because we've actually done this optimization. Although I've left that comment in, so we're gonna go and remove that one. Focus queue. Yeah, this thing was called lol, and that's not particularly clever, so we're gonna take that out. Got some comments. Fixed a borrow checker issue that no one ever knew about and that no one was ever affected by. And now we have mutable access. This was required to do the optimization. That's a good name, just calling it lol. Yeah, sometimes I give things dumb names when I'm working on them, and then I'm going to come back and figure out what they actually are, and then I never go back and figure out what they actually are. So, okay, let's see. Set. This is the set focus queue. Okay, so this one, we're not going to commit that one because that one's already been done. This is the focus queue is very, very simple. It's just something we push and pop from. These are part of the optimizations. That one looks a bit sketchy. Apparently we don't do that anymore. And this is adding attributes to components. We didn't have this. Ah, the old ASD variable. Yeah, I was suspiciously productive last night. I'm getting a little bit worn down by the project. I feel like I'm gonna have to swap to something else soon, but I definitely want to get this into a particular state. So we're gonna go into runtime. Tick to do. So this has now been done, right? So this cycle will only run if there are changes, which means most of the time your application is going to be very cheap and dormant, right? Technically 0.1 has been released a long time ago. About 2 years ago. So we're gonna release 0.3. I think this becomes. I don't know why it's 0.3 and not 0.2. I don't remember, but it's gonna become 0.3. We're gonna jank this one out of here as well before the release. But we're gonna end up with, I think there'll be something like 0.3, but it's gonna be considered beta for a bit. Hello Mechatronics, how you doing? All right, so let's do a git add on this thing. So I'm gonna patch that in. And then this to-do function is in widgets components mod 293. So we're gonna go to widgets, components mod 293. So this is now a mutable reference. That's why we're gonna remove that. Okay, there we go. So we're going to do a git switch -c here. This is going to be optimizations, git push. So now I'll push that branch, the optimization branch. Now, if we look at the experimental buffer, I don't want it. So we're going to do a -d experimental buffer. It's probably going to complain that this has not been merged into... No. Oh, okay. So it did do that anyway. We're good, right? I think I'm okay with doing larger projects these days. I think it's a little bit like running. A perfect analogy to use when you're a person who spends a lot of time sitting down at a desk, but you kind of get a second wind after a while. It's really exciting. Like the excitement curve is like really exciting, right? I think large projects can be drawn as a graph like this, we end up with this like intense excitement, and then bugs and all that shit happens, and excitement, you get stuck on a particularly hard issue here, right? Or actually, maybe it's more like this, right? And then you get stuck on a hard issue. Now, excitement starts to kind of taper off a little bit, and then it starts to go down a little bit. And I think this is where most people give up, right? They're like, okay, F this thing. But if you push through this thing, it starts to go up, but the curve is a lot more like this, right? So it's not, and then you're gonna run into bugs along the way, but you kind of just deal with them, right? So I think that's what projects are. And I think that most people, they either give up here or here when it comes to long running projects. The excitement doesn't really go up as much as it kind of just levels out. So it probably would be more accurate to just draw this as a flat line. Some days I hate the project. Some days I love the project, but I kind of just turn up and keep working on it as if it was a job, right? Yeah, some parts are really... What we're going to do today is not going to be incredibly exciting. It's going to be pretty damn boring what we're going to do here. Yeah, I think it's common to lose interest, and the thing that finishes projects is probably persisting through them. But first of all, there's nothing wrong with doing something and then throwing it away. I think everyone's GitHub accounts are literally graveyards of side projects. I think that's true. It's no more different in mine, right? Yeah, that stuff. I've done that particular stuff. I've done so much that I just fall asleep thinking about it. But yeah, you build something, you work on something, you lose interest, you move on to something else. Perfectly normal, perfectly fine to do. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. However, if you do put yourself in a... If you decide to commit, then it's different. If you decide that I am committing to this thing and I have to finish this thing for my own sanity, then it's a different story. Then you have to power through, right? But I think a lot of times people start projects or business ideas and they realize that these ideas don't hold value as much as they thought they would. Or I think probably one of the things that kills a project, and people do this to each other as well, right? We do it to each other. You come up with a business idea. I'm gonna sell flowers to kittens, right? That's your business idea. So you make this website where you can customize your bouquet with catnip of various degrees, right? And like halfway through working on this thing, this is it like Beta Meinhof thing? Is that what it's? I think it's Beta Meinhof. Is that how you spell it? No. Frequency illusion, right? Frequency illusion, also known as Beta Meinhof phenomena, is a cognitive bias in which a person notices a specific concept, word, or product more frequency after recently becoming aware of it, right? So it's a little bit like this. When you start down the route of this business idea, all of a sudden, even though you might have done some market research, you start to notice everything else, right? People are highlighting that, oh, look, the thing that you're doing. Yeah, here's Google doing the same thing. And you're like, oh, man. Right? I think for me, 2 is enough. Having multiple projects to jump between just means that most projects ends up being stuck on a bug, on a difficult bug, the quit point of the project. So you move to another project And then you get stuck. So you move to another project. So now you got like 4 projects all stuck on the terrible quit points, right? And I think that's. But back to what I was saying, I think that a lot of end of projects is when people put some kind of stock in the competition, right? They look at this competition and they be like, "Oh, right, I can't compete with this." Right? But the question is, Waru, the question is, why do we do it, and is that a problem? Even if someone were to show me a project that were exactly like this, I would still finish this. I wouldn't be like, okay, bye. Well, at this point, I've obviously invested years of my time into this thing, so I want to see it. I also want to use it, and I have, even if someone has made something similar to this, there's a chance that it doesn't do things exactly the way I want it to. So since I've already invested in this thing, if I was standing on the precipice of beginning, right, I'm deciding whether I'm going to start this project or not, and I come across a project that almost does the same thing, but with a few differences, then I probably would have just been, yeah, all right, I'll just use that project. But since I'm so invested in this thing, right? Okay, so we have this layout add stir. I guess what we could do... No, we can't do that either. Okay, so we are looking at spans here. Yeah, there is like a little period of time of discouragement, right? So we kind of have to say, am I better than these existing things, right? And I think it's even if you're not, objectively speaking, I think it's okay to say that and still build it, right? We shouldn't have to justify why we build something, but sometimes we kind of do, right? Well, you are contributing to a project that's going to be finished, Virus, so I would say you're still doing a lot of good stuff here, right? I think it's difficult because a project takes a lot of time. If you're going to finish a project, if you decide that you're going to build a game, it's probably going to be at least a year before you're finished, right? That's a lot of time to invest, right? Okay, so what do we have? Let's have a look. Damn, son. Can you just stop? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and grab some caffeine. All right, that will stop this yawning thing from continuing. 1 second. Okay. Let's get some de-ionification going here. Got two caffeine pills in here. Well, it's not caffeine pills. It's like a hydration thing, and it has caffeine in it, amongst other things. See, that's a big project, and a part of me kind of have a little bit interest. There's a little bit of overlap building a window manager and a UI library, because you're dealing with things like layouts. And I wonder if it would be possible to do a window manager based on this, right? But then I know about all the idiosyncrasies of i3, right? There's like a lot of issues and a lot of edge cases, and there's a lot of things that one doesn't think about, right? For instance, let me go to another workspace and show you this, right? Let's say that we start laying out windows like this. But what if we want to add tabs, okay? Well, we can now have tabs. But what if one of these tabs should contain their own splits? So now we got this. We got a split inside of here, all right? Okay, thank you, watch. You see how complex this is getting though, right? And all this inside one split. And you have to be able to navigate these as well, right? There's just so much to think about, right? Yeah, so because I know about these complexities, I don't think I'll ever build a window manager. If I were to build one, I would 100% build a tiling window manager. To me, it would not make sense to try to use a cascading window manager. There's no part of me that has any interest in using them. They are a waste of space, in like literally wasting space. It might look like you get good use of space because you can have multiple windows stacking on top of each other, but the only thing you're doing is obscuring information for yourself, right? Having a window on top of another window means that the information of the window underneath holds no value because it's not visible, right? And if you can't see the entire window and extrapolate the necessary information, then why even show the window at all, right? Then we can just do this, right? Yeah, I'd imagine that you'd have like a layout tree. Yeah, and tab and stacked are... So stacked hold little value to me, but tab definitely does, right? I can only imagine what a cumbersome chore that's gonna be, right? Yeah, I have no idea how one would even go about building a window manager. So that whole thing, I know Viking, son of Viking, built one on Twitch. It's really simple. Did you write it in Rust? So, oh, really? Fair enough. But I think, so how much of that code is layout and how much of that code is interacting with Xorg, right? Because I'm guessing that's going to be a lot. Yeah. EWMH, yeah. Hang on. Sounds vaguely familiar. Vaguely familiar. All right. So what are we going to do here then? We're going to do... We could store the layout on self. So there's an intermediate fix we can do by storing this on self. So instead of having a layout key, we have text layout, which is strings. This is very, very big. But I think maybe we can do it this way. Interesting. Oh, so this thing's gonna have some lifetimes. We can't have lifetimes on here. So we can't do this then. So much for that. The alternative is that we implement allocation strategies for the string storage. And I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, let's see how this works then. So we're going to do the layout. We're going to set the style to what? What do attributes have to do with this? Oh, that's why we have attributes. That's our idea. Okay, got that. Oh, this is so not easy. Damn, I was kind of hoping for a quick fix that we could come back to, but that does not exist. Actually, maybe this isn't so bad. We store the string on here, but we can. We don't want to store the string on here. Maybe we can just store the layout on here. Oh, maybe that could work. The performance. There was a lot of work being done, and there's still things that can be optimized, but there was a lot of work being done between frames when nothing was happening. Layout, position, and paint were particularly heavy. If I open up Puffin Viewer, we can actually open up yesterday's pre-update profile. And we can see here that every frame takes around 6 point whatever milliseconds. All right. And you can see the paint is the most expensive thing that we do. So this is probably the one we're going to update afterwards. But all these frames would now show 0 milliseconds. This one would still show 10 because it has a lot of work being done to it. But all the consecutive frames afterwards would just be zeroed out. So we would have one heavy frame where we did a lot of work, and then we would have very fast frames after that. So that's what I was chasing, basically. Then it's going to be about optimizing different areas of it. But now we can be a lot smarter with our repaint strategy as well, right? But now we don't have to worry about it. I think here we are, right? So we really only do work if there is work to be done, right? So if anything has changed, however, there is a caveat with this, which has to do with the canvas widgets. The canvas widget is going to stop working when we actually implement this. So we have to bring that back again, right? This will not trigger if we make a change through element query. So it needs to be this. We're going to add a to-do here, right? Changes can happen through element queries, which will not be written to self.changes. So this needs to trigger a re-render as well. There we go. Using Vi, I think Vi lacks too many. I think it lacks too much. Vim wouldn't be a difference, right? Don't I have Control P set up? Oh no, I haven't. I took that out. Right. I used to have my Vim and my... But you can see that they look very similar, right? You can't really tell the difference between Vim and NeoVim on this machine. Right, there is not a big difference between these two. But there is a difference because I took out some of the stuff I used to have in there. Alright, whatever, we can just leave that in there. But now I should update my setup. No. No, that's fine. Vim, NeoVim, the only difference was that in NeoVim I had the LSP thing set up and here I don't. Okay, so we can get that. We can do the layout thing here. This is just going to give us a key, right? Now it's going to give us strings. Maybe we could store this differently then. No, why would we do that? Yeah, I remember early on in NeoVim, was it like 5 maybe or 0.5 where people started to rewrite their configs in Lua, but I never did. I never liked Lua as a config. Let me show you something, okay? Let me explain what I think, a case for what I think Lua is just not, okay? Imagine this. i3 config GitHub. We'll do this. All right. Someone's done a starter pack. Do we have an i3 config in here? We can just briefly look at. Let's look at this thing, all right? Look at this thing, okay? It's gonna do a little bit of setting the font, setting a wallpaper, and setting the sensible terminal. Actually, most of this is part of the default config. Got some key bindings to volume stuff. We probably have a bar in here somewhere. This is all very standard. All right. For some reason, they went with Roman numerals because I have no idea why you would do that. Maybe they smoked a lot of crack that day. Who knows, right? But there you go. And then you have some status bar in there. 137 lines of config, right? 137 lines of config. Okay? Let's go and look at something that uses Lua for config. All right. Okay. Where do we even start? Where do we even start here, right? Do we start here in RC? Where does this go? So this file alone, sorry, I have to use this, is 3,157 lines of code, but we're not really considering all the other includes. So we got this init and modules in there. What's in modules? Oh my god. Right? Why is your X render 135 lines? This X render is literally as long as the entire i3 config file, right? This is why I don't like Lua for config. Yeah, most of this is just comments, right? And these are your standard Vim setups. A bit of key mapping. My init Lua is even shorter than that. Okay, TS server, we don't need that anymore. This is how short my one is, and then we load the no Lua Vim config from there. Right. Mine is only 30 lines long, okay? Let's go and edit this thing now though, right? Because we see that the init Lua thing is just the TS server bullshit. We don't need that. We don't write any of that anymore. There we go, right? But I think that's true for most users of Vim, right? You're gonna make things that are specific to you. But in my what I did is I just did this as a plugin, right? So I have my toggle Rust plugin here, which does a lot of stuff. All right, this is 217 lines of code for debugging and things like that, and that's just the Rust stuff, right? So yeah, I have my own. I mean, my snippets and everything. There's gonna be a lot in there. That's all right, Angeli. It's all good. I don't mind. Oh man, I'm still sore. Why? Yeah. I think Linux is the ultimate open world game, right? It's like there's no end game. You can play it forever until you die. It's just never ending, right? Okay, so can we do this then? Can we store the something here on? No, because we need lifetimes here. I wonder if we can just change that. Configs can be any size. And yeah, I guess you could have a serial size config as well, right? Can we change this to not store the values? Well, that's so disturbing. I'm not even going to unpack that one. All right, we're almost done. Well, we're halfway through. Of course you didn't. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're not new to the internet, okay? We've been around. We've been around. Anyway. So, do all of these have lifetimes? That one has a lifetime. That one has a lifetime. That one has a lifetime. We need to make these owned instead. So we can probably ignore byte storage. Oh no, we can't. Damn it. Damn. Okay, I was thinking that maybe we can ignore byte storage. We can't without skipping things. But the goal is just to make this work now. We are certainly not going to we're not gonna focus on min-maxing performance for this now. Okay, so we're not gonna need the session anymore. The session borrows a buffer, and that's why. We're not gonna need that. How many Rust streamers are there these days, Funny? It's like 3 of us, maybe? How many Rust streamers do you guys know of, right? There's me, Musean, sometimes Modprog, Sergeant Pepper. Any more? There's 4 of us. 6 of us. Who did I miss, Funny? Define Rust streamer. Someone who streams predominantly Rust and nothing else. Yeah, pretty much exclusively Rust. When it comes to programming. I know Musean sometimes streams World of Warcraft as well. But in general, he streams Rust. 6... Maxi, and who else did I miss? Someone more? Okay, so there isn't even 10 of us. How do you get 90%? Okay, how do you get 90% then? Modprog is not using NeoVim. Musean is using Windows. Sergeant Pepper is using OS X. Yeah, I don't know. I think Arch and Uncle Scientist. There you go. Uncle Scientist. I don't know if he's using Vim or NeoVim, one of those. I don't know which dist he's on though. Okay. Mac OS, yeah. Clearly. I use Arch because I think rolling release is best release, right? This has nothing to do with anything other than the fact that I like to use new software, right? I like to have the latest drivers. I like how little fuss there is to use this thing. So, case in point, I think Arch Linux has gotten this stigma of being a complex or difficult operating system to use, but it's really no different than any other Linux install once it is installed, right? My brother, who's been a Windows user for a long time, was a Linux user in the past, but then he went over to Mac OS and Windows and has been there for many, many years, right? He decided to give Linux a whirl the other day. He followed the guide on Arch Linux, installed it, and has had little issues with it. And that's coming from having spent decades with Windows and OS X now, right? He even got his gaming set up. I helped him a little bit with the Proton compatibility layer and some arcs that you can dump in to get your games to work better. First game he installed and got running, Factorial, right? So I think the Arch has garnered this reputation at one point, but it has become such a user-friendly OS that I think people just hang on to the past when it comes to this thing, right? And yeah. I think if you're like me, Ryuk, then audio works just fine. I agree. If, however, you are building up complex audio chains using jack or pipe wire, it's a different story. However, I don't do a lot of music production. I did not have a lot of friction when I was using Bitwig and the likes, but yeah, I don't know. Okay. We don't want to write all the bytes into a storage. That would kind of copy the strings. But it does mean double allocations. I don't know what OS X is like these days, but I remember liking OS X when I was using it some years ago. I thought it was fine. It was very much just plug it in and use it, install item 2, I think, and that's it, right? It's fine. Yeah, but we have OpenGL support for Linux as well, right? Or are you saying that people will pick Vulkan over DirectX or what? I think it depends on what you do with it, right? I don't think most people have issues with audio on Linux, but I think if you are doing a lot of complex work with audio, the moment you add complexity, things have an easier chance of breaking. You have more points of failure, right? I don't know if that's specific to Linux, though. I have never seen any complex audio setup being done on Windows, so I don't know anything about that world, right? But in general, it's all good, right? It's all good. So what do we need from layouts then? We still have this session. I guess we could just move these into owned versions of this, maybe? Hello, TT, how you doing? My only gripe is that we need to store the bytes. And I guess that's okay. Right, so we can just make these own the underlying storage instead of having a session. Wow, this is gonna break a lot. Oh. Yeah, but I think VSTs are quite far behind when it comes to Linux adoption, though, right? People are gonna make VSTs for Windows and Mac because that's where they make the money from it, right? I'm guessing. I could be wrong. I haven't had to fight a VST in a long time now, so okay. Let's do something that is a bit sketchy then, shall we? Let's have a look at what branch we're on. We're on optimization branch. Okay, we can do it here. I don't think we have anything. All right, let's do this. As someone who has done music on both Windows, Linux, and Mac OS, I think the programs I've enjoyed the most working with has been Bitwig and Logic Pro. I think Logic Pro was really nice to work with. I know people who don't like Apple don't necessarily gonna like Logic Pro, but I think disliking Logic Pro because you don't like Apple is doing yourself a disservice, because I think it's a really good program. Yes, it's expensive and blah, 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 but using the program has nothing to do with the price. Ableton is just crazy ugly, though, for some reason. And that has nothing to do with anything. I have never really used Ableton. I've had friends who used Ableton, right? But on Windows, I've used all the software like Cubase and Cakewalk and Fruit Loops, which is now called FL Studio because of some branding issue. And yeah, it just goes to show, though, Wairu, that even ugly software can be good software, right? Okay, we're going to make all this stuff on. So we're going to take a session here of a buffer, and we're just going to move the buffer into bytes, which is weird. Yeah, I mean, even they have to address that elephant, right? The next software I'm saving up to buy, it's going to be DaVinci Resolve. Hot damn, is that good software, right? It works so well on the Linux as well. I'm really excited to actually make one of the videos, right? DaVinci is really good. Ugh. Okay. Gross drink with an iced tea chaser. Okay, so should we move things over to here? Let's see how we're using this. If we want to get rid of the lifetimes here, that means we have to get rid of the session. What do you need that's in the paid version? How about noise reduction, 4K output? You know, there's so much that's not available in there, and I know that people just do. Oh, it's just gonna be a YouTube video. Why do you care, right? But I do care. I think noise reduction is incredibly important, right? especially when you're shooting with a background like this. There's so many artifacts and noise in this background as well. But it's the thing is, I'm not gonna pay for it until I have made videos that will justify the purchase, right? So I'll put up with the bad quality. The thing is, I have a pretty decent setup here for this. Now I have a bunch of boxes on my table here, but I have a camera across the room for my setup. I can show you my video setup. Hang on, it's gonna move. My video setup is tied to my streaming setup. So all of this behind me makes up like a whole set. Let me see if I can get that camera going. Did I take the lens cap off? Yeah, I think I did. Let's just, whoops, I did not want to do that or that. I want to do this. Let's see, which one should we reset? Probably 4.2. There we go, right? So this is my setup for my videos. It's not great because we have me in the corner. All right, the picture is frozen now for some reason. Let's issue another reset to that one. Okay, no, I lost the device. Hang on. All right, let's see if it comes back now. There we go, right? Hey, here we go, right? There you go. This is my video setup. I just realized that I haven't set up the lighting since I moved these things. I need to move this to the side. But, and obviously I have different lights for the video. We're not going to use blue for once. And orange should be turned. To there, which gives you the impression that you actually have morning sunlight coming in, okay? These are the details I care about. But yeah, so this is my setup, and the background looks a lot better in this shot here than it does here, right? This background kind of looks all crappy down here, but you can't see that. So we have a camera across the room, and there's a screen behind the camera, and this is like a half L shape that we have with everything set up. This plant shouldn't be here. It's just here for the streaming. So this one's gonna go. And obviously we're not going to have a bottle there either, right? So once you take all this away, the set becomes a lot cleaner and a lot nicer to work with. And then we'll have different colored lights for that, right? So I'm going to go and turn that off now. So all that is set up. I'm gonna turn these lights off because they're really annoying. I can bring this back in again. So all these lights, also all this is set up. We got lights in the corners. That one has to be turned for the video. We got a camera across the room, long wires to the computer. I can control the start of recording and everything from the computer. It's all bound to a single keyboard shortcut on my keyboard, right? So if I hit one of these red switches now, it's going to start recording audio and video, 2 video sources and audio, and blue will stop the recording. But since I'm not going to do that. Yeah. So it's all very optimized, right? For filming the videos. The only thing I need now is some actual video to film. Okay, I just need some video to film. Thank you, Pepper. And of course, I can move the mic. And this is the reason why I got this microphone stand, right? Because the previous stand I had in the video, if you look at the slabs video, the microphone stand there is pretty rubbish. It's it still has like it still has packing tape on it from when we moved from Spain, some thousands of years ago. So yeah. Anyway, right? Anyway, it's really fun, but you know what's really boring? It's when you make videos. It's a very sort of it's a lot of solitude, right? You're kind of alone making videos, and it's not super fun to do. What if we just do away with this thing? We change this into an own session instead. No, we can't do that. You're gonna rethink this thing. When you're doing video stuff, it's very lonely. So you kind of sit there with your notebook, scribbling down ideas and stuff. Once you have an idea, you have to do the research. And doing the research, it turns out that it's actually really hard to find sources for things you know, things you've encountered throughout the years, trying to gather that up, especially with the destruction of search engines, right? So I don't mind telling you guys the video project I started working on, right? Because it's just really difficult. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, right? So over the years, I've come across so many absolutes mentioned by people. Don't use this, don't do that. When I try to find these absolutes, I can't. I looked on Twitter, Reddit, YouTube, Dev2. Wow. Anyway, to mention a few places. And I just can't find these anymore when you search for them, right? So what would be... Okay, what's a good example? We had this actually come up the other day, right? You guys have heard design patterns are bad. Don't use design patterns, right? Can we find don't use design patterns, right? Can we find any posts about this? I'm looking for titles that are using absolutes, right? Okay, well then I found one. Okay, so that's one. I'm gonna save that one for my source then. What is another one, right? What is another absolute we've heard? But just trying to look for these absolutes, right? In programming, you should always, and I find nothing. I find none of the you must never, you should always. I just find these complete bullshit articles, right? That are like, don't look at these things, right? Because it's a complete waste. I even went on there was someone who mentioned like you should follow these top 20 Twitter people. What do you call people who use Twitter? Nah, you know, that joke kind of wrote itself. So look, I'm looking, and the only thing they did, all of this was like 20 Twitterites who were just talking about the past. It was like, I was like, why should you follow these people? They're just trying to push nostalgia, right? Nothing else, right? Yeah, which one can do that though, TT? The fun part is when you do videos presses, you find all the gaps in what you think you know thoroughly, and all those gaps get filled in. Yes, although in my case, I have become so insecure that I don't trust my own knowledge anymore, which is super fun. Bing Copilot. Isn't this just something you have to pay for? Can you use Bing Copilot without paying for it? Does anyone use Bing anymore? I thought Bing was kind of dead. Search on the web. And programmers, you should never. It's not working. Why is it inserting a space character when I press return? Look at this. I'm pressing return, it's inserting a space character, right? And it's not just one. Look how many times I have to backspace. There we go. Every time I press return, it inserts a new space character. How absolute shit are you, right? You're working for one of the largest computer companies in the world, and you can't get fucking character return right, okay? Bruh, I'm gonna ban this word soon because I can't read bruh without thinking of some kind of Neanderthal lowbrow person, like bruh. That's like all I hear in my head when people say bruh. I can't, bruh. Sorry, man. I can't, man. Bruh. I'm sorry. Anyway, we should probably enable JavaScript. Bruh. Okay. All right. So should we search for Copilot? Why should we search for Copilot? You said Bing Copilot. I don't understand. How do we use Copilot? Like this? Okay, is this it? Ask me anything. Can you show me some links to YouTube videos that has programming and absolutes in the title? This is not no. Oh, hang on. I could just tab complete that. Okay. No. I want videos that has such fantastic phrases like that starts with "you should never" or "you should always," that are related to programming. Stop responding. Yeah, this is... Wait, what? This has nothing to do with YouTube. 25 software words, many courses confused. Wait, what? These aren't right. You should never use these JavaScript phrases. That's not what the title says. What are you making these up? This is just bullshit. It's just making things up, man. All right, but that was our journey. Don't use design patterns. I'll save this one. Hang on. Don't use design patterns. There we go. Bruh, now of course I'm not gonna ban it. I always tell my wife, how can these developers get away with such crap software for companies like Microsoft? It's remarkable, man. The Max app on my TV can't get the video aspect ratio right on the first try ever. That is, especially when that's your business, right? I think, well, it's more about using these absolutes and what you shouldn't do, right? So I'm sure you guys have heard this throughout the years as programmers, right? What you shouldn't do, okay? And I know these titles are clickbaity, but there's a point to this. And I wanted to find some of this material, but now I just can't find them anywhere. I'm guessing people have stopped writing and talking like that, but still, that I can't find a single video around this. I mean, I didn't spend 2 days looking. I spent like a morning looking, but still. Okay. So if we get rid of the lifetime, so we're saying that all this is owned by the bytes, right? We stick the buffer on there. That means that we are writing the strings into the byte storage, and I guess that's okay. I wonder if we can even get this working. So this is about getting rid of the lifetimes now, because we want this to be owned by the widgets. Yeah, I mean, I would love to find this stuff, right? I just don't know what, I can't find it when I'm looking for it. And I remember from my C# days, there was like this mantra, never make a file with more than 600 lines of code. Why? Where did that come from? Or I think it was like a class should be at max 600 lines of code. Who came up with that? That is purely, there's no empirical proof that that is better or worse than anything else, right? That's just someone's personal preference. Some loud person's personal preference, right? One function per file. Yeah. School of Uncle Bob. I read Clean Code, and there are some things in that book that scares me. And yeah, a lot of things will be. So the thing is, the book is not meant to be as literal as it is, I'm sure, okay? Because the book speaks in absolutes all the time, right? One of the examples in the book somewhere was like, you should take the really complex code, the really nasty complex code, and shove it far into the code base somewhere where it can't be seen, and then hide it behind abstractions, right? I'm obviously paraphrasing, but that was sort of the gist of it, right? Let's just hide this complexity somewhere. And I was reading the going like, no, this is really bad. Why would you do this? Someone has to work on this, okay? So oh man, I would never ask anyone in that. You know what I ask Viro in interviews? I ask people, what was the last book you read related to programming? That's what I ask. And that's only as like a conversation thing. So we go, what was the last book you read in related to programming? Okay, isn't it good? What was the takeaway from that book, do you think, right? It's now a book review. I don't think Clean Code is a book for beginners. No, so exactly that. There are sane things in it. There are useful things, useful takeaway from it. But I think if you're an experienced programmer, you're probably already aware of these things. And if you're a beginner, you're more likely to take these as rules. And that's where the problem comes in, right? I think he's writing another version of it, or writing like Clean Code 2. And the thing is, he's probably gotten a lot of flack for that, especially since programmers are, and this might come as a surprise to you, but programmers are, and hold your socks now, very opinionated people, okay? You might not know this, but they are, okay? Sorry, we are. Yeah. Oh my god, it's bloody Björn. Jeepers, look, man, we do not do C++ here, Björn. Do not attack us, okay? Hot damn. Mr. Strawstrap, how you doing? Oh, no, wait. That's not how you write Björn. Sorry, Bjorn. Yeah, I honestly, I feel a bit sorry because he wrote one of the most well-known programming related books in the world, right? I think everyone knows of Clean Code, and everyone likes to shit on Clean Code. And I personally don't think the book was worth the money I spent on it. The only reason I read it was because people kept banging on about the book. So in the end, I was like, okay, you know what? I just gonna go and buy this book now, sit down, read it. And when I was done, I was like, well, I can't believe I read that, and I can't believe I paid for it, right? That sounds like fun, Viro. I think that this is a good segue into something else, right? And then we're gonna do some programming. I think there's a misconception that to be a programmer, you have to be good at math. But I like to turn this around and say, to be a game developer will make you good at math, right? I don't think you have to be good at math. I'm not a game developer, but what little graphics programming I've done, I had to learn a lot of math concepts, but these concepts are, you can learn them, right? They're not, I don't remember how to calculate the cross product or the dot product, but if I have to, I can look it up and we'll be fine, right? I don't even remember the linear algebra for just calculating the distance between two vectors, right? And that's fine. It's very easy to look it up and you understand it when you need it. I don't think you have to be good at math. I think you just have to be good at learning the stuff that you need to know, right? Which is a very weird and probably doesn't roll off the tongue as well. The last book I read on programming is gonna be Locks and Atomics, right? Rust, Locks and Atomics by Mara. You can read this for free, but I bought a hardback. I bought a dead tree copy of this thing, right? This was the last book I read, programming. It is good. I have to reread it again, but it is a really good book. I wanted to go through the book on stream, but I kind of felt a little bit uncomfortable by making like a video series on it. Because it's her work, right? I don't want to give her book away for free, which she already do in video form. I don't know legally if we can do that. So there was a lot of questions around it, so I didn't. But thank you for the follow, Bjorn. I totally would love to go through that book on stream or make a video series on that one. Because it's really good. One of the hardest things to understand when it comes to atomics is ordering. And even though I read the book, I still don't remember exactly how it works. But if you don't know what I'm talking about ordering when it comes to access, lock release, and these things, right? I'm talking about this thing. To know what these things means, okay? People generally pick either relaxed or sequentially consistent, right? And you get a link to C++20. You get a link to this if you're going to read about it, okay? Even the font makes you not want to read this stuff, right? So this has mostly to do with locks, but what do these actually mean? I'm not actually asking you. Please don't bother answering this in chat, right? This is just conversation, right? I think this is probably the hardest thing to understand when it comes to using atomics in Rust. And the book covers some of this, right? You can read through this stuff, but why this is so complex is because it's very theoretical, right? You can write code where you're using relaxed or sequentially consistent. Forget about these three in the middle for now, right? You can write code where you use either one of these interchangeably, and you will see no difference in your program, right? There might be a difference, but you might not be able to observe it, right? Which makes this really hard. It makes it really hard to qualify what is actually happening, right? Normally, when we have a programming concept introduced to us, here's a vector. All right, cool. You can add things to the vector. Super cool. So you create a vector, you add 3 things to the vector, you print the vector, and you go, wow, there's 3 things in the vector. They seem to be ordered, right? Do a little bit of reading. Yeah, they're ordered. Cool, right? Now you understand the vector, right? This thing, not so much, because you can't just use the ordering and observe a difference. You literally have to do multi-threaded programming with locks, your own homemade locks, to start to be able to observe some of these differences, right? So yeah, that's a thing, right? Okay, should we do the program? Should we do the programming.com? All right, now with extra code, we're an advert now. Shut up. All right, so we're gonna have a buffer in our session. We're gonna start by removing lifetimes from here, and then we're gonna start removing things that are no longer required. So we're literally destroying the buffer in the session. That seems to be pretty dumb to do. We're gonna not do that. All right, let's roll this back and let's maybe write something new around this. Ooh, how do we do with this thing? And I read a lot of packed books. No, I haven't read a lot of packed books. I've read enough packed books. I own enough packed books to know that I would never recommend that. Okay. I do wonder what happened to Peyton though. He used to stream and he wrote a book published by Pact, and I think there was a good job on him, right? So even though I don't like Pact, I still think that's good of him. But I wonder what happened with him. I mean, anyone can write a book apparently and just have it published by Pact, but he actually wrote a book over the course of 2 years, and I think that's quite impressive. This is so documented. I don't want to throw this out. Learning is fun. Learning is really fun. Are you doing that on stream though, Pepper? How do we do this? Because all these things are pointing into each other, right? It's gonna be the layout. Okay, how is the chomper affecting this? That does sound pretty good. Well, this match statement is incredibly useful. Why does Clippy not complain about this? Alright, well, we can get rid of that, but still. Interesting. Hello, Al. How you doing? I guess there is no other way around it to get this out. Can we write? No, we can't do that as a let. No, there's no other way of doing this. Okay, fine. Okay, so the chomper is just tracking values and line breaks. Okay. Then who is using the chomper? It's going to be strings. And strings is going to feed in. We're going to add strings to this thing. We start by adding a slice. We can probably change this to an as ref, but we'll get to that. Oh, okay. So we need to truncate the bytes. And freeze, which means... Okay, that just means that we're done. All right, that's cool. So we're going to go through every character in there. Chomp is just using the chomper. Get to the chomper. No. The character is too wide. Okay, yeah, this is just... So these are... It's chomp adds the... That are the relevant ones here. Yeah. Ooh, that one's pretty nasty too. Okay, so can we make this one behave differently, maybe? Where do lines fit into this? We're pushing a line entry. Was it a good stream though, Atomic Man? I think it would be fun to do something like I don't know if I have it in me to do a 31-hour stream, but maybe like a 24-hour stream. Although actually, I don't think it would be very fun. I think it would be fun to do like a challenge, but in honesty, I think at the after the 10-hour mark, it would just become nonsense, right? Like qualified nonsense, not accidental nonsense. So what does a line entry do? It's gonna track how wide something is. So we kind of don't even need to do this. I think we can rewrite the layout. Okay, we're gonna rewrite the layout code. That's what we're gonna do. But we not rewrite it, okay? Okay. I'll try to hit 12. Maybe we do that on like Anathema release day. We'll do that. We'll do like a long stream for that. Okay, so let's look at string. No, text, right? Layout text. Okay, let's do a new source layout text 2. Perfect. Right, we're gonna do text 2. When you get there, when you want to learn Atomic, man, please feel free to just ask questions, right? There are so much content out there for people who want to watch and read and learn Rust, but sometimes it's really helpful to just have an individual that you could just ask, right? What is this and what does it do, right? So when you get there, just feel free to ask. Okay, so we're going to try to write this without lifetimes now, which seems a little bit odd because normally you would do the opposite, right? You have a bunch of ownership and then, you know, too shy to ask. Have to be shy. Why would you be shy? I mean, okay, I understand why people are shy. I'm not an idiot. Maybe I am. What's it to you? All right, so it's the string storage. Let's just call this thing... Wait, no, it's not string storage. It's string session. There we go, right? So let's import strings. And let's have pub function new layout. Max size and wrap is needed. And this is supposed to return something else, but we're not there yet. Geometry to me. There we go. I like to imagine that I'm a very approachable individual, right? Even strangers come up to me and tell me how much they dislike me. So I think you guys don't need to be shy when it comes to me. But if you feel shy asking questions and chatting in here, then you can always ping me on Discord, right? I can be a little bit slow at answering PMs, but I try to, right? Okay. We need a chomper. We're going to keep calling it chomper. Chomoper. And we're going to start with a self. But then this is just a new function. And then we're gonna have Chomper. There you go. Type spellings for losers. Right. Let's get the Chomper in here. Is the Chomper not available to this crate? Whoops, I shouldn't have done that. Hello, Lark. No, not unless it's game dev. I think if someone's looking for a C# developer, it's either for WinForms, Web, or Unity. And I think using Unity to learn C# will not hold as much value to an employer who's looking for a C# developer with ASP.NET. In that case, it'd be better to learn ASP.NET. So I would say, Locke, what is it that you want to work with? If you want to work as a Unity developer, then learn Unity. If you want to work as a C# web developer, then learn ASP.NET, right? Sleep away, Wire. Sleep away. I probably won't get to your PR today anyway, so we'll leave it for tomorrow. Oh yeah, no one's gonna debate on that one, Johnny Hill. Okay. So what do we need to be able to do with this thing? We need a chomp function. All right. I don't know what this thing is supposed to do. Oh, it's supposed to give us a line. All right, let's do add stir. We're going to do this one. So if self is frozen, which is a bool, I think if you want to learn Unity and get a job doing that, so me personally, I have pretty strong feelings about Unity, and I wouldn't even, no, that's a gross picture we're not going to paint. I don't like Unity. As a company, I think they have violated people's trust, and I don't think I would trust them again. Okay, add stir. What are we missing? Bytes, okay. Let's add bytes then. And this, so this is not super cool, but maybe we can make it cool. Make it a VAC of U8. Ooh, that was a dance I wasn't familiar with. I think Unity as a company basically soiled the bed when they went out with that ridiculous thing. And even if it's just like, no, we're just trying it on, we fired the guy, you still let that happen. You would have celebrated the guy if you could have pulled that one over on the community, right? So, well, I said this yesterday as well. If you are a Unity developer, then swapping tooling's gonna be a lot of work. You already got projects in the pipeline and whatever. That's not feasible for you to change. But if you're new to the scene, damn, I would not trust these assholes, man. Hey, you gotta like what you like, man. If you don't care or you don't worry about it, then Unity will be fine, right? A lot of software that we use, companies that we use are scummy. Yes, but it's like this. If you're buying your t-shirts from a store and you really like them and they feel really nice and they're good quality, and then you find out one day that these t-shirts are made by babies in a factory in China, would you still just go, all right, then babies need work, so I'll keep buying my t-shirts, right? Would you do that? If someone showed you facts that this manufacturer is very unethical, would you, when you have options? I would, yes. Well, babies need to eat, but I wouldn't, right? And I have the luxury to say I wouldn't, right? I feel like most people would. I don't know. I wouldn't, right? So when a company like Unity does something that is heinous, a lot of companies do unethical things, right? But there's a level. This is not a black and white situation. This is a gray scale here, right? And what Unity did was heinous, right? It could have been really detrimental to a lot of indie developers that can't afford that cost. Some of the things that was in conversation could even result in you owing Unity money, right? They did go back on it because of the massive backlash from the community, right? But if that backlash hadn't happened, they would have done it, and you would have had to pay per install of your game, all right? There were a bunch of caveats like demos or whatever, but here's another fun thing. They would decide how much you pay. They wouldn't share the metrics with you. They would just go, all right, bruh, it's been a month. You gotta pay us this much now. Okay. Yeah, we're not gonna tell you about the installations that has happened, how many there are. We're just gonna give you like or how we unethically found out what they are, right? Yeah, Dartin, that's the one. So if a company does something dodgy, right, that's one thing. But if a company does something incredibly dodgy and borderline evil, actually it's not borderline, it's straight up evil, then no, I would not forgive them for that, right? I wouldn't be like, oh, it's like the Brave browser, right? Hey, we're a browser. We focus on trust and privacy. We're also going to violate that trust and privacy. If you hadn't, like, if Microsoft fucks you over, you're going to be like, well, that's just Microsoft doing Microsoft things, right? We already feel pretty strongly about that. But when this company comes out and be like, no, we're like, trust us. We're like we're great people. We're ethical and wonderful, right? Trust us. Then you're not going to forgive that, right? When Unity be like, oh no, you can use this for free and you can do all this stuff and licensing is, whatever, right? And then they just turn around and screw you over, right? With this like incredibly insane business practices, right? It's like Electronic Arts, right? I mean, there's obviously a line that can be drawn from one point to another here, right? So, no, but they don't, right? But this is what a lot of companies do, right? They will present something really awful, people get outraged, and then they walk back some of it, and people accept that, right? I mean, this has been done time and time again, right? This is done by not just companies, right? This is done by people, it's done by governments, whatever, right? They present something incredibly awful, and then they only walk half of it back, right? It's almost like you're seeing how much bullshit you can push on people before you have to back off. It's like Facebook did this, but they do this with features, right? Not that anyone uses Facebook anymore, but still, they'll be like, here's a feature, and everyone goes, this is really terrible, and then take it away. And then slowly they reintroduce it again, right? But that's the other thing. People forget about these things, right? Oh no, if people want to use Brave, that's entirely fine, right? I don't judge people for what browser they use, okay? People can use Brave, Edge, Google Chrome, whatever. I don't. It's not a skin off my back, right? It's all good. Facebook is for all the people who failed for AI generated crap, probably. Hey, Johnny, you don't have to. Remember that. If you don't feel like programming, then don't force yourself to do it, right? It's all good. So back to where this conversation came from, right? If you're not worried that a company that you invest in time-wise and business-wise is going to do you over any more than another company. For instance, I wouldn't worry about Godot doing me over because Godot is open source. The license is so permissive that even if they decided to make it closed source tomorrow, it wouldn't work because all the contributors, most of the contributors would just continue, they would fork it and contribute to that, right? So it would basically destroy their brand if they did that, right? Unity, Unreal Engine, any company that is closed source and all this stuff, they can do this weird shit, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? There's nothing you can do about it. Adobe is another company that I wouldn't I wouldn't do anything to help them, right? Adobe is up there with like basically, and this is not even like the last thing I heard of Adobe was another part of their scummy business practices where the cancellation thing is the clause for cancellation is hidden somewhere in there, right? But it's really bad, right? Be a good person. Exactly, Falafel Pony. Be a good person. First of all, that can't be your first time chat. I've seen you around somewhere, Falafel Pony. I will remember a name like Falafel Pony, but that might have been in someone else's stream, though, right? When I went on the official Discord, I had to declare my pronouns. Why? Why is that relevant, right? I mean, I think that literally brings more problems than not. Okay, if you identify as something, then maybe you want to have the option. So if I identify as a woman and someone goes, dude, man, like, dude, sort your shit up, man. And I'd be like, well, I don't identify as a dude, I identify as a woman, right? Then they can change that, okay? Or I can just turn up and be like, all right, everyone, I identify as Karen, okay? And it's fine. I don't think we have to draw attention to these things, right? We don't want to marginalize people. We don't want to discriminate against people. So we need to collect enough information to profile these people, right? All right, we're not going to get into that talk, right? I'm on their Discord. I hate Adobe with a passion of 1,000 suns, and that comes from someone that ran one of the biggest Flash user groups for 3 years. Yeah, I was a big Lightroom user for a long time, and they basically will hold your freaking pictures hostage, right? I mean, obviously you should have local copies and all that, but like the whole Adobe Cloud thing, oh my goodness, no, right? You identify as a small Goliath. Linux sounds like an interesting, it really is, Dutton, but you gotta give it time. You have to invest time in it and really want to learn, otherwise it's going to be an abrasive experience, right? Yeah, so but they do this lock. It's quite common. So when you apply for a job in the UK, you have to specify whether you're Indian, white Irish, or African, or whatever, right? This is all part of the job. And they do this so they cannot discriminate against you. It sounds really backwards. All right, it sounds really backwards to collect this information. All right. Sure, why not? I think it's yeah, well, I mean, they did with the Brexit, Dartin, but we're getting into politics, so we're gonna walk away from that a little bit, right? Yeah, they have to deliver the reason for this thing, it's all good, Locke. The reason for this thing is because companies have to deliver to somebody somewhere what their hiring looks like, okay? If you have a large company that only hired white dudes, right? You got 6,000 staff and they're all white dudes named Jim, then you can be forced to do hires to balance that out, right? But it's just weird. It's just weird because then imagine that you were hired for a job, right? Imagine you were hired for a job and you're like, yes, all my hard work paid off, right? And then you find out that you were hired because you were a black woman, not because of your skills. You're like, me, right? That's great, isn't it? I like, oh, I have worked so hard. Okay, so you're saying I could have done nothing. You just hired me because of my gender and my skin color. Okay, so I didn't have to learn JavaScript for this job. Okay, yeah. But that's okay. You can probably get away with wearing like headphones and stuff when you're working, Doniel, for the better part. But connecting with your coworker can be quite nice as well, right? Well, people are allowed to feel however they want, Locke, and no one can argue against your feelings and your experiences, right? It doesn't make sense. I'm not that type wearing headphones and stuff, not in the beginning. Yeah, no, it's like so I wear headphones in the gym sometimes, even if I don't listen to anything, because I don't want people to talk to me, okay? I'm there to flex and tell everyone to use Arch, right? And talk about Linux, not have conversations with random strangers, right? So for that reason, you can wear headphones. But I think it's probably good to get to know your coworkers and stuff. See, that can also be very effective, right? And with the advent of open office, I don't remember, or I don't know if you guys worked in a lot of open offices, but you didn't before. So if you've ever gone from an office or whatever into an open office, the frustration of being next to something like a sales team or the marketing team, which is super loud, and you're just trying to get something done. I think it's mandatory to wear headphones in some places, right? Every time. I just think about that old advert. Was it Money Supermarket with the meerkat? Noise cancelling is required, right? So like, is that the worst thing in the future, Doniel? Is that having to talk to your coworkers? It is tick. Well, oh, not really. It's fair enough. It's fair enough. Do you guys remember when this was a programming stream? Right. No, I think that's okay, Doniel, and I think it will probably do you quite good to get out of your comfort zone then. You hated talking to your coworkers, really? Yeah, I'm a very social person. But I actually like working from home, but I also like interacting with clients and things like that. I have a very social side of me, a very open, extroverted side of me, right? That doesn't get fed anymore when we're not working in offices, right? But I don't love traveling to and from offices. I don't like being in an office every day. So it's a trade-off, right? What is this? This is the most generic thing I have ever seen. I'm gonna guess the year is from 2021, 2022 here. Is this one of those Modern Warfare? don't know. It is not. Oh shit, there's a robot in there. That changes everything. What is this? Yeah, and the thing is, you can be social and be an introvert at the same time, right? Atomic Heart. You guys are saying Atomic Heart. I have no idea what this game is. I've never played this game. 2023. I was in the right ballpark with my 21-22 then. Yeah, I would never. I don't mind that people shouted out the answer. I would never have gotten there. I never played the game. Fair enough. That explains why I recognize all the bits on the internet. Okay, so we need the chomp function. Let's get the chomp function in there then. Okay. Which, of course, is going to add its own issues. Index is a private one. Okay, so freeze doesn't really do anything other than actually do this, right? So we can just add this function even though it has little bearing on what we're doing. For this to work, we need the Unicode with create. So we're going to use Unicode with car meow. Wait. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so we need to store the maximum size on this as well. Let's do that too. So max is a size. We're going to slap max in there, and we're going to put wrap in there because we're clearly going to need that too. Yeah, so we've gone from 3 arrows to 13. Very good. So we're just going to change this to pop and pop. Oh, we have a size as well. Well, we can start off with a 0 size. So let's have a size be size 0. There we go. There we go. That's really hard to say, Locke. We did talk about one for internet lingo, but I don't think that has any value, right? We can probably make most of these. All right, we don't have a new line function. Let's get a new line function. Let's get a new line function. Thank you for the follow. Okay, then. Actually, I want the add stir to be up here. No. We'll stick these public functions at the top. There we go. We need an entry of this thing. So what does an entry look like here? Okay, this one, we can make this public to the crate. Okay, so update with. Let's slap that in there. Okay, I don't know what line is supposed to be. So let's have, we have lines, but what is line? All right. byte index where the current line starts. Okay, yeah, we should probably keep that comment because that seems very important. Given that I didn't know what line was. All right, what's a layout then? Okay, that's just going to be a vec of these in that case. The typing is particularly bad today. That's okay. That was control. Current width as well? Oh my. Current width, line width 0. So that means the current width is line width. Okay. Current width. Fix. Okay. So line width is pub to the crate. Oh my, the 0 is also needing to be pub crate, and we can probably make that also pub crate. Yeah, there we go. Hello, Adam. I think it's like there are some simple games that are quite fun. I'm a little bit bored with Wordle. I play it every now and then, but I don't feel like it's particularly interesting anymore. There we go. No method. Okay. Line. No, that's singular. Okay. Let's put a line in there, shall we? And then with, that means that we need to, well, hello. We're going to copy this and do Unicode with stir. Okay. Three arrows left. Okay. Got some clothes. Need cleaning. That is not a fun game. I think that sounds like a very boring game. We're back to yawning again, which is kind of rubbish. All right, so there's a function called stir in here. So we're going to add that function. Slap that in there somewhere. On bytes. So we're going to change that to self.stir. And then we're going to make this thing work. Self.bytes. That's going to be self.bytes offset index. Easy. Chomp is private. Luckily, most of the logic around this is in the chomper. Oh, hello. Was that it? Do we have strings the second? 128 bytes. Kind of gross, but there we are. So how do we use this now? Let's re-export this as strings 2 as well. That'll be even better. So in our... Whoops. In our text widget, do we have string... We have string session. Oh. Mittens. this is a problem. Unless we can combine these two. We're going to name you strings2, because who doesn't want strings2 in their lives? So let's find the text widget. Okay. Layout key, strings2. Fox. It's just getting better and better. It does not implement debug. Well, we can fix that part easy enough. We can also add default here. I'm reasonably sure. The chomper can have a default. Everything else should be fine. So let's see. Let's import default for chomper. And that's just going to be chomper continuous 0. And then line width. Let's implement default for this thing as well. The typing is so much easier if I stop and think for a second. If I don't try to go fast, then it's a lot easier for some reason. Well, that's not surprising. That was not a genius insight there or anything. Okay. So now we're going to use self.strings instead, where we use our session. What is this thing? This is strings. So set style, self dot. We don't really need the set style part. That one's not going to be relevant here. Self dot strings dot add stir. Okay, this is easy enough, isn't it? Oh yeah, that was fine. Okay then, so that's the layout. There is no finish function on this thing. So I did a lot of optimizations last night. I actually did 2 streams that most of you don't know about. 2 secret sneaky streams where I implemented a lot of the optimization stuff. And I built set focus and optimizations. And as a result of that, I broke a lot. So we used to have this large contiguous storage of strings. So when we did layout, so we kind of gone from immediate mode to retained mode, which wasn't that big of a difference, but it happened. So now we only do work when there's work to be done, kind of thing. This obviously broke things. We can't use the string layout methods that we had in the past. We now have to make a new one. So before I do that, I just want to get this working so I can merge everyone's pull request. We can go live with this thing having some unoptimized stuff in it, right? That's fine. But we need to make sure that we can come back and fix this later, right? We just need to make sure this is working before we go live with this thing, right? So there are a few things. If we look at the bug round 1, this is a bug that needs fixing. This is a bug that needs fixing. Set focus, this is now done. So we're gonna say feature, set focus. This is now done. we need to do this before we go live. So we need to clear out these bugs. And we can move things that are down here, okay? No. Why don't we just do this? Done. Well, that's annoying. There we go. Actually, we could probably just use the equal sign, couldn't we? Yeah. Like that. Interesting. Anyway, who cares? Not me. Cool. Everything these days go live unoptimized. Well, it's not going to be entirely unoptimized, but there is still optimizations to be done. That's for sure. Okay, so let's have a look at strings, the finish function. This is on what type? On strings. All right, excellent. Hey. No. Grab the whole thing. All right, let's drop this in here. And we probably don't need a layout key for this. So I don't know what we're going to return. So we're supposed to have something like lines. Then we need a line entry. We're just going to make this public to the crate. And pull that in. And then what is lines? Baby, don't hurt me. Lines. On strings we have... Oh, we have lines there. So then we have layout, bytes, and lines on that one. So we kind of need layout, lines, and bytes here as well. And what's going to be in lines? There's going to be a line entry, okay? Oh no. Simpleton. Right, and then we don't need that. We can just return self.bytes. Okay. This will be a reference to our layout. That's just going to be E. I don't know what we write the entries as lines. That's what we're doing. All right, and this one needs... Wait, what? Oh yeah, layout. E. So there's a lot of this stuff that needs to be obviously fixed, but what's in the layout? Why do we have that? Why am I so simple? I don't know. We're not going to return the key and the size here. We're just going to return the size. The key is irrelevant. We don't care about that. Right, now we can just return the size here. There we go. I think life is only as complicated as we make it, right? Life can be very simple. We're not going to have a key here. So we can just do this. And then we take a mutable reference instead. I mean, what is it that's really complicated about life? If you look at life as a whole, it's insanely complicated. But if you break it down into smaller components, right, then life is very simple. You sit down, you write code, endorphins will come swimming around in your brain. You'll be like, brain dolphins. What's there not to like? Makes it, you get the wink and a gun. Ah, yes. And then the paint. Or, you know, play games or whatever, right? Until you can no longer ignore your brain when it says, you cannot sit here and play games anymore. What are you doing with your life? Then you get up and you do something else. We're going to get rid of the string session somewhere over here. That's going to be self.text, I think. No, self.strings. Yeah, and eventually, either you're happy doing that, or your brain's gonna go, stop it! You gotta stop it right now. Alright? So there's supposed to be a lines function here. Yes, but your free time will replace with something of monetary value, like money. And then you can use that to buy new games and eat food. That could work, Atomic Man. If you do something that you know you're not supposed to be doing, but the pain of doing the thing you're supposed to be doing is still worse than the pain of not doing it, you just gotta keep going until you tip the scale. Play copious amounts of games, neglect life, and eventually you can no longer ignore your brain when it starts yelling at you, telling you you really gotta stop that now, the brain says, and you have to do something, right? Oh my god, that's a long function. Alright, okay, well, we're gonna have to take it for a spin. Poof, lines. Public you are too. Wait, where am I? I'm not supposed to be here. Supposed to be here. But this isn't rocket science. Most people have experienced this in life and know how this works, right? We don't have a layout key. So we're just gonna do that. And these are the bytes. So we can just refer to self.bytes here. Do we have any other bytes in all of this? We're gonna get line segments. There we go, right? Really? Is that it? Almost? Okay, we're gonna take out the string sessions from here. So we still have to do the set style or use the style here. So we're going to get rid of this thing. Instead, we're going to associate the style somehow with our lines. So here we can do self.strings is equal to strings to new. We can pass in the wrap and constraints max. Where's my underscore? There you are. Although I do get the feeling that this should be done in the other direction. Size and wrap. Yep. What? Size and wrap? Yes. What's your gripe? But the second value is wrap. What do you want from me? Three arguments. What the help? Where did you come from? Okay, that explains why that was there. Let's just get rid of that one. We're good now. So when it comes to drawing the style, which is just referring to the widget ID, we're gonna do something about that. Okay. Set style, attribute ID. Okay, so we need that segment. We need to be able to set the style then. It's a bit ropey, but we're gonna change this to self.strings.set style ID. Now that doesn't exist, so we're gonna go here, find the set style, copy that in here. This could probably be a widget ID, couldn't it? Yeah. Mismatch type? What? Oh yeah, it's a layout. I keep doing the same thing over and over again, right? Beep boop. Yeah. Okay. So we can now set the style. If we can set the style here, we can set the style on self.strings here. Yay, it's working. Hurrah. All right, so then we're going to get rid of this text here. We're going to remove that eventually. Okay, so I've done a lot of code writery, but not a lot of code testery. Do we lack anything here? No. All right, let's run this. Okay, well, this isn't working. Yeah, there should definitely be text here, okay? Actually, that was really bad vimming. Let's do that instead. Every time I do some really bad vimming, I feel like just going, undoing it and sorting my shit out, right? Okay, where is this thing falling short? So we do an add stir here, which is going to write this into our byte storage, right? Well, nothing like good old debugging. Let's go to default widgets, text, layout. Okay. Let's walk this thing. What's the size? We never got to see the size. No, all right, let's step into next thing and into next thing. Well, that certainly worked. We just can't paint it because I am a simpleton. Where is the draw code for text? Okay. Wow, that was a lot of stuff. Well, there is a line in there, isn't there? We have a style. Hello, Bacon. How you going, buddy? How's your stream? Let's have a look at our entry. Oh, man, we do. So we're going to set the style as a first entry. The excitement is too much. Okay, so we do have some text here. All right. All right, then. Did we actually... Yes, we did place the glyph. Okay, so we are placing all this stuff. Right. Bumping that, and we're done. Okay, so we need to get to a render call now. Oh man, I should deal with all these to-dos as well, but not just yet. All right, so we just ran this thing. We're gonna break, we're gonna restore, we're gonna get to a point where we do the actual drawing, skip floating, render. Ship, why is nothing being drawn? Why are we not drawing anything? Damn it. Oh, I just thought of what we could do for string optimizations. We could just borrow strings from the template and there will be no allocations. If we can refer to it as string source, we're going to have to make a new string type, but we're not doing that now. German strings. Hello, Frank. How you been? No, that has nothing to do with it. German strings is about string optimizations, but you already know that because you read the same article I did on the internet a few days ago. Okay. G-strings. All right, so it's not outputting anything, and I don't know why. Ooh, Nelly. So we don't actually need the string sessions anymore. Let's take those out. That's going to be a pretty big refactoring, isn't it? But I don't get why this thing wasn't working. We are surely drawing, right? Yeah, we just saw this. Space Marine, I have no idea about Space Marine 2. Last game like that I played was Space Crusade. That was many years ago. Actually, no, I think I might have played Warhammer in... What was that? Is an RTS Warhammer from like 2007 maybe? Okay, let's see. Text widgets. Let's go to this thing here. All right. So we certainly do. Well, that ain't right. Unless it's... Oh, no. Hang on. This places all the glyphs. Okay. Right. We're good. This is a little bit annoying because we could set a spawn. I honestly don't remember which one it was, but it wasn't for me. I tried it. It's like, you know. Okay, I don't get this. We are drawing onto it. Why is it not showing anything? And we clearly can draw. We just have to put a border around this thing and it's going to work, right? Although it seemed to report a size of 0. Damn you, optimization. It has a height of 0, that's why. So we just need to figure out why that is, and I think we're gonna find that shortly. Calling new line. That's not it. Do we not initialize the height? Huh. That's tomorrow, Joe Neil. Dawn of War sounds familiar. It could have been this. I just didn't find it fun, but I never got to a map that looked like this. I think it was more like grasslands and such. I played Space Crusade on Amiga 500. That's what I played. It looked like this. Check out his mitt. Anyway, this was super fun. And you could sort of store your Marines on floppy, so you could take them to your friend's house and play with them. You had Blood Angels, Imperial Fist, and Ultramarines. Those were the player choices, right? I'm not sure what pose this dude is doing. It's like, I'm shooting, but I'm a little bit bored by this thing. I'm like, neck cramp. I played the Space Crusade board game. What is Stormgate? Hello, Argus. How you doing? Look up Space Marine. No, I don't. So gaming isn't really my jam. I enjoy gaming, but I game when I have time to game, which is practically never. I started gaming with Tanaka, but he insists on gaming at basically 10 o'clock, which is when I'm asleep. New RTS like StarCraft? That doesn't interest me. I'm more interested in where our height has gone. There must be something here we're missing. So the style thing, we're okay with. Maybe it's the new function for the old strings. Were these ever created? So we're gonna call session new layout. Yeah, look at that. This thing sets the size to 1, the height to 1. So that's why this isn't working. Oh, it's working. We just get the wrong height. And since this implements default, we're going to have to do a manual implementation of this thing now just to get the right size. How annoying. Okay, so let's take away the default implementation here, or the drive of default. And then we're going to import default for strings 2. Fix it, fix it, fix it. Can we do this? Wait, I took away debug. That's what I wanted, right? So then we can do size is a size new 01, I think. And now text fiddlesticks. All right, so we can't do that because this is calling default, right? Which is overflowing the stack. Oh, rubbish. You rubbish. All right, let's just do this then. How annoying that we can't do that. we're just going to take all this, and then we're going to replace colon to the comma. No, that's not how this works. I'm going to take all this, and we're going to replace colon up to the comma with colon default. Comma. There we go. But not the size, because that one is different. Come on, text. Fiddlesticks. I thought that was the way to go. All right. Okay, let's do this again then. Bleep bloop. It's still set to 0. Why are you set to 0? I know, because I'm a bit of an idiot. Okay, don't tell anyone. Also, I did something really dumb. Don't tell anyone about that either. Yeah, we have a new function already. We never needed this thing. The joys. Well, hang on to your sockets. We do need this thing. We're just gonna call self new here, and that's how we do it. Hello, Selective. How you doing, buddy? Size 0. Oh, you want 2 then, do you? And then we'll do wrap default. Oh, hello. Which I guess we can change to, you know, it doesn't matter. Right, we're gonna use the new function anyway. But then... Ah, right, there you are. Okay, back to here we go. Back to here we go. Done. Okay, now we're gonna get some lush strings in our border. Yes! There we go. Oh, man. We just solved one little particular. Okay, let's go and change this thing now to add a span. More text. Yeah, look at that. Ain't that beauty? Ain't that a beauty? And then we're going to put some foreground red in there. Yes, it's back to working. Okay. So can we then do whatever this thing is? Yes, we can. And if I press 1, we can set focus to this guy. Press A, we set focus to that guy. So we can swap focus now. And we can tab focus. But we cannot seem to get tab focus around... Oh, a color. How embarrassing. It works. Okay, I was just being a silly ninny. Okay, what do we do from here? Maybe we can run the animate code then, right? Speed up a little. It's working, it's working, it's working. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we are almost good to go now. We're going to make sure that the overflow tests aren't still broken, which they might very well be. All right, I need to enable streamer mode. Thank you, thank you. Yes, so we're gonna run the test here, and I think this might still be broken. Yes. Okay, now more things are broken than before. That's always a good sign. So we have to figure out why these are broken. Once we've fixed this, so we now made strings slower, but we also made it faster because of the infrequency of this. So we reduced the number of times we have to deal with it, but the cost of dealing with it is higher now. So we're gonna get rid of this in favor of optimizing it later, right? Oh yeah, we have an insane performance boost on this thing over time. Basically, when nothing is happening, anathema takes no time at all, right? You can leave the programs. You can do something like draw the entire screen full of nonsense. And if nothing's changing, then nothing will happen, right? Now, but there are, of course, more optimizations that needs to be done, but I think this is going to be it for the release. Now we're going to get rid of strings and strings too, but before we do, we have to fix all these broken ass things, okay? So let's see, cargo T, we'll pick a failing test here. We can do VStack fixed height. All right, why is this thing breaking? It panics. Excellent, my favorite. Okay, well, that's sort of okay, isn't it? Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. So layout text 2. Let's go to text. Let's find text 2. Let's find line 64. Okay. Access the laid out strings. So this used to be a certainty that it wasn't empty, but it could be empty now. Okay. Why was this not empty in the past, but it's empty now? I don't really know. We gotta figure out how we're gonna fix this thing. Okay, then. Entries are unknown. Lines are... There's a split here. Why would we have an empty entry in there? Okay, let's go to the replicator and replicate this issue. We're just gonna grab this and slap it in our template here. Ooh, Nelly. I'm running the wrong code, which is why that didn't panic. Main. All right, let's take you out for a night on the town. Panic time, yes. Then we're gonna break point this thing. All right, we're gonna break on rust, panic, cont. There we are. We're gonna go up a few stack frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. And so here's a line in lines, which is what? Okay, let's go into lines. Okay, let's put a breakpoint there, and then we're gonna restart the application. Continue. Okay, entries are now empty. We have a line entry in there. So lines map didn't used to fail. So if we go and look at the super text, whoopsie, and then we find lines map. So why would this guarantee us a value? I don't know. This is very confusing. It looks like we should just be able to fix it here, but that's not really true. There's a reason why this thing is broken, and it didn't used to be broken. So we have It's difficult when we can't just swap between these two, although that doesn't really matter at all. Not a sausage. Okay, let's just go back. Let's go up rather. To our lines. What's in our lines? P lines. Set. Print. Pretty. Thank you for the follow. P lines. Okay. Well, that was a whole lot of closures. That didn't help. Are we dealing with the strings here? I don't think we are. No. Let's see if there's any layout code that is missing. There really isn't. So we're supposed to have a with entry in here. So let's just have a look at self.lines. Oh, that's kind of awkward. No, it isn't. Yeah, that's a line entry of with 1. That's just confusing then. Ah! Get out of here. Okay, let's do this. Let x equals 2 collect. All right. Let's see what's there. Okay, that I didn't want that. We have a line entry of a with 1. Okay, so how come this is failing? Oh, it's the second one. Are we doing 2 layouts? We shouldn't do 2 layouts. This is so bizarre. Why is this thing failing? I mean, I know it's because we're forcing this thing to be of a certain size, but that shouldn't have an impact on this. We're gonna move this into the closure so we can observe this. We can't do that. All right, it's gonna complain that we can't move out of things, but we can if we say move. Apparently not. What are you? Oh, a reference. A vec of slices. Okay, then. Let's do clone. Or not. Ship. We can't move that in. This move keyword is nonsense now. This is very busy code. Very busy code. And we can't look at X here because it's outside of the context. Well, we can do 2 things here. We can do that and that. Okay. Did you just get rid of my code, my breakpoint? Breakpoint. Cont. Okay, we have a width here. Continue. All right, what's in here now? It's empty. Where did you go when you became empty? So there's got to be some kind of issue with this thing becoming empty. Why is that? There's only one text. Oh, wait, what? Why? Why do I have to go and pee so much? I'll be right back. Every text widget has its own string storage. So why is this failing? Oh, right. Actually, it might stop failing if we do this. Yeah. Because there's no space to later. So there is some slight discrepancy with the text. I don't know what it is. Okay. So we're gonna have a constraint that is too small, right? Oh man, there's a lot of text going on here. How do they differ? We're gonna have no constraints. That makes sense. All right, maybe that's what I need to look at. What happens with the stuff here and the parent string? Okay, let's look at this thing. So that's 0. Those are empty. Current width is 0. Rapid max. Line is 0. Frozen is false. Okay, so this is actually matching the previous setup. Okay, so what about the lines function? So this one is referring to bytes as well. Oh, we're only using that here, so that's not relevant. So how come this thing is always going to be okay? But so there's nothing that has actually changed, right? How come this doesn't work then? You rubbish. You absolute garbage. How dare you be wrong? All right. So this comes from something else. Maybe the slice functionality here. So we're ending up getting an empty slice. So our mapping is doing nothing. So this split will just return empty. But we're not getting an empty split. We're getting... Well, we are, but... maybe that's all there is, right? Is that this thing... What does this thing do? It's gonna get the slice. Always. So how is that any different from doing things like lines is self.lines? That's our slice. And then we're gonna split them lines. And well, it's actually the entries that we end up with that is wrong. So we're always pushing a line width in there. Are we calling the finish function? Yeah, we would. That's how we get the size. All this looks very similar to what we have up here. All right. Okay, side-by-side comparison. They are very similar. We're going to sort the layout. Then slice is just going to be our own bytes. And then last line. Let's bump that down to there. Now they look the same. Last line. Maybe that's not quite right. Is slice? I know it's a slice of bytes, yeah. That is right. Yeah, definitely right. Last line with a U16, yeah. Okay. Then we have this. Nothing has changed here. Looks the same. Find the line with always the last entry. Yeah, that's fine. Did you... How you doing, survival? Don't bother adding a string entry for an empty string. Oh, really? I think maybe this is the issue. All good. I think this is what's going wrong. We can probably add some tests in here. Do we have tests here? Yeah, we do. So, well, first of all, let's bring these tests over into here. Ship. This is the whole thing we need to grab. Hello, CP. How you doing? How do you do.com. All right. String storage is not. It's going to be strings 2. This is going to be strings 2 new. Get rid of that crud. I'm good, mate. I'm good. All right, then. Can we run this code? Okay, there are no... Well, there are. We just don't have a key for ye. Like that. Excellent. Damn it, that's passing. I didn't want that to pass. All right, let's do a limited size then. All right, let's do limited space. Let's go with these as our inputs. So we are gonna create an input. Then this shouldn't work. Actually, what if we set this to 0, 0? Damn, that works. All right, let's do... We have unlimited size there. No, it's gonna be 0, 0. Right? If we look at this thing, we're gonna end up with a constraint of... let's just... Let's just do this. The first size we get is gonna be 58 by 0. Okay, cool. Really? But then that should never have worked. What? We should not be getting meh. We are passing in a 0-sized height for this thing. Okay, then we're gonna do this. Debug time. My favorite. All right, so what's the max value here? Okay, then. It has a max height of 0. Wow, cramp in my bloody foot. Ooh, that's super unpleasant. Who invented bare feet? Okay. We're gonna run this test for the other code as well before we continue. No, that's also broken. I don't believe you, Caleb. We have no... This should not work. Neither do you. Very good. Alright, so that's a bug in its own right. How is that working? That feels like a different bug though. Okay, well, we should definitely deal with it. So okay. This should fix this bug. Yeah, but that is not the issue that we are facing. No, this still panics because of some other reason. What is the size here? This size now has to be finished. It has to be 0 by 0. And it is. Okay, let's just break on Rust Panic and see where is this thing failing. Is it going to be the same issue? Damn right it is. Okay, why are the lines doing this? Why are the lines doing this to me? All right, so that's 0. Why would this return a result then? I mean, if this is 0, why is this returning anything? What is this supposed to be? What is entries? It's nothing. How can this have ever worked? That is so surreal. respect the full GUI mode. Yeah. To heck with this. But this is pretty bad. Why is this thing giving us something? Oh, it's because of the split, isn't it? Oh, right. Because split will always return the first value, right? That's so weird. How do we work around that? And how was that working in the first place? Now, how is this any different? This is going to return a slice that will split on. It's alright, MD, how you doing? Unless we somehow always insert a line width here, regardless of what actually happens. Alright, I think we have to look at that as a possibility. And that's kind of weird. Alright, let's dig into this. So when we create a new layout, what do we do for lines? We just say lines new with self lines. And that's a session. This one is not guaranteed to have anything. There's nothing about this thing having a line entry either. But I kind of get the suspicion that we're starting off with a line entry width in there regardless. So when we're calling lines here, we're always going to get a value regardless of whether there's something in there or not. So let's do this. Let's grab this thing. And we're going to make a nonsensical test here, right? I'm going to set all this up. We're going to create a size of 0, 0. And then we're going to add a string to this thing. And then we're going to do strings.lines. I think we can do that. Okay, let's see. Where do we do this? Where we're looking at the entry. So we're calling lines on what? What are you? String session. Okay. Layout key is missing. Oh, damn. Damn you, foot. What's the key for this thing? Now, how do we get a key from this? We call finish to get the key. Okay, cool. All right, you good? Let's pop in here then. Yes, we have a line width of 0 here, as can be seen. So we are probably starting off with a line width of 0. Oh my god, I am going to rip this foot off soon and eject it out the window. Hello, Kabenja. How are you going? Very good. Okay. Let's go to test 2 and do the same thing. Right, so for this, we're just gonna grab this thing. These are our strings. Don't need any of this. The size is gonna be 0, which I don't know why I didn't use the const for this, but it's not too late. We don't care about this test. It's a nonsense test, right? Okay, that's exactly what we wanted to do. Yes. Okay. Well, first of all, what? And then second of all, what? Where did you break then? Okay. Yeah, that assertion can push right off. It's there. What? What? What is happening? You literally have no space to work in. We set an initial word width of 0. That does not even exist in here. Okay. Jeepers. Okay. Where does that... Maybe it comes from the other one. Huh, this is the only place where we do this. When we call in the new line function. Right? No, we also do it on finish. But the finish function should look the same. Is it never called? And also, that test is working, which makes it even more confusing. This is passing. So we create the string, we finish this thing, and then we're gonna call lines on it. How is that different? I don't get it. How does that even work? Huh? How does that even work? There's no part of this where we don't call strings.finish. And we're always referring to self.strings. We don't use the string storage anymore. That's gonna be out of here. Wow. Okay. Okay, we can compare the IDs. That's something to look at. Right? So let's have a look at this ID. This is the first one, yeah? It has an ID of 5. Okay, continue. Nope. It's all bollocked now. Start again. That should be 0. No, because we're adding the border size. Got it. So the child size has had the border size added to it now. All right, cool beans. We've done the layout. We set this up. We break through there. Okay. All right, this is now in the menu layout. Yeah. Oh, that's a hairy place to be. Okay, so this was the layout. Now we're going to do the position. This is probably where it's failing. Yes. Okay, so for some reason, the layout is broken there. So that's actually what's wrong. I'm looking in the wrong place. It's here that the problem is. When we call strings.lines. We've called layout to make sure the strings are set up. But there is something wrong with the strings at this point. Okay. Let's just write more nonsense test. Let's do... Well, no. We did that and it worked. Okay, what if we say that the size is new 1, 1? Oh, damn it, it still works. Okay. How's it going, zombie? How you doing? For some reason, the lines are missing here. We're never resetting this, do we? Wait, maybe the function to finish this does something that I didn't think about because I just copied this. No, but then that wouldn't have worked. Oh, shit. Why are we popping the lines, though? Now, we're supposed to pop that. We're popping the last new line character. First of all, this... Do I accidentally call finish twice? What a move that would be. Once? No, it's only called once. Fiddlesticks. Alright, we'll step into this thing and see what happens when we're done with that. Okay, let's debug from there then. Which project is even this? Okay, that's the right project. Ooh, okay, right. Yeah, of course it's gonna do this because we have destroyed our standard out, haven't we? That's better, isn't it? That's 0, that's correct. Okay, let's look at this now. Yeah, so we have a line width. We start off with lines width of 0. and then set style. This clearly should be frozen at this point as well, but it isn't. We're going to go and quickly fix that in the process. This thing has to become frozen. Let it go. All right. We have no bytes for some reason. Where did all our bytes go? Oh yeah, no, we have no space to push anything in there. That makes sense. All right. You know what? We don't have to print this anymore. No, we shouldn't have a width here. Okay. Oh, why is this empty? What ID is this? 8. Okay, let's run this again. So we're starting off at ID 5 and 8. Okay, this is the problem. So we have never called layout on this thing. We only call layout on the first one. I don't remember what I did 5 minutes ago. I wouldn't worry about it. Memory has a lot to do with what you're focusing on, right? And where you are in life. If you're going through like a personal crisis, your memory can be very iffy at best. 5, yeah. Okay then. So for some reason, we're trying to do a layout or something that has never had any lines created for it, right? Oh, damn. Of course, that's gonna return 0, right? So according to this thing, we can lay out as many things as we want to. All right. We can then code this so you can't do this, but more importantly, this is actually a flaw over with the many layout. So we're going to pass in a constraint that is empty here. So let's go and find that over here now. Let's go to create layout menu. Here we go. I reckon that these widget constraints are going to be maybe empty, right? Nope. They are certainly... Well, hang on. No, that's fine. Damn. Okay, here we go. What is this? This is a border. And I reckon here we're going to generate some constraint. This constraint might still be okay. Yep. But in here, damn, that's still correct. So how come we're doing a layout? This looks weird. It looks like we're doing two layouts. What's the ID here? We don't know. I've gone too far with this thing. Here we are. Can we just go up, please? ID is 4. We're gonna get to here. There shouldn't be many children in there. No, there's one per border. So why are we trying to paint widgets then? We probably start off with paint set to true. What a bug. What a bug that is. Okay, hang on to your sockets. Here we go. Container. Do we not have a new function for the container? Ugh. All right. Yeah, look at that. Although that will actually not help. That will not help the issue. So how do we know which widgets we need to paint? This is why this is so complex. We're calling paint on a widget that has not been through the layout process. And that's not okay. So technically, paint should only happen to widgets where layout is false. And I don't think we do anything in terms of position. So that's false. And if we go back to our container, if this doesn't need layout, then we're not going to paint it. Then we're going to set that to true, that to false, it needs position. Once we've done the position thing, we're going to set that to false. And then when it comes to painting, we're going to end up with needs position set to false. Where do we deal with it? There's nothing about painting here. So really, this thing probably has a truthy flag for position and layout. So if self.needs layout, good works, small noise, layout and self.needs position, then we can return here, right? There we go. Fixed. I think this might not fix the test. Actually, it could fix the test here. Yeah, we have 2 failing tests now. So we are done with one of them. This is the overflow and the VStack. Okay, Overflowing VStack. This is what is left. Okay, before we continue, let's make sure that this is actually working. Let's bring in the correct output. Yeah. Whoa. Let's make sure this is still working. This is working fine. We need a few... Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. We're just gonna figure out what it is that's failing with those two then. Let's go to that one. Now, here's the thing though, right? It's already noted that if you are operating on the... this might be the bug, right? If we go into the runtime and we look at the to-do here. Here, changes can happen through element queries, which will not be written to self changes. So these needs to trigger a re-render as well. This might be a result of that. So if we go and look at the overflow and we run a test and see which test is it that isn't passing, this one, this is certainly down to that, right? So how do we say to the runtime that you need to redraw this widget? And is that going to be sufficient? No? How do we do that? we need some way here where we can ask if this thing needs to recycle or rerun this thing. Good news is that we can get rid of this string storage now. The bad news is that we're not triggering changes. We could just pass a flag down that we set. Can you do events? Yeah, you can do events. We have plenty of events. I don't actually know what kind of events you mean, but what is an event? I don't know what's wrong with my foot, but it hurts a lot. Not unbearable, it's just unpleasant. And we haven't looked at future values either. So it could be the future, but future values should inherently trigger change, right? So how do we say that this query needs to force a re-render? I mean, the thing is, we could attach it to here. So this will trigger a re-render. Right? But, and why this? Because this is mutable. We're getting mutable access to something. But you might do this, and then nothing should happen. We can't attach it to here because this thing modifies the widget directly, which has no awareness of the runtime whatsoever. It shouldn't. Good morning, Temporis. How you doing, buddy? I ended up streaming instead, since you didn't want to stream what you were doing. But it was productive nonetheless. So apparently you don't have to stream Temporis. You just have to game and I can be productive. Yeah, I talked about it yesterday. Yeah, I just don't want to have the light in my eye today. That's why it's so dark now. It was the same thing last night as well. It was very relaxing streaming and not having any bright light. So this light is very, very intense in my face. And every time I look into the camera, I'm kind of looking into the light as well. It's very pleasant. Oh, that would have been cool. I mean, it's just my reaction to it, Small Night, and I didn't watch the whole talk, so maybe I missed some important detail. It's dumb, right? That's all. Perpetual flashbang, yeah. It's sort of funny, but it's not funny for the speaker. But the thing, Small Night, that is so surreal is that the guy who's commenting is just making shit up and then answering his own stuff. Like, no one said anything about him learning anything. He's just making shit up. And this has nothing to do with whether you like language A or B. This is just about acting like a normal human being. And I don't think that guy did a good job about that, right? So you're not going to force us to learn Rust. No one said that. Who said that? Who said, what kind of gaslighting is this? But I do have, no, we're not going to talk about that. I do have an interest in knowing whatever happened afterwards, right? Did this guy reach out to anyone, or did he just stick to his guns there? Did he ever talk about it online afterwards? And did he stick to his guns? And did he go, yeah, okay, maybe I reacted a bit strongly there, okay? But I don't think it's an interesting like, I don't think anything interesting happened with that. Right? Some dude acted poorly, and give it a couple of days and nobody cares, right? You get that, Janelle. But how do we make this thing force a redraw? How can we say that there's only really this function that could issue the necessary change? Well, we can't even do that. Now, I'm just curious, Small Knight, if he actually went out and said, okay, maybe I overreacted, or if he's going to stick to his guns and think that his completely imaginary argument holds any water, right? The thing is, if we would have been responding to something, if the speaker would have said, if you guys don't learn Rust, I'll come to your house and eat your babies, then fine. But he didn't say that, did he? But honestly, I only watched that portion. I didn't watch the whole talk. I only watched that portion of it. So I might be missing some context. What do I know? More importantly, how do we say that actually this is like the lowest denominator we have? This is the furthest we can go. We can't do anything with these two. So we have no means of doing anything. Maybe if we pass something in here, but then that doesn't make any sense. Did you watch the whole talk, Small Knight? This is obviously a problem with taking things out of context, which is why this isn't that interesting. More interestingly enough is this, all right? Do you guys know how interesting this thing is? This actually poses a problem that is going to be somewhat difficult to solve. So we've added this query that you can do to operate on widgets or components. No, widgets. Elements, that's the word we're talking about, right? It's an element query. So you can filter and you can make changes to elements through here. But in doing this, there is no trace of any change being done. Hello, SM. How you doing? There's no trace that anything has been done, right? Could we could return a value here. We could return something that specifies whether this thing needs a reader or not. But that complicates a very nice API already. So we could have returned something like redraw here. So that means that either a call to first the function here needs to return whether it should redraw or not. So we need to attach some mutability to this thing. And this kind of changes the API, or it makes it a little bit noisier. But we kind of need it. We could include this in the prelude. I'm not sure how that's relevant, but anyway, moving along. Redraw would add one new line to every single call. Can we shorten? I mean, you can't make it shorter than one line. We would need a redraw here. As in either redraw or no redraw. Would have to come back from this thing. There's no two ways about it. Unless we attach a redraw here. But what value would that add? We don't know until we're here. If we make it a Boolean value, then you're just returning true or false here, and that doesn't mean anything to anyone who's looking at this thing, right? Like, why are we returning true here? But if we call it redraw, then it actually makes sense. And then we just slap that into the prelude. But more importantly, this adds a line to everything, which is a bit frustrating. So we could do something like if some condition, then do this. Else, no redraw. Right? We can do this, which will force the redraw or not, right? I think it's the best we can do here. Or alternatively, we get a handle. Like that. But is that good? Is that intuitive? A bool would be understood by users as you you need to read the function that you call before you get the args type. Not really. It would just, this thing would just say that this function has to return a Boolean value. It wouldn't say anything about why. And the end user probably isn't going to look at that. This thing sort of looks... This thing would make it shorter, because now we don't have to return anything. So if we go back to our original proposal, this could be rewritten into this. It sounds like scale issue. Well, Boolean values are in general pretty useless by themselves, because you know what they are. You know what they are when you declare them, but if they're just some argument that gets propagated through the system, then you're not. This is shorter by 2 lines, but it is more confusing to have to call the redraw function. Who is the user we're talking about? Anyone who's using this, right? You should not have to have any in-depth knowledge of the runtime to use this. As a matter of fact, it should be very much something you can just ignore and get on with it. And this kind of forces you to have an awareness, right? This forces you to deal with it, so you can't make a mistake. You have to either redraw or don't redraw. This one, you have to remember to redraw, which can be forgotten. So that kind of sucks in its own right. We can't assume that by calling this thing, you're always going to redraw. Because this might be conditional, right? You might be looking at something and then deciding based on some condition whether you're going to do a change or not. Oh, man. This is a pretty big breaking API change as well. Now, we don't have a stable API, and we're not quite close to a stable API, but this is a very significant breaking change for anyone who's built anything with this. And there are more than 0 people that have done that. Of course, actually, if we introduce this, the people who don't know about the change will never be told. So this is actually really, really bad to do. This is really bad to do. Why not redraw always? Because you can have an application that is running that has thousands of widgets on screen, and it will consume pretty much 0 resources because there's no reason to redraw. It's kind of a shame to introduce an always redraw because you use the query. We could encode that into, maybe we could encode always redraw, but then change it for an alternative. So we have a conditional redraw here, but then the end user shouldn't have to make those choices. The problem here, Ada, is more that we have to introduce this as an optimization. But we're also forcing the end user to become aware of the code they write. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but the least amount of friction, the better. Well, sorry. So this is the code that the end user would have to care about, right? they're going to have something like a tick event or a key press or anything like that. And they now have to deal with this. They can query the tree, they can get the widget out, but they become aware of redraw and no redraw. And it feels like almost too low level of detail to enforce on a user. We could wrap this in a new type. But again, we don't know if the user is going to make a change or not. So, we could say by calling to, you are going to enforce a redraw. So this would never have to be an issue. This can still look the same. Whoops. No, hang on. We're supposed to scroll down. Yes, so this can go. So we can still have this lean. So if you don't, but then we can't have the to ref thing. Yes and no, SM. It's the way the chain of the way the chain goes is the person who writes the framework has the most responsibility to make it as efficient and as convenient as possible. The people writing third-party modules have to make it as efficient and convenient as possible. And then the end user can just go nuts and do what they do, right? It has to be very convenient. The cost has to be first on the framework developer, then on the library third-party whatever developer, and finally on the end user. So, and everything is obviously a trade-off. We have to make trade-offs, but the question is, are we okay by introducing a new type here or not? Or do we just make accessing this force a redraw because you're accessing something mutably, right? What we could do is something like l.toRef overflow dot something, right? Which would not cause that. Do we have any public? No, we don't have anything on here, right? We can get the offset, right? Whoops. We can do this. And then we can say if offset is not equal to position 0 or is equal to position 0, then do this. So now we have added an optimization. But then you have to know about this, SM, right? So you have the, if we force the return of redraw or no redraw, then you have to be aware, and you can be aware. I'm guessing that most people probably wouldn't bother to become aware or learn about it, maybe. I don't know. Because the complexity is rising. This was a lot simpler to understand before. Obviously, it was less complex. I guess what we could do here. No, see, we can't make this optimization. So if we opt for this as a solution, then we can do this. Let offset equal to overflow dot offset right? This we can do. No, I saved you. Come on. Right? And then here we could say, after we scroll down, if the offset is not equal to overflow.offset, then we redraw. Else, don't redraw, as nothing happened. Right? It gives us some control. Hello, Goku. Can't you add condition in query to redraw if it's called by a widget? That doesn't change the situation, though. That kind of leaves us in the same place as them. But I do appreciate the input. I honestly have no reference to this game you speak of, Janil. You might as well be talking about this hamster you've been baking. Don't eat hamsters. Do widgets have a dirty flag? Yes and no. Widget containers, yes. Widgets themselves, no. There is no... That would possibly add the burden to... That would add the burden to on the widget creator to add and reply to a dirty flag. We could default it to true. That is probably the most involved ID ever, Temporis. But it probably would be maybe the best. Maybe you're on to the best solution. I think maybe you are. That way, we can actually handle this check in here. So we store a dirty flag on the overflow. So every widget has to return a change or dirty or whatever we end up calling it. I think you might be right. I think you might be right. Okay. There's a lot of widgets to go through, but I think you're right. Any change to a widget, that means that we can never expose fields directly on a widget. That means that all field access needs to go through functions. We basically have to use getters and setters now. And that's bad because you will end up borrowing a widget, the entire widget. You won't be able to use two fields of a widget at the same time because of this. Oh, what a rubbish. What a bit of rubbish. Yeah. Okay, let's look through the widgets that we have before we deal with this. Alignment. Public fields? No. Border. Public fields. Where are you, border? Man, the border has a lot going on. Jeepers, where's the border? Wow. 3 public fields. Damn. Okay, can we make that private? Can we make that private? And we can make that private. All right. Not so much of an issue then. Canvas. This one needs to be rewritten. Container. No fields. Expand. No fields. Layout. That's not a widget. Overflow. No fields. Padding. 10 bare. No fields. Well, it has one. It's a new type. What was this thing? Position. No fields. Spacer. Well, no fields. No public fields. Stacks. Oh, that's not going to be there. Text. No public fields. Stacks has their own ones. Column. Nope. No. 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 Unsurprisingly, no. Okay. Yeah, no, that part isn't bad. That part isn't hard, Temporis. It's knowing that a widget has changed. But I think we can maybe do this. Hello, Felix. We could maybe do this where we set a dirty flag on a widget and make that part of the trait. So far, it's really only the overflow widget that needs this. So I think maybe we're okay by defaulting this thing. I think the change will actually be a lot less cumbersome than not. But yeah, maybe we'll do it. All right. Let's do the flaggy thing. Needs reflow. Component did update. No. Not time for that. And then we're gonna default this to false. Okay, so now we need to propagate this value. Outwards we go. Well, there was a solution to the problem, so that's good. We can delete the nonsense test now. Okay, we're good. Okay, so we can make this implementation happen for the overflow. Okay. That should be it. That's all we need. So this is the one widget that can return true. So let's go down to the runtime and see where do we perform any operations on this that could affect this. So here, for instance, Damn. It's not that simple, is it? Okay. Okay, how are we gonna do this? So we have to query this widget, this element, after we use it. Maybe we can just do this. It's query run, yeah? Oh, really? You had a lot of stuff going on, but you no longer do. Okay, goodbye, code. Is this... This is an element. Really? Why can't you match on the element? Oh, shit. Idiot me. There we go, right? Do you not play any other games, like Tempora? Like maybe games I'm not so bad at, so I can join you. All right, so here we can now mark widget as dirty. We can just say it needs layout then. You know it isn't. You're just saying that because I'm not invited. Okay. That's just I'm not invited. That's all I'm seeing now. We also need like a global trigger for this thing now. And that needs to be attached to our query run. So we have attribute storage. We can also set a mutable reference to like a needs redraw to this thing. Yeah, you know I'm too bad at these games anyway. I can't play this stuff. If it requires any kind of reaction scale, I'm like, what's that? And that's not slow motion. All right, so we're going to pass in attribute storage and all that stuff. So we need to see where that is coming into play here. So we do elements here. So we could pass in like the needs redraw thing for this guy. So if elements, when we make this thing, we could pass in that. We can stick it on the event context. That would actually make perfect sense. Reflow. Not loving this. Bool. Business. Bubble Troy. All right, so What did we have in there that looked similar? Components. Okay, where do they come from? Well, there's an event context there. Ah, right. So we already have that. So needs reflow. Oops. Okay. Easy. What is self here? It's the runtime. Oh, you know what? This solves a different problem. Isn't this a beauty? Oh my goodness, Cretaceous, how excited can one be? Very excited, just like me. Okay, we're gonna do a runtime here. Okay. There you are, runtime. Where's the components listed in here? There we are. Okay, and then where do we make a new one of these? True. You are true. Off-man shooter. Oh man, there's a market for that for sure. And you have to, like, at the start scene, you have to say what's your favorite preserved food, just to filter out the kids. Okay, so reflow is gonna be part of the tick function now. There we go. Now we can actually go back to our original check up here. There we go. Man, I want to play some games. I want to play some games at some point. Okay, I think we've solved it now. So we can just do this reflow business. That was very little changes. And then, well, fiddlesticks. Wait. What? Oh no, that's called overflow. Okay. Oh, you cucumber. Let's get in here. Let's get in here, shall we? Oh yeah, hang on. Hang on to your socket. And then do we have the context? Can we do anything with that? No, we never passed it in here, did we? So, yeah, okay. We'll fix this. Where's the event handling? Here we go, with tree, where we create the queries. Hello, Opus. We're about to take a giant step into the future. Where's my query? Where's the elements? There we go. And then let's change this to needs reflow. Definitely not part of the tree, but you know what? We're doing it anyway. Oops, no full stop for you. Well, you can't live in the past, so there's that. Okay. Now this does not exist on the query run, so we're gonna have a needs reflow here, which is a mutable. No, this doesn't look right to me. Oh my goodness. Okay. Unknown field? What the ship? Oh, wait, hang on. We take ownership of self here. What is this thing? This query. Oh, it's elements. Sorry. Ooh, okay. Okay. Fiddlesticks. We're missing something here. Oh. 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 Well, we don't have that. Just like in real life. Okay, but this is attached to this element business here. Then this is kind of bizarre, because this means that this should never have exhibited these problems in the first place. Right? We always do this. This should have just been working the moment we introduced the dirty flag. Not even that. Oh, bollocks. There's a different issue here. Oh. the issue is something else. Alrighty then, what is going on with this thing? We're scrolling this down and we do the render. There's no reason why this thing shouldn't be moving. I guess we just have to try this out then. Alright. Let's see if this even works in here. Now this one doesn't actually have a. We need to get a border around this thing, and then we need to set the size of this thing. Right, let's set the height to 3, maybe. Okay, maybe a little bit more. Okay, there we go. Man, look at the overflow just loading over it, taking up all the space. So on key press, we're done with this focus business. You know what? Why don't we just leave this in here and do elements dot by tag overflow first. Element dot to overflow. Overflow dot scroll down. I don't want to debug that. Just run it. What? Address already in use? Oh yeah, we have all the Puffin server running. Okay, we don't care about that. Fiddlesticks! That didn't work. Of course it doesn't work. We need to propagate this change throughout the entire... Ow, my foot! Damn it, what is happening to my stupid foot? Okay. Have I stepped on something? Oh wow, I have an insanely long splinter in my foot. I should probably get rid of that. It's like this long. All right. So I was out moving firewood yesterday. All right, hang on. I need to go and get some tweezers to take this thing out. I keep stepping on it, right? 1 second. Oh, okay, wow, that makes now I can use my foot again. It's like I thought it was like a cramp in my foot. It felt it must have been pushing at a nerve, right? Hello, Scott. No, it wasn't. It was. I'm not gonna show my feet on stream. That's my OnlyFans. But it wasn't. It wasn't like it was very long and thin, and it was kind of like going in sideways into the foot. It must have been pushing a nerve because I felt like I was cramping every time I was putting my foot down, right? Anyway, what's happening is that we're not able. We need to update the entire widget tree from here. So it's not as simple as just saying that it's dirty. Very good. Very good, filter. Okay. But then I don't understand why the test isn't working. The test should be working. It doesn't have the same premise as this. So the fact that the test is broken is just straight up confusing. I don't know what that is, Filcher. I also don't know why we ended up here. So this one shouldn't be a problem. If we take this out, this should be, well, so if we take this out, this should be fine. And it is. I see. I'm guessing this is the dark, or not obscure, hide. But I don't know. Okay. Okay, so it's not. Even if we do scroll down, why is this thing not doing what I want it to do? Oh, because this one has the same. Okay, then it kind of is the same issue. Hot damn, Scott. Other than the coffee spill, I hope you had a good nap, though. Okay, so we kind of have to do an update from here. We need to tell every widget on the same path, right? But we don't have access to the tree here. I don't think. I'm pretty sure that we don't have access to the tree here. Well, I was sure, but I was also wrong. Although we can't really do a lookup through here, can we? No, we no longer have a tree. We just have the value split here. Yeah. Okay, then. Where do we go from here? Widgets and nodes. We probably can't perform anything on here, right? No. But wait, there's more. The visitor can obviously operate in the tree. So how does this work? How do we apply this thing? There's a run function in here somewhere. No, not run. What's it called then? Query? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Apply visitor. That's how we do it. So we can write a specific visitor for updating the tree from here. Yeah, well, in that case, man, I love how this makes sense, but I also am terrified over how this makes sense. We can apply a visitor here. It's actually not a visitor I think we need. I think it's a pathfinder we need. Yes, it's a pathfinder we need. Almost temporous. But that scares me. All right, we need a pathfinder for updating all the widgets. So I don't know where we should put that one. Maybe in widgets. Okay, maybe we just query is fine then. All right, so to mark something for reflow, we need to know what we require to use the pathfinder. We need the tree. Okay, I think the update uses the pathfinder. Yes, it does. And this is kind of what we need. How does the visitor operate though? I think this one visits every node and the pathfinder will... Maybe we just need to rewrite the pathfinder to start with. It's gonna be painful. But, you know, who doesn't like that? Tree. Apply. Pathfinder. So instead of using self, can we make this use layout and values then? So let's go to apply visitor. And then go to apply pathfinder. And slap that in there. Get rid of the tree. And now we have to fix this mess. This is just gonna be... What's the tree layout? It's nodes. Okay. So that's nodes. Got it. Well, then we already have that, so we can just make them mutable and call that nodes. And then we already have values, so we can get rid of that. Okay. Now we broke everything. No, we don't need that either, right? Ooh. Right. Maybe we need a different pathfinder because we need this function, which we do not use here. Wait, why do we even need that? This with value mute. I think that's bullshit. Oh no, we do. I keep saying that, but then we need that because of this. Yeah, we need access to the tree. That's why. Okay, maybe we need a different pathfinder then. And with Arch Linux, you can do system updates every day. And it would just go, wee. Check out them Vulkan headers, right? Isn't that just straight up exciting? I don't want to look at this thing. Okay, so I kind of bungled this a little bit. I need a new name for this thing. We need a third one that operates on the nodes themselves. So we need like an alternative to a pathfinder. And Node Walker, I love it. Thank you, Temporus. That's beautiful. All right, so this thing's gonna have a similar thing to the visitor. Okay, so we're gonna do new source tree walker .rs Node Walker Texas Ranger. And it's gonna look a little bit like this. Parent needs... I don't know about this value ID business. Actually, we might need that. Parents should give us immutable access to that, and the children... Yeah. We can have the apply here. We still don't need the tree though. We're gonna get rid of the tree from here. So we just operate on the nodes. And this could return an output. Alright. Shit, I'm modifying the wrong code. Alright. This one, don't need the tree. Okay, let's go to the tree module. We're gonna add Walker Texas Tree Ranger here. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna have the apply. Whoops. Apply the node walker. Should be able to do this. And go to the definition. How cool is that? I don't think it works here until we do this. Node visitor. Now we can go there. How cool is that? All right, apply node walker. So we're gonna do the same as we do here. We're gonna grab this Jath. There we go. Should we call it walk the walker? Don't get cute. No. You... Oh, yes. Yes, you are. T. Okie dokie. I don't know if we can return the Dobbs output. Maybe this is an option. We'll see. So apply the Pathfinder is what we're going to copy for this thing. And that's going to be... Right, now we can do this. So we're gonna grab these two. Actually, I don't know if that has to be mutable. Get rid of that. We're gonna have a path. Wait, I kind of got rid of a bunch of stuff that I shouldn't get rid of, did I? Yeah, alright, hang on. I'm almost awake. That should be a walker. No. Yeah, alright, and you're not gonna have 6 arguments, because then we'll have an argument. Do we need a node path for this thing? I think we do not. We should probably have a node ID. Nah. I don't know. And these functions aren't public though, so how does that even work? How do we apply this thing? Yeah, we have apply visitor. Is that public? It is. Okay, so we're just going to make this thing public and we are good to go, you know. All right, so we need to, for us to be able to use this thing, we need to have access to a path. If we have no path, then we have nothing. All right, we're not going to be there. We're going to be here. So we need to know the path of this widget. Okay, calm down, Rust. We're not there yet. Hello, Skylar. How do you do? Where do we call the query run on this thing? It seemed to have a path it operates on anyway. Oh, but this one has no destination. If it has no destination, then it can't really work, can it? But it has to have a destination. How else could we apply it? It's probably gonna be down to the implementation. Yes. And are you on the toilet? Sorry, too easy. All right, so filter the attributes. So we need a filter for the visitor. Well, okay, that doesn't make sense either. Okay, we need a destination. This is gonna have to be different. We are doing something different in that case. And that's how this goes then. Okay. So let's see what we have. Needs reflow. Gives us the element. Can we get the path to this thing? That's what we need. We need to know... Hang on. We have a path here. We do have a path here. But... we can't. We can't do this. We have no access to the tree here. Yeah, this is a problem. We can set these values, and we have the path, but we have no access to the tree. Yeah, I'm so close to finishing this, Wairu. I rewrote the strings now. I just need to get this update working, and I can merge everyone's pull requests. Well, depending if they are. So while you're here, Skylar, have you done any more work on your pull request, or should we park this until? Should we block this until we know what to do with stuff? So this one is kind of blocked on the decision around layouts. Now, I think what we'll do is we'll just make a comment here and say parking this until we've had a discussion on what to do with the unnamed structs, right? Do we close this and we can reopen it? No, we'll park it. Okay. But enums suffers the same conundrum, right? If we can't name the root states, we can make changes so this would work. It's just that they're going to be very involved, right? We just have to come up with how we're going to solve this, right? Are we solving this by making sure that you can't have enums as root state and name tuples? Do they have to sit on a specific thing? We could do this by decorating the state as root state or whatever. I don't know. So we can have two different. We can have a root state. We can have a regular state. We can't look at type names. That doesn't work. There's a lot of ways we can do. We could rewrite all state management so you always have to name your state. So we can have unnamed state. So maybe state is always called state, right? That would free up other keywords to be used as well. So maybe everything just have to be referred to as state. That could be a solution. Then we can have unnamed states, right? Right? But that's going to be a change that I am a little bit apprehensive to do. I could be unnamed. That's true, Privan. So could you. And I feel like if we're both unnamed, it's going to be really difficult to talk. Somehow. I don't know where I'm going with this. You still don't write uppercase I, so I'm just going to ignore you for now. Why make unnamed states? With unnamed states, we'll be able to have unnamed fields, right? We might have enums estate. We'll be able to have what else could we have? Tuple structs estate. I'm gonna comment on this thing, right? One solution would be to prefix any state access with state. This means that we can have unnamed, well, I wouldn't have to say that. There we go. All right. I think that might actually be something we'll go for. Okay. It's a massive breaking change. So I don't know when we would do that, but it could be done. Okay. So I thought I was being cool. It turns out I wasn't. We have to access the tree, and we don't have access to the tree from the visitor. We have access to the value, the path, and the widget ID, but no access to the thing that we need to reflow. So this kind of is a little bit sad. A little bit itty bitty sad committee. Yeah. Then I don't know what we're gonna do. We need this path, and we need to apply a node walker to this path, but we don't have any access to anything here. What are you planning on gaming, Priven? What are you gonna game? Why is everyone gaming? No one's inviting me to game. You guys can't come to my birthday party. My kid, that's what my kid used to say all the time. She'd say it to me as well. That you can't come to my birthday party. Isn't that like some kind of bullshit walk game that everyone's hating on right now? No, that was the Outlaw game that everyone's hating on. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Is it good? Everything with Star Wars is dead to me. It's all bullshit. What happened to your freaking arm, man? Put a top on, man. You pleb. The sexiest Jedi. I see why you're playing this now. You want some sexy Jedi action. I don't know if I know what this game is. Is this the one with the bold character in it? Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen this game. I haven't played it. Can join my Minecraft server. I'm not. If I played Minecraft without my child, she would stab me in my sleep. I would wake up with an ice pick in my throat. I think Star Wars became a toilet around Jar Jar Binks. When that was introduced, that's when Star Wars was dead to me. Disney and Star Wars and Marvel and all that stuff. It's like, oh man, just more of this bullshit. Maybe. Yes, it is. Good spot. Yeah, good spot. Make me mod. I can make you VIP. Worth it for the Jar Jar memes? Sadly, I don't think that. I think like when I was a kid, I used to play like make believe with Star Wars, and that was like the cool games you played when you were a kid, right? And then they introduced like Jar Jar Binks, and I kind of felt like someone put my childhood on the floor and then took a massive shit on it. That's my reaction to Jar Jar Binks. Too right, Priven. Too right. Okay, so we have a path, but we cannot apply a walker to the path. I mean, we can write the path into some storage, but hello, incredible complexity, right? What is the lifetime of this? Can we maybe figure that out? All right, you ropey fuck. Let's just solve this now. Sorry. I'm just getting tired of my own brain here. So we are... Where's the path? Where does that come in? Here. So we have the path here. Well, that path does not need to be mutable, I think. But whatever it is. It's going to have little to no bearing if we... Yeah, it isn't even mutable in here, so we're good. All right. It's mutable here, but we could just do this, right? Reborrow it as immutable. It doesn't really change anything, whatever, right? But that means that we cannot borrow the path. We're just going to have it for a little bit. But then for some reason, we can apply this to the children. So this can only operate on one node at a time. Or... No, it's a for loop here, you idiots. Right. We cannot borrow the node paths then. So we can't write the path into something that needs to be updated either. Then I don't know. I freaking don't know. Can someone who isn't me fix this problem? The complexity is getting out of hand for this thing. It is no one's gonna touch this code base because it's gonna be too complicated to do anything with this. We really have to make sure that the type system is on top of this and not left to some frivolous flag setting that no one's ever gonna find because it's dirt stupid, which is now an expression. You're welcome. Okay. Do we use the push and pop of these things? Yeah, we do this for debugging. Oh, crud. It's so frustrating to stand at the end of this thing. We're literally able to touch the finish line with our pinky toe soon. Pinky toe? All right, whatever. That's not gonna help. Oh, it's a very big scope, Adder. It's a UI library. Of course it's gonna be a big scope. But we're trying to not add complexity. But we cannot borrow the... Hang on, maybe we can. No, we can't. We can't hold on to anything here from outside. Right? If we did this... Path. This we cannot do. What do you mean mismatch type? Well, whatever, nerd. Alright. Really? I'm trying to prove a point here, you dick. Okay. There you go. All right. Not at all messy. Only pure beauty. All right. What are you talking about? Expected an option. Found a box. All right. Sorry, I'm a bit simple. What are you doing? This can't work. All right. There we go. All right. It's just Rust being a little bit silly sometimes. But like, oh yeah, no, what you're doing looks fine. Just promise me one thing. Yeah, what's that, Rust? Don't use the value. All right. So we can't borrow these paths from there. Which means we're going to have to go and fetch them after the... We could write the node IDs and then perform this on the node IDs afterwards. But hell's bells, man. All right. This has to be available in the test code as well, right? So what is happening... What is happening is that we end up with a widget inside a widget, right? And then we're making a change to one of these widgets in here, right? So we're tagging this widget as dirty, right? This one is dirty. So we're going to redraw this widget. But in reality, what we need to do is we need to move backwards and mark this one as dirty, and this one is dirty, and this one is dirty. We need to go from the changed widget all the way up to its parent. Because otherwise, we have a dirty widget, and we're going to go, okay, let's redraw, and this is going to go, no, I don't think so. right? Because it's going to hit on the first one. And this one doesn't need redrawing. So it's just going to ignore it. So we have to mark the parents as needing redraw. And we only know that they need redraw once something has happened to a child node. This, however, does not explain why this thing doesn't work. Yes, it does. I just told myself this. Okay. So here, we know the path that needs to be updated. So we could just write this path into some storage. Maybe that's not so bad. Again, I'm a firm believer in reusing memory. All right, recycle all that memory. So the path storage has to come from the outside. And then we have to write an owned box of this thing. So you have to box the slice up. Or we write the widget ID. Actually, if we write the widget ID, we can just look up the path afterwards. So we could just do that. Then we don't even need to say to this guy that it needs layout. And we could, but we don't need to because we're going to do that as a result of this thing. So reflow is not actually required anymore. Instead, it's going to be down to applying a set of changes. Okay, I think I got it. We just need to store dirty widgets somewhere. Okay. All right, so let's go to needs reflow, and we're going to change this to dirty widgets. And this is going to be a mutable reference to a vec of widget ID. We're going to change this into its own type in the end. But for now, we're going to do it this way. That's a plus sign. So here, we're going to change needs reflow to self.dirty widgets.push widget ID. Okay? Does this make sense? Yes. Excellent. So this needs layout doesn't need to happen either because this will be part of the work we have to do anyway. So we're not going to set that flag there. Now we have to go backwards because we keep saying dirty widgets instead. So dirty widgets, that's going to be dirty widgets there as well. But elements don't have dirty widgets. They have needs reflow. So here we need to change this to dirty widgets. And that becomes a mutable vec of widget ID. Okay then. Then you become you. Then this needs reflow business becomes dirty widgets, which is a vec of widget ID. Do we have that available here? We do not. Have we used widget IDs in the past? We're in events. Can we go to the parent? Do we have widget ID here? We do not. You know what? It's fine. We can use it. Do we have widgets here? Widget ID. Jobs the gooden. This is now dirty widgets. But there is no... Well, there is some dirty widgets here. This is now dirty widgets. That is self dirty widgets. We don't have that. We just have these reflow. That's going to become dirty widgets. It's going to be a vec. What's the best way to type vec on this keyboard? Widget ID. Well, why do I ask? I'm going to forget what I'm doing anyway. Really? Dirty widgets will be an empty vec. So we can't start off with this. Okay, so this becomes iter, and then after we apply changes, we still do changes clear. Okay, so I just hadn't fixed that. Okay, dirty widgets. Get your dirty widgets. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Let needs reflow equal to self.changes.is not empty or not self.dirty widgets is empty. And then here, we clear that. Hopefully this makes sense. Oopsie. All right then. Okay, so we're now passing dirty widgets down. We should be getting dirty widgets up, right? So after all this stuff is done, we're going to apply the dirty widgets. Now that we have this thing, can we please make dirty widgets a thing? So we're going to change you to dirty widgets. And now we're going to go make a thing out of this inside the widget module. Yeah, if we got floating widgets, we might as well have dirty widgets, right? Just that's the reason, doesn't it? Actually, I prefer named fields here. Wow, that was control. Wow, that was not the right button to use. Okay, so let's have a public function called push. Well, that was cool in the sense that it wasn't. Curly brackets, man, they're always such a problem on this. All right, I'm thinking about keys now. Self.inner.push widget ID. All right, so we need to go back and export this. Widgets. There we go. Actually, we're gonna rename you to empty because we don't have anything more spectacular going on there. Done and done. Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Oh, too many commas in there. Rrr, more of them, huh? Okay, make function. There we go. How would you like it if I deleted most of your code, huh? How would you like it? How would you like it if I came to your house and deleted all your code, you know? How would you feel about that? Okay, so we now need to apply this thing. Oh, I see, because you'll be able to hide your skill issue behind that event, would you? Okay, so we're now gonna apply dirty widgets against the tree. So after clean up attributes from widgets, yes. So okay, this is what we're working on now. Oh man, at least one a day. Whoever makes these things, you are really boring. Not that I think they watch this stream. Why don't you just modify your browser to not show them, Apollo? That seems like an easier choice. There we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's like various permutation on this username, right? And it's not like the accounts stick around for long either. So this account will probably be removed soon enough. But yeah. Okay, so applying this, we could now implement the node walker for this, couldn't we? No. Why do I ban them? They're probably used to collect chat messages or whatever they're used for, right? Why wouldn't you ban them? What a weird question. Why would you not ban something that has the word scam in the name, right? Why is that even a question? Why is that a question? They obviously don't come bringing good news, right? All right. So applying this thing, we're going to have a node walker set up for this. And that's going to do the work for us. So let's get the path now. We kind of want to drain these, but we don't want this thing to become Okay, let's just do this. What? For ID in self.inner. So we want to do something like path is equal to tree.path. There we go. I sincerely doubt that. Okay, so we have the path. We can now apply the walker. So we need to make one of those. So, okay, then we need to go and implement the node walker code now. Okay, so we're going to start with the values and the children and the walker and the initial path. Like that. That could work. Yes, temporis. Well, almost. We're almost 30. Okay. Yeah. So we are, since this thing is gonna be, actually this is not really a node walker as much as a path walker, but we'll leave the name for now, right? Nay. I'm so pleased with myself for that joke. Thank you for setting it up, BNGs. You're amazing. You get the wink and a gun. All right. We do not have nodes there. We're just going to have nodes here. So we don't need that. We do need a path here. No, we don't. We're just going to change you to path. And we can get rid of that one. And the values we already have. So I think we're good now. Very good, Apollo. Was that your joke, or have you heard that somewhere else? Before I quote you. All right, we're not gonna do this. Instead, we're gonna get the value here. I'm gonna comment that out. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I think we're gonna quote this anyway, even if it wasn't your doing, right? I haven't asked other people if they are truly the source of all their quotes, so apparently you became overflow. I think that was too good to dismiss it. Okay, so here we have to apply what the walker does. And the walker is going to have access to an apply function. That's all. to a node. We don't need the path. We just need mutable access to the node. And you know what? Forget the output. Hello, Rithel. How you doing? Okay, so here is the node in question, yeah? Which we don't need. We need a value. All right, we can dump that here. All right, we have to get a node and then we have to get a value. Why don't you buy the game? All right. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, man. You made me laugh. What will I run it on? I guess you need to buy a Nintendo as well. I'd lend you mine, but I'm worried you're gonna break it. It's a really good game, though. I think Breath of the Wild is one of my favorite Zelda games. I have not played Tears of the Kingdom, though. Are they coming up with a new Switch or not? What's the story there? March 2025. IGN. We might as well just not, right? Let's just pick something else. What will be the launch title for that? Oh, could. If it features backwards compatibility, I might actually buy one. But they better fix those Joy-Cons because they were POS, man. It's amazing. Lemmings. You already know they won't fix it. I think that might be true. I haven't played a good Lemmings game since Lemmings. What's with all that they could? They could also be made entirely out of bees that stings you when you use it. They could also be radioactive. They could also be made of knives and razors. They could also be made of marshmallows. What kind of reasoning is this, right? What kind of wording? But magnet sounds stupid. Okay. Chickens. I just wonder what the release games will be. Is it just going to be a beefier Switch? Is that it? Yeah, but I don't want to give them any more money because they have been quite disappointing. Oh yeah, Lemmings 3D was not interesting. But it's not about the hardware, it's about the games they have, right? If you just care about the hardware, then get a PC and Steam and you're done, right? It's about the games that are released on there. That's kind of cool. If you can get 4K gaming out of there. I'm guessing not. OLED panel. Everything's just the Nintendo 2 could have something. The Nintendo Switch 2 could also be a large goat. The thing is, I never felt that the Switch's hardware was some kind of limiting factor for me to enjoy the games, right? The games were good. Oh man, not that fucking movie. What a shit movie that was. Alright. Anyway. New Mario game. I thought Odyssey was boring as well. Odyssey didn't interest me at all. Ugh, I don't want to play that either. I don't care for that. I don't care about that either. Man, maybe there's not going to be anything interesting on the Switch for me. Maybe the Nintendo Switch 2 is just... I basically, I would buy it if they had a new Zelda game that was of any interest to me. But chances are they're not going to come out with anything new. I'm guessing they definitely want it backwards compatible for Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, right? Yeah, Odyssey was very good. I didn't think too much of it, Rusty, but I'm not a hardcore gamer. I don't really care about things. I don't feel like emotionally invested in frame rates or anything like that, right? So to me, if a game drops to 25 frames per second during some scene, it's just whatever, right? Thank you for the follow. But then I don't think you feel the same, Rusty. But because I remember the final fight, and I don't remember being annoyed by the frame rate or anything like that. But I think the game was incredibly good. I kind of want to play Tears of the Kingdom, but that also feels like a bit of a time sink, and I don't think I have that in me yet, right? It's going all right, Atomic. We're about to swap to C++ now. No. Okay. So where does the node ID come in here? Say it's the index. Then we're going to get the node. Then we get the node ID. That is correct. And then we're going to get the widgets. No, we're going to get the value. And then we can do a walker apply on the value. And we can break here. Okay, cool. Then we're going to do a walker apply here as well on the parent value. All right, we're almost done. Get rid of that. Then we can apply the walker. So we need a path as well. That's a node walker. And this thing has no output now. Okay, that looks pretty good. Yeah, we need to add all this back in. We almost had it back in, but the message encoding for the network stack was just so abysmal that I didn't want to continue with it. We're gonna come up with a new solution to that. Okay, so we have now we just have to implement the node walker for this thing. Call the apply function for every value in the tree that is part of the path. You know what? That's fine for now. All right, then we just have to implement the node walker for this, which will be we could implement it on self and then just make this mutable like this, and then we can get the path. Oh, but then we're borrowing from self, so that's obviously not going to work. Crap. No, forget that. We need the actual node walker here. Then struct, rename this, import node walker for rename this, fix that. Really? But we have that exported, no? Yeah. Oh, pub. That's why. What are you talking about? Okay. That is a element, maybe. What's in the widget tree? It's a widget kind. All right, and can we do that? Man, Rust Analyze has soiled itself again, right? Okay, we're gonna call apply. That has to be, of course, a mutable reference. Right? That's pretty good. And then all we're gonna do here is just mark it. It's gonna be a widget dot. We probably have to match on this thing. And then here we're gonna do nothing. That's easy. If I were to start learning Rust today, how long do you think it would take me to build, say, like tools? It depends on what the tool's supposed to do. As a milestone, I want to make API calls interact with the file system for storing and moving data. What do you expect from your API calls? If I can do these things, then that's when I consider I'm getting somewhere in the language. Fair enough. Although that's kind of a little bit, that's a very specific thing. In some languages, this is not relevant to Rust, but some languages might be very unsuitable for doing these things. But you know that. There's no needs layout. It's on the container. So this was a reasonably simple thing, right? This is going to be widget needs layout. That's what we're going to call that. So here we're going to do tree.apply walker on the path with a widget needs layout. There's no apply walker on the tree. Okay, apply node walker. Got it. Oh, hang on. We can finally use the ref, right? Okay, what's the W here? Yeah, so we don't need that anymore. Oh, you carry bollock. Okay, so we do need to do this. Okay, so you're talking about web requests, right? So Atomic Man, if you are okay using third-party libraries, then there will be little effort in doing what you want to do, right? There's requests, but there's the other one that is. There you go. Formatting send JSON bodies, smarter defaults, and more. So you can use this thing maybe. No, wait. This is not a library. What does this depend on? Async, no. Urect. Yeah, that's probably the one I was thinking about. Yeah, this one. This is what you need to write to make a call. And you can probably get JSON out of there as well. I'm sure there's an example that shows JSON in here too. Yeah. So it's impossible for me to say how long it would take you to get there. Yeah, but that one, I guess they're taking the async stuff out of there. The name is still stupid because I never remember it. It has a blocking feature. But yes, no one can answer your question, Atomic. Because no one knows but you how long it takes you to learn something, right? What other programming languages have you used before? Okay, so we now have these dirty widgets that we can apply, right? Yeah, that should definitely be sensible. Python and Java. Okay, so Java will have prepared you for traits and generics. So that part won't be too alien, right? Python will probably not bring any value to the table in this case. There is no reason to worry about lifetimes in an example like this, though, Siri. I think you can leave that out. But no, I think having done Java will definitely work in your favor. The biggest hurdle in the beginning is probably going to be getting familiar with the fact that mutability or unique access to values and references has quite a big impact on your code base, right? Just rub some clone on it. For your first CLI tool, yeah, to not do that would be to do yourself a disservice, right? If people are so obsessed with performance, then they should just shut up and start putting inline assembly into their code, right? And I don't want to hear it, okay? Tea and biscuits, man. Oh, no, I don't think clap is a good place to start. Clap is very big and noisy. I don't think you need to start with clap. I think using UREC or request, yes, because you don't want to craft your HTTP requests by hand. That's just painful. But arc parsing, you can be a bit loosey-goosey with that. Clap is great, but it's definitely quite big. So I'm not sure that I would throw clap in there, right? Oh, fair enough, Siri. They are, but that's not relevant for your first piece of tooling you write, okay? The first thing you write is not going to be something that you're going to... It's not going to be the software of the ages, right? That you're not going to care that much about it eventually, right? Let's just put it like that. But don't get me wrong, clap is great, but in many cases, you are just overcomplicating things with clap. You have environment args, and there are a little bit of code, and you can cycle through the args and get some of your flags. It's when you want more structure, more help, more auto-generated stuff, then clap is great, but I definitely wouldn't throw that cognitive load onto someone who's just starting out, right? Reduce as much noise as possible, but the trade-off between handcrafted web requests using TCP streams and using an existing library, that one, there's no contender there, right? Yeah, this is very simple, and this will get you pretty far. If you just need one argument, that's literally what you can do, right? Or you can just use skip and next if you want, right? You can do whatever you want, but that is a lot easier than dealing with clap. Okay, now we have the... Okay, are we done? Can I run this now? Holy shit. It's working. Clap those cheeks. That was it. We got it. We can scroll down. Okay, so we just have to update this thing now. This thing, where are we? Testing. Sorry, shivers. Anyway, so after we've done our first cycle here, we need to run through the dirty widget. So needs redraw should become dirty widgets. There we go. Oh, there we go. Needs redraw is dirty widgets. Dirty widgets. Hello. Okay. Yes, there we go. I know, right? It's like you spend so much time in this awful place, and then you get like a couple of minutes of like, yes, it's working. Let's enjoy this. Everything is amazing. And then 5 seconds later, everything's terrible and on fire again. All right. Okay, so anything we do here needs to... No, it's the query stuff only. Only the query stuff. Where's the... Here. And then we need to do south dot... Oh, look at that. Apply to south dot tree. Now, is this mutables? No. Oh, we have one failing test. And that's the V stack. Okay, so the overflow was fixed by that. Yes. Yeah, it's like there's there's definitely some parallels with lesser. Yeah, you know what? Let's not go there. We have one bug left, and it's the V stack. And then I think we are gonna be good to do PR reviews. Okay, what are we expecting here? Which is the... Okay, it's the function called VStack. Is this function is failing? Why is this thing not updating then? Welcome back, Skylar. Shit. Why is this thing not updating? Okay, let's try this code out. Wait, no, this can't update. Who wrote this? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. This thing can certainly update. That means we have to have a value in there. We do seem to have a value in there. So on key press, we're gonna change the value. If we could just uncomment that, whoops. It's working, so the test is wrong. I think that's a decent way of dealing with it, Apollo. I think that's a nice way of organizing your learnings. To you, Deadpool. Okay. So the test is not working, but the production or the actual runtime is working. So why is that then? Hello, Arthur. Hello, T2. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? Chair. Sorry, that's not chair command. I think we have a Herman Miller command. But I don't remember. No one does, Dab. No one does. Welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a good stream. We're just about to finish this. And I'm very excited. But there's a broken test, and I don't know why it's broken. Wait, how does this even work? How could this even work? I don't even know how this works. This should never have worked in the first place. How does it work over here? How can we change the value? These two should not be tagged as dirty by changing the value here. We ran out of maps tab. Either by ignore, I think there's ignore or no run. If you do cargo dock test ignore, we should get the no run. That's the one, I think. Hang on, you wanted to not compile it, then ignore it. Okay. Oh, is that a third-party library? Can you just exclude that library then? That's kind of crazy, Temporis. That's a bit crazy. Interesting. I never even thought about that. Can't you use docs RS then? Suppose less and can more. All right, so this is working. I don't know why this is working. It just is. Okay, so we need to find out how this is working now. Let's debug. So here's the thing, right? During this cycle, the root widget should not be dirty. That's fair enough, Temporis. Interesting that it won't build though if you're using... Are you using like a version from GitHub or something? Okay. So we're doing a layout filter. And we're calling layout here. Okay. So we're going to do this again. Okay, so what's the ident of self? It's the border. Why is needs layout true here? Yeah, this is confusing me, okay? Why are these set to true? How are these set to true? Is it when we apply the changes? But if that's the case, then we never needed that in the first place. Damn, this is confusing me. It's not part of this thing. This thing we can take out, and this thing should still work. It's this one. I feel like this thing should happen at the end here. Oh, right. Okay. Because when we update the tree, we also update the parents. Okay, this makes sense. That means that we're never calling update tree in the test, and that should be the final piece of this filthy puzzle, right? So after with state, we are never calling update tree. We are not. And what do we pass in here? Holy count of things. Wow, stickles. That's a lot of args. There's so many arguments. You think he was married? All right, we need things. Okay, let's start to let's find out where these live. Okay, do we have a self.globals? Where can we get some globals from? We have an eval context here that contains globals. Do we have an eval context here anywhere? Okay, this is the last thing to do. We should probably update futures as well, right? We're kind of building a small runtime inside the test instance, but that's okay. That's okay, I don't mind. But where does this bloody global things come from? What do we do with this context? Okay, we just use it here. And this is creating a test instance. Can we then put globals here, maybe? Globals and test instance. You need to have some kind of globals. Yeah, that's so then we can use self globals. Factory, are you anywhere near here? It's literally all the stuff that goes in here, right? We should probably, can we just pass an eval context to this thing? To the update tree? It just seems like that would make more sense, doesn't it? Let's have a look at where the update lives. Tree. Do we have the context here? Could we cobble one together? Eval context. Do we ever make one in here? Oh shit, wait, event context, and what am I looking at? Eval context. This is part of the internal run function. We're using this to evaluate our blueprints, and then we cannot use it again. Wait. Is this... No, this is internal run. Damn it. Where's the tick function? Here it is. I'm guessing we can't put together an eval context here, can we? Not really. We could probably... All right, let's see if we can do that then before we throw this all out. And then some. So why can't we pass the eval context into... Because we probably need stuff from the widget cycle. And I'm guessing here as well. There's so much typing involved in this. Damn it. We can probably not make a new one after this. Down here. Right? So we got globals. That's not needed in the widget cycle. Wait, we don't need the backend. We don't need the tree. Do we need the constraint? No, we don't care. Do we need attribute storage? Yes, we do here. Do we need string session is dead now. We're going to get rid of that. We need floating widgets and viewport. We need to borrow these immutably. But we can borrow them from the context then. Right, while we're at it. So let's get rid of string sessions for now. Actually, let's go to string storage. Let's get rid of string storage. Right, we're getting rid of all the string malarkey now. That's going to be beautiful. We're probably going to have to bring something like it back eventually when we're going to do the optimizations. But for now, we don't care. Oh, we could get rid of a lifetime there. That's pretty good. Goodbye buffer lifetime. Hello Enrico, how are you? Oh, that is one lovely biscuit right there. Getting rid of a lifetime. For some reason, that always feels a little bit rewarding when you can get rid of some of these things. It's not really that they're wrong or bad or anything like that. It's just nice to remove them. This method takes 6 arguments. Oh, there you are. Look at all this lovely deleted code. String session. We're gonna go to widgets. Layout text. We're gonna get rid of... no, we're not. We're gonna consolidate these two. But we'll do that afterwards. You're gonna become strings. So we're gonna go in here, find strings. String session can go. Wow, so much code to remove. We don't need the buffer. Don't need the string session. This is gonna be a great refactoring. String storage, don't need you anymore. Don't need the layout key anymore. Don't need that anymore because that was part of left key. Don't need bytes anymore. I can also go. Don't need layout anymore. Don't need lines anymore. Oh my goodness. All right, these strings. It's gonna become these strings. Now, do we end up with test after this? Oh, we knocked that out. The thing is, Enrico, I streamed 3 times yesterday. I got so much done. Vibe with this music. All right. So now we have the tests here that we shouldn't have here. There we go. Grape picking. Oh, that sounds grape. So much, but we just have to follow the arrows now. We don't even need that anymore. This thing has been sitting here for some months. Done. It solved itself. How easy is this? You just sit here and delete things and it's just gonna pan out. Easy, 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 lemon squeezy. Goodbye, string session. You were fun while you lasted. The string session was or is good, right? We just don't need it anymore for the time being. Probably don't need layout key either. Really? Layout has text and text has strings? Oh, right. So much removed code. And if we add anything back, we're just going to attach it to one of the contexts. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. That's called strings 2. That's now fixed. That one has only 2 lifetimes now. Wait, did that need to be mutable? No. The joy of programming. The joy of deleting code that will probably come back next week. Yeah, I like the other music better. Need a little bit more pulse in the music. It's a bit too quiet for me. Done. Yeah, why would you? I don't think that's particularly good, no. Or any animal or rodent, at least, for that matter. This isn't Ratatouille, the piano version. Ratatouille, the piano version. I don't know what I'm doing. All right. Okay, then. So that's done. Then we have to go to the context somewhere in internal run. We could get around this. We did get around this briefly, and then it came back again. Such is life, right? Okay. Can we borrow from the context? What do we need here? We need not that, not the tree, not the constraint, attribute storage. So we can do context dot attribute storage maybe. Now we just messed everything up. Private. Oh, you'd say that, wouldn't you? Okay, that was all right to do, so we can keep the context alive. Where's the context, and can we pass it in to our tick function? No, because this is running in a loop. So obviously not. This whole thing, meaningless. So that was unnecessary. All right, forget you then. Forget the eval context. Okay, back to hither thither, and let's just slap these things on there. What do we need for update? We need globals, we need factory. Where's the factory come in? All right, we're gonna put the factory on the instance. Okay. Then we can do self.factory. What's the scope business? Where does that come in? We have it here. We probably want to make a new scope before we do that. So at least I think we want to do that. But I have thunked wrong things in the past. Oh, what have I done now, you sausage? Oh, no, I just lost the thread. Stupid brain. Why? Bloody squirrel nonsense. Okay. I lost track of what I was doing. We're calling update. That's what we're doing. We're applying changes. And updating the tree. Yes, we have to make a new scope. Okay, great. Let's get rid of you. And you. And you. Okay, so we make a new scope. Probably. Where does state come in? We have that on self, so then we're gonna pass in self.states. Yes, we are. Component registry. Don't have that. Need that too. Escape. Good choice. Okay, then we can. What do you need? Do you need a mutable reference there? Yeah, probably. Right, because it's going to be updated. Oh, what change do we have? We don't even have a change or a value ID or a path. We do have a tree, don't we? Yeah. And do we have attribute storage? We do. Floating widgets, don't mind if I do. Do we have components? No. Alright, then when we make one of these, we're gonna have component. It probably lives on self, right? No. Ship. Wait, that's a problem. So we need to store components on self. Registry. There we go. All right, I can't even imagine how much stuff I've broken now, so we're just gonna have to go through this. Component registry and components. Wait, what are you talking about? We have it here. These are the components. No, testing 85. Where did you go? There we go. All right, so we need to have component registry. And components. Although I feel like we could kind of own that, couldn't we? What do we need that for? Component registry. Well, apparently not. Okay, this function. Okay, so this is going to be a result of us clearing out the string session. So why don't we get rid of the string stuff here? String storage could be gone. Text. Oops. Okay, right, 165. Text clear. I don't think so, Sunny. 136. Self.components. All right. Okay, yeah, path, value ID, and change. we don't really know what they are. We need changes to be part of this. Okay, 79. Probably that. Yes, very much that. Okay, so not more than that. How's it going, Azura? How you doing? Okay, so we just create a mark for reflow. It's never constructed, but it kind of is. Oh, really? Oh, hello, your husband. How you doing? Who's your hubby? My wife never watches this. Hello, Charlie. How you doing? Oh, really? All right. Nice. Nice. Okay, so we need some changes. We need a change set from all of this. You know, you can have a really long weekend. All you gotta do is when you get into work tomorrow, you headbutt your boss and you can have a super long weekend. How about me? Well, I took my own advice and now I have the longest weekend. I'm good, mate. I'm good. Oh, man, we need to drain changes. We need to, that's what we need to do. Do we have changes anywhere? Change? No, we don't have changes. We don't have change. We need to have changes. We need to add changes to the test instance. How do we get these in? Do we just call empty? There we go, all right. A long road trip. Nice. Nice. What's lockup to, by the way, Asura? Let's apply these changes. We need to call drain changes before this. After we do an update tree, after we do this here, we can call drain changes, right? Nice dapple. But it's like one of those things. It might be nice, or you might find it to be an abrasive tool. And if it is, then don't use it, right? Oh, shit. That's future values. We don't want that. All right. Okay. So stoked. We're about to get the test running again. And if we can do that, we can finally merge this, push to dev, get all the PRs in, and write a bit of documentation and maybe release. Maybe release this thing, okay? All right, so changes is a for each. And then we have to clear the changes though. All right, so we're going to create a new scope for all the changes. So we do self.changes.drain. No, not it. How do we do this? No, it's a for each. Oh man, why don't we just grab this? There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Now I think we're not quite there yet. I think we might be missing something. So this is going to give us the change. I don't know where the value ID comes from. All right. It's not there. So we have a reference to change. Okay. Then we have the sub. That's not a value ID. Then we have a reference to a path. So we're going to do this. Oh, yeah. We need to get... Wow! Okay. Come back to me. This is what we need for this thing to function. There's our path, and this is an own path, so we have to pass in a reference to our path. Okay. I find tap to hold to be really unpleasant. I never really liked tap to hold. So I've had some tap dance lessons when I was younger. No, I've had some tap dance keys. It didn't work for me. Tap and hold didn't work for me. More usable on the Ferris sweep maybe, but on the Digma, nah, no point, right? And chords and stuff didn't. That also made sense on the Ferris sweep. All right, so I have right now. I have this keyboard. Before this keyboard, the split I used before this was the Ferris sweep, right? And although it's a lovely keyboard, it lacks buttons. So pressing these two together was my escape key. And that's actually really unpleasant. So I don't like that, right? We're done with this doodlings. You know what we need to do though? I'm really excited about this. We need to make some programmer art. We need a logo for Anathema. And it 100% has to feature a bunny. So we're going to try for that. Okay, testing does not have changes. All right. Wait, you are the one that needs this. Missing changes. Okay. Wait, did I just forget to save? No, I did not. Cargo tea. Oh, I'd love some tea. I haven't had tea in a while. It's been a while. Okay, drain changes. We just have to import this thing. Yeah, look at that. It's a play on words. So there's a really old library for drawing in the terminal called curses, and Anathema is one who is cursed. It's also a really good metal band from Liverpool if you listen to the older stuff. But then if we listen to their stuff, then it's going to be like, oh, look, DMCA. But it's a really good band. But the early stuff, right? The later stuff was like very melodic. Oh, man. You know what? Hang on to your sockets. Just for you, I'm going to do this. Now we have to go back in time. Back in time. Oh, really? How ship are you now, Spotify? Show me the albums, please. Show all, please. There we go. We have to go back in time. Oh man, past hindsight. Yeah. Resonance 2. Resonance. A fine day to exit. Maybe that's... Here you go. Man, such a good band. This is not really good music to program to, though. This is really good. This is a really good band. A Fine Day to Exit is a good album as well. If we go a little bit, this is probably one of the best songs they made. Alternative 4, that's a good one. You know what? I'm not gonna play this though because I'm gonna get into troubles with the Twitch if we do that. So we're gonna have to go with some nondescript music instead. Now that's sort of music I like to listen to doing other things but programming. Although for some reason there's some really good metal for programming, right? I think Before the Dawn is one of my favorite. Fear Factory, right? You can't. I mean, how can you not program to a song called Acres of Skin, right? I mean, it's just pure inspiration right there, right? But yeah. Oh man, I think that this is so good, and yeah, I'm sponsored by them, but I made it my daily driver, and I haven't looked back. Right, my other keyboards are up on the shelf now. I had a little shelf with all the keyboards on, and yeah. Oh, they're all the stuff. So everything before Ghost, was it Ghost or Ghost Town? It was called, right? Is really good. I really like the old stuff. And there's another band called Catatonia, right? Not the pop band, the metal band. That's also really good. They're all the stuff. I don't really listen to much new music, I have to say. I mean, if I am, it's mostly like gym music, and that's generally quite boring. Except I've listened to a lot of oh man, what are they called now? Soilwork, right? Soilwork as well, right? I have, Scott. I was there a couple of some month ago, and my eyesight has like deteriorated more. But I can't afford to buy the glasses, man, that she wants me to buy. It's like, you should buy these glasses. I'm like, no, man, they're super expensive. I don't want to buy that. I'm just gonna squint like Clint for the rest of my life. Yeah, I kind of know what you mean, right? Some of it, it's a little bit too doom and dark sometimes, right? What else do you listen to, Adam, man? Throw me some band names, right? Let's hear about it. Okay, so where did we land with this thing? We have a warning. Query. Widgets. Oh shit. That's a lot of broken stuff. Well, okay, now this is all right. We're just going to fix this too. I keep forgetting that we have this other test thing set up, right? Oh, hang on. There we go. Prog post instrumental. For that stuff, maybe OSI then. Oh yeah, this is all strings too now. Yeah, it is. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Lifetime tissues. Damn, are we in trouble now? Oh, what did I break? Oh, hang on. No. This is a non-issue. Unexpected argument. It's got to be all the string stuff, right? Yeah, string session could go away now. That comes from self.text. Doesn't exist anymore, does it? No, it does not. Is that the only bug we have to deal with now? There's no strings in there. All right, let's just rerun the whoopsie. Winter sun. Cool. Winter sun. Chuck it in there. Chat's been giving me like recommendations for music some time ago. I'm gonna throw it in there. Dirty widgets is missing. How do we use that? Okay, yeah, we're just gonna store dirty widgets on South, don't we? When we make a new one of these, we have to add some dirty widgets to it. Okay, right. Test case runner. Where are you? Oh, Nelly. I do not know who that is. No. My musical knowledge is pretty lacking. And I feel like I've forgotten a lot. Sometimes people will mention things and they'll be like, oh yeah, those are really good, right? And then it disappears again. Whoops. No. There's no string sessions there, is there? When this test is passing, we should be pretty good. Close, but no cigar. There's no string storage. There's no session. Oh, come on. Oops. Yes. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Let's clear out some warnings. Query. Okay. I think we are ready to run all the tests. Cargo test all. And it's all passing. All tests are passing. Okay, cargo. Nightly format. Cargo. Clippy. All. Okay, we got a little bit of dirt. Got a little bit of dirt here. Okay, let's start over at the runtime. I'm gonna get some bacon going. Crates TUI? No. Is it like a crates UI thing? It's not runtime, is it? Bacon. Bacon, bacon, bacon. Alright. Okay, we're looking for the runtime specific stuff here. We're gonna start at the bottom. Alright, so lib 350. That one is not needed. We have events 121. DRF, which would be done by auto DRF. Okie dokie. Events 9. Widget ID, not for me. Common val. Is that also in here? Sure is. Widget ID in the lib. Widget ID. Also gone. Okay, so now we're over to widgets. Default even. Into text 117. Returning the result. Oh, yeah, okay. Right. It's just being pedantic. I just want testings. Leave me alone, Clippy. Okay. Mismatch type. Oh yeah, no, we need to pass a reference in there. Okay, I jumped the gun a little bit. Runtime. Okay, let's go to events. 121 stickles. And there we go, pass a reference. Shrink-a-dinky. Alright. Oh, events. There we go, 132. Wait, what? Unneeded return statement. Okay, that's all you're complaining about. Unused variable, 117. Tree. And path. All right, everything else is in widgets. See, if anything breaks, we need to be sure that it looks nice and clean when it's broken. That's definitely where I'm going, right? Yeah, that's what I said. If let. Oh man, I was wondering why. No, hang on. This was not it. Oh shit. There we go. Okay. 160. That's just because of this thing, man. Come on. The following with lifetime could be deleted. Yeah, we're not using that. Yeah, look at that. Looking good. How do robots die? I don't know. You kill them. Making sure the tests are running. Oh, yes. They rusted me. Very good, Lassamat. Very good. It's all about being consistent, Laurie. If you are consistent and other developers are consistent, then you have consistently bad code together. It's amazing. Okay. Oh, shit. I should not have done that. We're going to do it anyway. No, we're not going to merge into that one. Removed string storage. Widget query. Query. Updates. Dirty widgets. What? Wait, which branch am I on? It should be fine to push. Excuse me, but I said push. Okay, now we're gonna create a PR. Look at all these changes now. Hang on, how can I have conflicts? What? What? That's because I ran git amend. Yeah, this is just us removing all this stuff. What conflicts do you have? Did I fix something on dev that I didn't merge in there? It's mostly string session and lifetime names being removed here. This is not a surprising amount of change. Removing the pub keywords there. All this stuff is super simple, right? Get rid of this. Lifetime removed. String session removed. Lifetime removed. All this just about the lifetime being removed. Getting rid of string sessions. Adding the dirty bit. They start Microsoft. I don't know, man. Needs reflow was added in. That's legit. More lifetimes gone. All this is just a lifetime that's been removed. I have not. You can find it in my NeoVim config under the color theme. I have a sort of put together Sublime text syntax highlight theme for it as well that I use for my video recording playback editor thing. Component registry has just been renamed. All of this is fine. We're just adding more stuff to the test instance. This is literally not a concern. We're swapping this for strings and we're doing string layout here. This is not a concern. Events. Drain. Yeah, we added the focus cue and the blur in there. Yeah, this is fine. I don't know what the diff would have for that. Yeah, adding dirty widgets. This is okay. Man, I kind of want to see what the alleged conflict is now. Yeah, this was called lol, so we're not calling it lol anymore. That should never have been pushed to. Might have to rewrite that history. All right. Here, we're just getting rid of something. I guess this is a bit redundant. And it's weird that Clippy didn't complain about this, because this could just been one value. The tuple value. So for small map, let's go and fix that, shall we? Okay, there was a lot of map. What function is this for? It's a mute. Right, same thing here. This thing could just be, whoops, KB. What? Really? Oh, that's why. Okay, well then you live and you learn. Yeah, that became a double-end iterator, so we can reverse it. Adding the node walker. Notes about panics. All this is fine. We can now have mutable access to the value. The parent can now be mutable. This is fine. Adding the node walker. This is for what? Send a message. Get external. Really? Is this not on dev? And this has to be documented. Wow, that's not on dev. Damn, okay. That's... I have to write some release notes, okay? Poof. I thought that was on dev. All right, let's start hammering out some release notes then. Get external. Nah, I'm pretty sure it's on dev. Let me go and look back at the last update I posted. Update. Yeah, that was all the benchmarking and nightmares going on there. No, last update was override globals. Which, by the way, is pretty fun that we can do that now. All right, okay, so get external. Allows... can be used to read external state of a component. All right, so get external is new. Runtime optimizations, which aren't relevant to anyone, but well, I mean, it's relevant to everyone, but it's not going to affect anything that you're doing, right? Focus context dot... Is it Q focus or set focus? I guess we'll get there. Set focus. set focus. Can now queue focus for set the focus for another on another component. That needs to be documented. Let's have a look if that's listed in here. Whoops. Okay, that's the focus cube. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, this is all the new layout stuff that we've added. This seems somewhat redundant, but okay. No, it has a different lifetime, but okay, nobody cares about that. Removing string sessions, updating layout context to not have that. Yeah, this is the text stuff. Nobody cares about that. Text 2 shouldn't be in there. We're gonna not... Well, we viewed this thing. We're gonna remove text 2. So let's go to widgets. Text. Actually, text 2 shouldn't be in there at all. Okay, so let's remove source layout text 2. Wait, why does this say that? That's, hang on. That's not even the request I just did. What the ship? That's very weird. That was, okay. Why don't we just look at the log? Oh no. Wait, what? Why is that the last commit? Is it because I didn't amend? All right, but the stuff is here, so it's fine. I just don't get why it did that. Yeah, so we changed external state to be a small map. We don't have to document that. Removing lifetimes. And that context isn't something that anyone is going to mess with anyway, so we don't have to say anything about that yet. Okay, small map. We're adding attributes to components can now have attributes. Currently only used by set focus. That one is now mutable. I don't think anyone's messing with that yet. That's part of the optimizations. It makes me a little bit worried about that Git history. Because I did another Git commit, and then I pushed that, and then I Git amend, and it showed the old commit and not the one that I did. All right, we're going to look at it here, though. All right, we're just documenting things here. Adding a node walker, okay. The tree now has a node walker that can act upon every widget in our path. Yeah, but when you do git amend, you have to force push if you've already pushed it. And that's just something I do sometimes, but I haven't pushed anything else. There's the branch I'm working on is not accessible by anyone. No one else has write access to the branch, only me. Okay, so we added dirty widgets. This should not have any impact either. All right, 3 more files to go. There's going to be the query. There's nothing that changes in the query from a user perspective. Testing has been updated. We don't care about that. This one has renamed a comment. There we go. Yeah, so these changes are all fine. Let's look at the commits for this thing. It's just showing this one. But why is there a conflict in here? The tree and the component. Let's have a look at this. Are you being helpful? Sorry, I'm blocking 128. How do you get to the actual conflict? Oh, here it is. Okay, so you can't get to the conflict. Focus queue. What? Why is it marking this as... Oh, this one had quite a lot going on. All right, hang on. This one seems nonsensical, right? I don't even know how it's marking this as a change. If we look at the component, can you not get this side by side? I thought that was the thing. These two don't seem to... Okay, that one worked now. I think the next works out. Yeah, this is really weird. I was kind of hoping that we could see like a side by side here. Didn't they used to have better conflict going on here? So this one is just adding the... I don't understand this. Like, why is this a thing? So let's have a look at the component context in which file? In the tree RS file. With components. Okay, that's the runtime code. It's this thing, right? So we have focus queue external state as ref. There is no difference. This is just complete hokum, right? But this was not really the issue. This thing on the component context seems a little bit odd. I wonder if I did something like this, git diff. Actually, if we do a git pull and a git diff with dev, sorry, dev. And we go and look at the, can we search for the runtime code? Yeah, we want the runtime tree though. Here. Yeah, that's what was added. And that's what was renamed. So this is the diff. This is what a normal human with normal human eye holes will look at, right? I have no idea what the freak this was. This was a very strange thing going on there. I kind of just, I wish I could have just say, well, overwrite the old one. Here, could you not just resolve this thing? But you know. There could totally be some white space stuff in there, right? It's just strange in my brain. Can we choose to do anything about white space? No, and we can't get like a side. Can I just make this large? That had no impact. I don't think GitHub diffing or conflict resolution used to look like this. I don't think it used to be like this, right? Can we do like a git merge dev? Brain is just out of here. Yeah, I just did Argus and there was no issue. What the what? Wait, where's my pull request? That's not the name of my pull request. All right, we're gonna... Now there are no conflicts. Yeah, GitHub being a big freak baby. That was really off-putting. But they can't be. How? All right, so this is the get external. Oh, we got optimizations. Get external, set, focus, and node walker. All right, that's the name of the game. What's the... Okay, so did this probably got some clippy lint that... Oh, that thing turned up. Okay. Okay. No, T-Max, not today. Where in the widgets did we have this thing? Default widgets testing. Okay. So here is where I would normally do a git amend, but I don't want to do a git amend right now, okay? Because this thing has me on edge a bit now. We're just gonna delete that run. We're gonna hide my shame. That's not. We're gonna look at actions here. Waiting for this thing to run. Then we can actually do the thing that I want to do today, which is merge some... Damn, I'm hungry. You know, I haven't eaten all day. I did. I actually had pasta bolognese for breakfast. That's probably why I managed to get this far without eating. Maybe I just need to eat more for breakfast. I had just figured out life. I have solved life. Everyone else was wrong all along. You just needed breakfast. Yes, there we go. Okay. So we're gone from 53 to 49 files change, but yeah, that's fine. Oh, no, hang on. I want to merge this thing, not close it. Oh, wait, I did merge into that. Yeah, I did. Oh, man. Large breakfast is good breakfast. Okay, let's go and dump this in the Discord before we start merging other things in there. Whew, okay. Wow. You sure did, Laurie. And now you're going to be tired and worn, and you're not going to have the energy to stream. If you're not streaming today, Laurie, it's because you had a shit breakfast and you know it. All right. Let's look at this thing. Now, how do we update their dev? How do we get their version updated? Coffee and banana, no streaming for you either. That is right, Laurie. That is right. I can unsubscribe. You're not allowed to. Okay. Okay, so there should be a way for us to say use the latest. So this is a thing that has thank you for the follow, Laurie. This is a thing that boggles my mind a little bit. I don't think this is using the latest version of dev. You need a license to unsubscribe. Yeah. No, I don't want to edit that. I don't care about code spaces. Done. Okay, there's supposed to be a way to get the latest dev into here. Now, this is dealing with the backend, so this is a non-issue here. This is touching on the runtime library. This thing probably doesn't do anything. I wish we could just ignore this thing. Okay, here's what we want, the colors. Yeah, we can come back and deal with that. We're not too worried about that. This is dealing with the state, which I don't think has changed either. I saw some buttons, I did this for Londo's PR. Hello, Wyrie, how you doing? I'm reviewing your PR now. And as fine as everything looks, there are no pictures of cats in here. So we're going to have to close this. I wanted to see if we can do... I want to see if we can get this thing to merge the latest dev in, right? I sure did, said Wairu. The string case is handled by the two. I would suggest moving it down here with the code above the line. This way, line 143 to 152 can be simplified. I honestly don't know what's happening here, but I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. See, big breakfast. We've solved it, right? We have solved this. I'm going to click on this thing without even thinking about it. Hot damn. Didn't work. Didn't work. I've been bamboozled. Okay. So this all looks fine. It did not work unless you want to show me an error just to trip me up. Okay. Could you, Wairu, could you pull latest dev, merge that into color state, and push? And if you don't know how to do that, let me know. That's pretty magical. I approve of this thing. This mutant kitty cat. That was pretty good. Very good kitty cat. Sounds good, Wairu. I like to see how this changes. That would be called a Persian silly cat. Yeah, I think that's a pretty boss looking cat. I mean, it's just the best of both worlds, right? It's like a posh seal. Gets my seal of approval. I'm just sitting here waiting for this page to change. I'm very excited about this. Yeah, there you go. No fish is safe. I was watching a cat chasing a magpie the other day. Me and the kid were walking up to the store, and there was a cat. It was obviously never gonna make progress, but he was sitting there looking at the magpie, and the magpie was looking at the cat, and the cat's like very slowly walking towards the magpie, and the magpie just he sat on top of the fence, just jumped down on the other side of the fence, and then turned around and looked at the cat. Ain't no winners here. Okay, looking pretty good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this by checking what this looks like. Maybe let's just merge this thing, man. Let's just merge this. I approve of this thing. Approve it. I'm gonna merge it, and then I'm gonna go to town on it. Merge pull request. Confirm merge. Snap. One merge done. All right, we're gonna git switch to dev and pull. And now we're gonna go and look at some of the, oh my god. All right, cargo, clippy, all. Yeah. Cargo test, all. I didn't see any tests though in there. I thought you said you added test. Am I blind? Did you add tests? Oh, it totally does, right? They are... You did add. Maybe I didn't see them because, you know, I'm all kinds of blind now. There you are. Winking a gun. Welcome to the team. All right. Right, so I'm going to write some... I'm going to look at this thing now. So we're going to have this in the back end. Where it's like the biggest amount of work done. It's going to be in the color wrapper. TUI style. Let's just go into the world of TUI. TUI. Oh, sheep. I wasn't supposed to merge this work that I just merged today. It's woefully untested. Okay. Let me just do a heads up. Heads up. This code might cause some breakage elsewhere. If you experience any issues as a result of this upgrade, please let me know. There we go. Should have had a bigger breakfast, but you're not wrong. I just had a small portion of pasta bolognese. I should have had a bigger. But the thing is, I'm running out of steam now, right? True, but we're gearing up to release this to main and then do an actual release of this stuff, right? I want to get this into main as quickly as possible. I don't know if anyone's using main. I think we can probably set up or release the main soon. I do need a lunch. I don't know what to have though. Okay, there's no color business in here, is there? No, it's in style. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is, I think we've used CT as our prefix for cross terms. So we're going to change this to CT. What? Renaming alias is not supported? CT color then. There we go. Consistency. I know, Karim, but I'm like, once you sign up to use Rust, you kind of pledge to always use it. It's in the terms and conditions, right? So I think if you stop using Rust and you're breaking those terms and conditions, then you might get into some legal issues with the Rust Foundation. So I don't dare to use SIG. No, that makes sense. I just had to rename the wrapper. The gum makes you go missing. Okay, so I think this one, I don't like this one. Should we look at the genius comments we got from Karim so far? That spawns this great conversation. Let's have a look. What cleverness have you said? Is this your first time writing Rust? This is extremely inefficient way to write it. Most popular games have anti-cheats. Why not use SIG instead of Rust? SIG is in every aspect simply better. You surely are the beacon of contribution to conversation. So very good, Karim. This adder is obviously trolling, right? Don't worry about it. Okay, so we're gonna call this thing with a string size, but I think we can do better than that. I want to get rid of this thing because this would force an allocation, and I want to get rid of that. No. We are not gonna stoop to that, right? We're not gonna call SIG actual SIG program. This is what happened with Rust programming as well. It was people saying these ridiculous things that made people look at the Rust community, okay? And since we've been on one side of this fence, we're not gonna stand on the other, okay? We're gonna rise above it. They were terrible, but that just means that we don't have to look at SIG and let anything of the similar happen to that language, right? My point is a fair one. See, you, Karim, I know you're trolling, right? But you're actually doing the SIG community a disservice by doing that, right? The thing is, people who actually know how to program, they don't really care about people making these absolute nonsensical comments, right? They don't care about that. But what you're doing is you basically doing what people accused Rust programmers of doing. You're doing that to SIG. So you're literally bringing down the quality of the SIG community by doing that, right? Look at the benchmarks. Oh my god. Look at the benchmarks. Oh man, I kind of wish I would have released that video after all. Alright. Anyway. Is it possible to have exploit control for malloc and free in Rust? Not sure. But in all seriousness, if people want to make a community look bad, this is what they do, right? They will act like zealots and be very loud. So there's a loud minority. And then not long afterwards, you get people saying things like, all right, so SIG is the new cult, right? Is it because you've learned something on SIG now, right? Learned something on SIG. Learn something about SIG now, right? The thing is, I really like Christoph, who streams and talks about SIG here on Twitch. And I'm reasonably confident that he would not think that it was a particularly well-formed approach to spread knowledge about SIG. And I programmed SIG back with 0.7. I looked at SIG. I have already looked at SIG, Karim. So don't do this to the SIG community, right? I don't for a second think that you are a particularly experienced programmer either way, but don't do this to a community, right? You're just making the SIG community look bad. Oh, no, hang on. You guys want to see benchmarks, right? Debian benchmark game, maybe. Oh, hang on. I have the screenshot for this thing. There you go, right? All right, what's the fastest language? Python, okay? Followed by Go, followed by Rust. Okay, Rust, all right? So Python is obviously the fastest language, and anyone who says otherwise just don't know programming, right? What's this website again? This is the Programming Language and Compiler Benchmarks, right? All core prime C. Okay, so what was it called? Programming and Compiler Benchmarks. Oh, where is that? Where is that? There you go. Here's the benchmark for those of you who wants to see it. We should go give up now. We all know AI's going to take over and rewrite everything is JavaScript. Hasn't it already? Yeah, I mean, an actual... So, Karim's just trolling, right? There are no benchmarks that can show this because such a benchmark doesn't exist. You can only look at something in a vacuum, and values in a vacuum is more or less meaningless unless they are relative to what you're working on, right? Yeah, they're meaningless, right? Oh yeah, languages with a garbage collector can have really good performance in asynchronous environments. But yeah, no. I never finished the video. We're not gonna finish it either. Okay, so we have the foreground background here for the key. I think with stir should probably go away. I gotta figure out why we're having this, right? Oh, that is also not true. That this is also not why people choose programming languages. People choose programming languages because they want to use that programming language. That's why people choose them, right? We have Haskell. My wife benchmarks speed as well, but somehow she's not happy when the benchmarks improve. Very good, Charlie. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on to this thing. Okay. When are we using with stir? That's what I want to know. Okay. Maybe we're not. What did this thing used to do? We used to have color to string, which is probably what was being used here. Yeah, why do we want the color to be a string? I can't remember why we have this. No, I can't imagine why we have this, but there was obviously a reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had it. I don't think I have that level of test coverage, Temporis. That's what concerns me with the push I just did. So we're going to get the value and then lower the common val. So since we have the get color. Oh, this should be get hex. Otherwise, it should be. I see what the issue is. We should do this. We should get the color by foreground. And if we have a color, if we don't have a color, then we're going to call get hex. But yeah. Instead of using, but otherwise this is going to try to make a color from a string. No, this doesn't make any sense. If we can't get the color, then we should get a hex value and try to make a color from the hex value. And if we can't do that, so we do this. Like that. So then we try to get the hex value for the foreground. Yeah, but this is getting from attributes. I think we want to not use string values for colors in attributes. I think we just want to use colors. So there can be strings in the template, but there should always be colors. But then that doesn't make any sense. I don't know how we're gonna translate those ones though. That's in the template. I don't know how we would translate them. So this is gonna call get color from attributes. Oh, these are cell attributes. But I'm pretty sure we're going to implement cell attributes for attributes. Thank you for the follow. Yes. So get color. Yeah, but that's just an arbitrary string, right? Are you saying that if we use 10 as a value for color, I see what you mean, but then we can just try to get an int as well. So then we have to do even more stuff, but that's okay. Let's not worry about that for a second. No, let's not worry about that right this second. Not for a second. That is the very incorrect expression for what I was trying to say. So we have colors from state. And we have colors from the, but we don't need the colors from the template. These are never going to contain, these should never contain string colors. As simple as that. Strings should never become colors in the backend. Sorry, in your application layer. We should just use the actual color. I think that's fine to say. So if you use the string red, you're going to get a red color in the template. But if you use the value string red, you should get nothing. We should not recognize the string value red because it means something different. But that is getting a color from a string, not the other way around. So I'm a little bit unsure why we had what we had back there in the style. I'm a little bit unsure about this thing. Like, when would we use this? This is only to be able to have an abstraction between attributes and convert them into styles. So this style could probably use our color, which it is now, I think. Yes, very good. Yeah, I think I don't know why it's here. I think we're gonna take it out because it just forces an allocation, and I don't know why. Okay, don't do it, brain. Damn you, brain! Get out of my head, brain. Don't need to be in there. Okay, so if we get rid of this thing, we can't convert colors to strings, but that's okay because there shouldn't be a reason to. Either the strings in the template or the colors outside of the template. I think this was just to... But yeah, all right. You know what? I have no idea. We're just going to remove it. There's no reason for it to be there. We'll get rid of it. I mean, we'll see what happens, right? Okay, so if we can't get the hex value, so here we could use a numerical representation, right? So this is when we convert... Wait, these are... Yeah, so this is when we convert our attributes into styles, right? So we're going to go with a hex RGB. If we can't get a color, we try for a hex. If we can't get a hex, then we could use a number and just fall back on the ANSI color. So we're never gonna use a string size for this. I feel confident in saying I said uncertainly. Then why don't we just do away with this and call foreground here? Do we have a get int? We don't seem to have a get int. Okay, so what's the maximum of the ANSI value? Probably a byte, yeah? Yeah. So let's add a get bytes here then. Let's call it get U8. That seems a bit more rustic. Wait, why are the two get hex here? What did I do? There's an I64. Let's have a U8 as well. There we go. So get U8 for that. We have to load the number and everything. So this will be a get int, a map that. Oh, that's gonna give some interesting results. But we'll do that for now. I'm alright, Yogurt. How you going? And if we have none, then we just do that. We do nothing. There is no ANSI. There's ANSI val. There we go. And then here we do nothing. Okay, this is now pretty chunky. But I think this covers a bunch of additional things that we didn't have before. So now we can get foreground background as either color or hex or ANSI value. So you can now assign number 3 as a color. We're going to try this out though, right? Then we're going to ditch this and this. Okay, let's take it for a spin. All right, let's set a foreground to blue. Instantly broken. Shit. Yeah, all right, so that didn't work. Instantly broken. All right, let's change this to 3. Yeah. Although I don't know why that is changing the background. Why is the foreground value changing the background? Did I accidentally forget to rename? Yeah. So FG, right? FG, FG, FG. And this is FG, FG, FG. Okay, yeah, there we go. That explains it. Okay, we're in business. Whoops. So if we do if we do 0, we get black. If we do 255, we get white, and then we add 1, then we're back to black again. And 7 is the same as 1, because we're just gonna wrap the integer, okay? So we could just have a value here that we would keep. Whoops. All right, wrong. You can see this thing changing as we're changing the value, right? So this kind of works, but the string thing did not. So we should be able to have color here as well. If we go into our states and we add color here. And then here we're going to do color. It's going to be color blue into, that should work. And that's now blue. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. We do need to produce this from a string slice. Okay, so we're gonna get this back to working by having red in here. So this is what we're gonna do. All right, so we're almost there. Then we'll do a with stir. Okay, so we need the string code. But we need to be able to try to do this from a string instead. Okay, so let's go back to our attributes, cell attributes. There we are, right? We need this with stir business after all. So we're going to create one from a string size. I must have misread the whole thing. Good work, Jonil. Okay, so what did we used to have here? Cell attributes for attributes. So we can just look at this. We don't really want color to string. We want color from string only. Like this. Enjoy your chill. Where is this code now? Pleasant, Jonil. Enjoy it. It might be indicative of a terrible winter. Full of beans. Where's the code that I removed? Here. Here's the with stir code. Beep. Oh wow, that was really bad. Really? Are you not letting me copy the value, or what is going on? Right? Can we get the raw? It's just GitHub being GitHub here, I feel like. I mean, I wish they didn't make it so easy to hate on them. Okay, so send attributes for attributes. With stir key, get val, load common val, to common, stir else return. Yeah, this is going to get a string size out of a common val. That is fine. Why do we implement cell attributes for style? I'm using Arch, by the way. I don't know why we're doing this. This is the canvas widget that is doing this. Now it's i3. I think this might be the only reason why that style implementation was there. It's still not red. Oh yeah, because I didn't finish, did I? Where's all that code now? Here it is. So this is where we have to do the last one. We're gonna do attributes. So impulse style. That's not here, is it? Don't give up, yogurt. But then again, maybe it's a language you would never like, right? There is a chance of that. I think this is what we're looking for. And this is the background. So we're going to put that there. And that becomes the foreground. And now, blue, fiddlesticks. Why not? Oh, right. Damn it! Still not blue. Yeah, I mean, totally. If you feel like you're starting out to learn Rust, and this is where you land with traits and async and lifetimes, I don't doubt that that's gonna be freaking hard, man. That's definitely not where I would start my Rust journey. Okay, I need to figure out how this color isn't... Why this isn't working. Where would I start? I would make sure that I run through at least half of the Rust book before I even touch any of that stuff, right? Rust is not like every other programming language. There are things that you need to know And if you're trying to make the language, if you're trying to bend the language to your assumptions, then you're going to fail, right? It's a very humbling experience. Oh, right. Okay, Yogurt. Then that's definitely a better place to start, right? 0 to production, isn't that like the web book, though, that still requires that you have some pre-existing knowledge of Rust, though, right? I just don't want people to try Rust and not have a good time with it, right? So to give the language a fair shake, you kind of have to be aware of some of these things. But yeah. Yeah, there's oh man, that's a good article, right? What color is my function? It's a really good write up by what's his name? Oh, what is this? I don't know what that is, but okay. And that was SIG is supposed to have that kind of async stuff as well, right? Whenever async lands in SIG, if they manage to pull it off, that's going to be really cool. Oh shit, this has background, and then this has foreground. All right, all of this is supposed to be the background. Oh goodness me. All right. Let's make sure foreground, 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 and foreground. Not that that's the issue. It still isn't going to work, but it's something. Yeah. If they can pull it off, that's going to be pretty amazing. All right, I guess the only thing that we can do at this point is debug the style attribute. So let's do this and only this. And where is this? It's in the backend style. Okay, let's go there. No. It doesn't do it. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in here. No, did not want that. There we go. Oh, this only does hex values. I see. That's why this doesn't work. Ah, right. So really, this try from implementation needs to do only strings. So this should be color from stir value. Oh yeah. Ah yeah, this whole thing needs to go. full color. That's the right color. Okay, so this should hopefully work now. Okay, moment of truth. Blue, red. But I'll take it, all right? Red is as good as blue, all right? It's blue, yay! All right, okay, that makes sense. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Then we're breaking the canvas now. Unless we can make this implementation boop, boop. All right. So far, so good. But now we're breaking the canvas widget with this. Okay, is there anything else to look at? I think we're good from here. I don't think there's anything else to deal with. Yeah, we've done that now. And now you can use numerical values for the colors as well if you want. I think this looks good. The string case handled by the 2. What is this one? Get color. I don't understand the question, Nutkar. Get color. Load common val. The string case is handled by the 2. What's the string case? I would suggest moving it down here with the code above. I think that's what, okay. Gotcha. Oh, is this the Fromster? Well, we've done all this anyway. It's all good, right? Oof, man. You're going deep, mate. Good luck. Try a different runtime. The reason you need this is because Tokyo is using static as the lifetime bound for any task you spawn. The only way you're gonna get around that is to swap runtimes. It's as simple as that. Everything in Tokyo, if you look at this thing. Look at the trait bounds here. Whatever you do, whatever you use has to implement static. I can only contain references that are static. That's what I'm trying to say in a very roundabout way. Okay, but I think we're done with this PR. Let's look at. Let's look at Londo's code then. Can we maybe merge this in now? So this one's fine. This is just examples. Okay. And look at that. He did that too. We're going to merge. We're going to merge. And we're going to merge. Okay, this is going to be great. It's going to be great. We're going to merge. Buttons example. All right. Okay, 2 more merged. Whee! Then it's just this thing. And it's going to sit here until we make a choice. But I think, Skylar, that we are going to go with this as the solution. This way, we can have unnamed. You can have unnamed types, right? Dictionary is not just Python. If you explore enough programming languages, Apollo, you'll find that dictionary, hash map, map. What else do we have? Those are quite common in various different programming languages, right? I was thinking that I'll tackle that one, Skylar, but you're more than welcome to try. Impossible. Impossible. Okay. Rust is fun to learn. But I don't even know why you brought it. Now, Apollo, I don't have the energy today. We'll do this. We'll park it for another day. Okay. We park it for another day. Okay. I don't have the energy today. Okay. Which branch are we on? Dev. Let's pull it and let's go and check out the button example. Example button. So I understand why. Bruh, man, I kind of want to ban that word, but you guys enjoy it too much, so we're gonna allow for bruh in there. Okay, so I understand why Londo only wanted to send nothing, a whole bunch of nothings. Okay, and then ignore the value. It should be a promoted term. I'll make you a promoted term. I don't even know how that works. So here we're publishing click, which maps to another event. I don't even know what else one might say about what. No. Rust doesn't want anything. Rust is not a person, Apollo. But you're not going to trick me into one of our little arguments today. I'm way too tired. I get too much done. All right. Caleb Dev. Yeah, Yeet is a registered keyword in Rust. Oh, it doesn't show up here, but it is. You can look inside Rust Yeet. But this is never going to be anything. You're never going to see this. What feature? It's nothing. It doesn't exist. It's in the language, but it's not something you can use, right? Okay, so we're gonna publish this, and this is publishing the caption. Interesting. I wonder if I would have rather sent the value of the button. But I don't want to modify his example. But it's like the first example of it's the first example of associated events we have, and this example specifically don't use them. But I think it's good. All right, so it's gonna load main. Let's have a look at. Wait, we're registering. Oh, buttons and button. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, let's run this. I did mean buttons. Oh wait, do I have to? All right, we're gonna make a change there. I see. For our main component, for our app component, we are not gonna accept tab. So we're not gonna have any of these in there. There we go. We don't want to accept focus for this thing because this one doesn't do anything. It just displays. Exactly that, Apollo. That's why I said it's not a feature. So now I can only tab between these two. But they don't do anything. Did I break it somehow? Did I break Londo's beautiful example? So this one goes with enter. No, Wyro, I have merged your pull request and I'm gonna push this shortly. I just merged Londo's pull request as well. And it's good. So I broke the canvas now. So I have to fix the canvas for this, but I also broke Londo's buttons. And I don't know why. This can't be the reason. It is the reason. Wait, that's not how this should behave. A pure bra moment, yeah. Okay. The new focus is on dev Wyro. But the moment I merge this, or the moment I push this branch, I'm breaking the canvas. So I'm going to try not to do that. I'm going to try to fix the canvas before. Oh, that would be great, Wyro. Please let me know if anything happens. I think as far as events go, maybe this is where we do... Here, drain associated events. This does not seem to... Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to get the canvas better. But this thing is now really performant. That's at least something we can say. So if you don't do things like every tick, draw to every cell on the screen where every cell is a widget, then you're good. If you want to do that, then use a canvas, right? Which we will fix shortly. But I think we're gonna do something smarter with the canvas. I think we're just gonna do... I wonder if we could make the canvas just a slice into the screen buffer instead. So you draw directly into the screen buffer. So we have no translation layer in between. Okay, so draining associated events. If the event isn't focus. So we do get component by ID. Okay, where is this thing done? It's done here. This has nothing to do with whether it accepts focus or not. Okay. Right, we're just gonna have to debug this thing. Damn. I guess we can do it from in here. Right. So accepting focus seemed to exclude this from the rest. So let's go to widgets. Okay, this thing, there's nothing in the widget that even speaks to that. So let's have a look at this then, right? All right, well, here's the problem. If we're using this code, there is the problem. Hello, Coffee. How you doing? Okay, accept focus is set to false. But we can still send to it. And okay, now it doesn't get focus. Okay, so that was an easy enough fix. We still have the issue when the application starts that the wrong widget has focus. Is there a way the state can be implemented for any tuple? What is Zoinos? I don't know what that is. Oh shit, the camera died. Apparently, being on for 9 hours was not in the cards. I'm gonna get the camera working again shortly. Just give me a few seconds. Just gonna take this opportunity to pick my nose and, you know. Alright. We should be good now. Nope. Apparently not. Yes, there we go. Bruh. Term use choicing. Okay. Is there a way the state can be implemented for a tuple? Yeah, I mean, as long as you own something in the tuple, right? Or do you mean implement state for a specific tuple? I don't know what you mean, Skylar. I don't know what you mean. The new type should solve a lot of these things. For any tuple. As long as you own the types, right? I don't remember. Let's have a look. Yeah. But oh, no. Sorry. No, you can't. You would have to make a new type. To do that, Skylar. No, and that would make a type alias. So you have to use a new type pattern for that. The focus API requires to pass in a value. Yes. So I need to document it, but let me show you this in the template, right? Let's look at this code, right? Every component now has attributes. So it works like the by attribute query function, more or less. So you just pass in the name of the attribute and the value of the attribute. So for instance, hello2 would select the second widget here. Okay, but then I've fixed this issue. We can't have this there. I don't know why it was there in the first place, but we're going to look for with component now to see everywhere I might have goofed up. If you do state equals, yes, it is. The moment you dereference the mutable checkout of a value, the mutable reference to a value, or the unique access to a value in anathema parlance, you are going to cause a reaction of changes to happen. The only way that you can access a value without causing change to happen is by getting a reference. Use toRef rather than toMute. So you would do value to ref instead. And you can dereference this thing as long as it's a copy value, right? No, you can't do that unless the entire state is a copy type, and it can't because there are values in there. There's no reason why this would ever be runnable, right? Like, there's no reason to have that. That implies that every value on the state is either non-existent, well, yes, or ignored. So it would be nothing, right? You can't dereference the state then. What was I doing? You're assigning to it? Are you overwriting the existing state? Are you doing a state is equal to new state like that? Oh shit. Yeah, I don't know. That would, oh, Skylar, no. That would create new values. This thing has so many implications I haven't even thought of. Because then you're wiping all the existing values, right? So you would cause all subscribers to drop subscribing and all the values to be reevaluated again. It might not be a big deal, though. It might not be a biggie, but you'd have to consider that the same as doing state.myValue is equal to value new, right? It would be the same as doing this, which would cause a possible hiccup because the value and all that surrounds the value, because the values are designed for reuse, for tracking, would be wiped out and recreated. In a small template, this would probably not be noticeable, right? You totally could do this, but it is something I would strongly discourage doing, right? No, it doesn't break everything. There is a bit of code in Anathema that's specifically for resolving future values, right? So if you're trying to access a value that does not yet exist, we will try to resolve that value in the future. And if you wipe everything out, it will just do that, most likely. I say most likely because honestly at this point I don't remember. But you can do that, but it will certainly have strange side effects if you do it. So you shouldn't do it if you can avoid it. That is the expected behavior. Yeah, but the same thing could be said for a collection where you add and remove values, so it probably isn't an issue. Skylab. It is no more bad than removing a value from a collection or adding one, right? So maybe don't worry about it. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. This is the problem when we have you're not changing the type of the state, but I understand what you mean. You're changing the values in the state. The state is still going to be that enum, but you're certainly changing the values that are in there. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. This is true. Maybe, I mean, you're not wrong, Skylar. I think some exploration in that space might be useful. I'm just gonna what I've just done. Runtime. Oh yeah, no, hang on. This is what I'm looking for. So this is just sending events. Even if we don't accept focus, we can't do that, but that's okay. So we should still be able to... Maybe not. Okay, so there is an issue here. If you don't accept focus, you can... Actually, that's not an issue. No, I think we're good. Actually, I think we are very good. You can still receive mouse events. So, okay, no, I think we're good. Now I have to fix the canvas. I can't believe eating a big breakfast has had me going for this long. That is pretty intense. All right, so now the canvas is where all the hoopla is. Okay, what would it be? What would it mean to have the canvas do the thing it does? What breakfast do I recommend for cold workers? Well, I'm a big proponent of scrambled eggs, but my scrambled egg pan broke. Stupid ass pan. It wasn't that cheap, and the coating started to peel off. Right, very very rubbish. But scrambled eggs is good, and like proper golden scrambled eggs, not that lumpy, dry, solid nonsense. Pasta bolognese is apparently a really good breakfast. And then one of my favorites are grated apples with PB2 and honey and Greek yogurt. But not everyone likes that, apparently. Locke doesn't like it. Thinks it tastes too much of Greek yogurt. And I'm waiting for Enrico to actually try it. Okay, so we can do everything with this except drawing. Okay, so we can't draw. What would it look like if we had access to the screen? Let's see what we do in terms of the backend. The TUI backend. There's a surface implementation here somewhere. No, that's the test surface. I thought we had something called a surface. No, that's the widget renderer. Okay. Wait, come back here. I need you. The surface is a widget renderer. I mean, technically we could just do this, couldn't we? I don't know how bad this is gonna be. This is gonna be on the paint context. No, we can't, right? We can't because we need to... we need to draw this somehow. And it's only on the paint context. We need to store the values that we draw somewhere. And I was kind of hoping that we could get access to the... to the widget render on the... Why is that so difficult? It's because we need to know the cells that we are drawing. Here, yeah. It doesn't, JV. That's why I'm busy eating my hand right now. I'm like, you guys think I'm thinking. I'm like, I do in my brain. Nothing's happening there. It's barely functioning, right? Really, it's motivation to solve this last piece of the puzzle. Then we can merge into main, and I can get on with the final stages. And the final stages is gonna be these bugs. Barely. Yeah, it's really one bug. It's the focus stuff, and then it's gonna be documenting this stuff, and we should be good to merge with main. We just need to get the canvas widget going, right? Merging with main would be a pretty big move as well. Then I can finally start doing things like yeah. Okay, so should we tag this thing? Yeah, we need to set up labels for this thing. All right, so we just have one outstanding PR. We have no issues. That's because we haven't enabled the issue tracker. I want to clear out as many bugs as I can before we enable the issue tracker, just because once we do this, the issue tracker is probably going to fill up quick fast, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life on this project. Set attributes and place glyph. Since we have access to the paint context, we can paint. We can do a direct paint. this guy is gonna have to have the same. Wait, that's on the buffer. It should be here. Where's the widget import? We're gonna do this. So even though I'm barely a functioning human being, we're gonna do some work here. So when we perform an operation on this canvas thing, like put, we're gonna have to do this here. We're gonna have to assume that it's gonna get mutated as a result of that. And then this here as well. So now the canvas widget is more well behaved than not. All right, so we just have to make a function on the context that we might not ever want, but it should be there anyway. No, it's the cell attributes, damn it. That's why we had the style implementation. See, we can't use a direct style here. Where are we? We're in widgets paint. Oh, that's so backwards. This is so backwards. We need this. Actually, this thing could just return none for these things. I think that would be fine. So we can still use this thing. You found a bug. Oh. I think all of this could just return none. But what about the things like italics and such? Set attributes. Component attr, fun, and component fun attr. Yes. Okay. Excellent find, Wiry. I know exactly what we need to do. We need to go and eat some food. No, we need to go into templates for this thing. And we need to go into state eval. And we're gonna write up a test. See, we have this. 2 identical components. I don't know why it says that, but okay. So we're gonna have component. What do we have there? We have attrs and attrs ASOC. Okay. Let's see if this thing matters at all. Yes, it does matter. The order matters. Hello, fungi. Sounds fun. What are you doing with it? They do now, Skylar. We have added this just recently, so we can call set focus on A where the value is 1. So this was a very recent addition. Yep, you can now call set focus. Weren't you in my stream when I implemented this last night? Or was I doing this off stream? I don't know. But yes, you can. But now the order matters. So we're gonna make this work. Although I don't know if the order matters or not. They do, but they panic with different errors. So we can have a look at the... It's a little bit unfortunate that the order is going to matter. I wonder if we can skip the order. Memtake. You need to pass the Skylar as a mutable reference though. Okay. Otherwise you can't memtake. Alright. So we have attributes, eval attributes. And we have associated functions. And we have state. Okay, so it should work with attributes, ASOC, and state. I don't know why not. Attributes, ASOC, and state should work. Ah, well, there you go. Well, Skylar, if that's the case, then it would make more sense to do a Skylar.take, right? If we, you know, because then the person don't even have to implement default. This would just become a none, right? That's even better than stud memtake. Sorry. I'll stop now. Although what I said is true, but I'll stop now. It's all very useful. Okay, where does this thing fall flat? Is it because of the associated functions? Yes. Okay, so according to this thing, once we're done attributes, we're supposed to move over to associated functions. So should we maybe make this the default order? Although we're gonna have a look at this. Yeah, see, we've reached a load attribute that shouldn't happen. And here we reach an R parent that shouldn't happen. Wouldn't stud mem take do the same as option take? Because option default always returns none. Yes, but option already has a take function on it where it would just replace self with none. So actually, no, it wouldn't. It would do a mem swap with none, probably. Order will probably matter, yes. Yeah, oh man, Skylar, I should have gone and eaten 1,000 years ago. Let me see if there's any dinner today. We can start where order matters, but I think we could then make it work out of order. So this comes down to the expression parser on line 108. All right. So this is actually not a problem with the expression parser. This is a problem with the statement parser. We're trying to parse, so we're parsing attributes even though, and because we're parsing attributes, we're probably just expecting a state afterwards. Yeah. So let's go to the statement parser and let's look at the flow for component parser. Right, then what we should do after this is so we're gonna go to next state here. Well, if the next value is an L parent, meaning if the next value is an L parent, meaning that we are doing associated functions. Right. But we don't. No, we're just looking for a left parent. This is meaningless. All these tests should pass but one. And if I take this out, all these tests should pass by one. Yeah, this is a meaningless check. If there are brackets, then parse associated functions. If not, move to the next state. But the next state from here is associated functions. What is a component slot? That's a good question. So if you make a component, and it looks like this, you can, inside my component, inside the template for my component, you can do this. And when you use this component, whatever you put underneath this thing will be replaced in here. So you can do things like field set. You could make a whole complex border where someone can just inject a little bit of their own template. It's really useful for reusable components. Yes, that's a component slot. Not to be confused with a promiscuous component part, which is called a component sl. Never mind. Can't do that. Can't say these things. Okay, so if there are brackets, then parses are functions. If not, move to the next state. Well, we're going to move to the next state either way, which is going to be from component to associated functions to attributes to component slots to component to attributes. So will associated functions... Okay, we're going to go from component to associated functions, right? Yeah, I think we should do it the other way around though. But we're going to go from associated functions to component slots. Actually, that's not relevant. This is why a top-down parser is boring, because they have problems and I don't know how to fix them right now. And that constitutes as boring, not daily issue. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunately how a top-down parser works. You kind of have to have a sequence. But this is not really a big issue as such. We can probably we can probably just write a function in here that will work. We'll rename this later. See, this one parsed fine. All right. This one will not. Okay. Okay, it is parsing fine. The issue isn't there. This is actually parsing fine. If we panic out the statements, we can see this. What now? So we're going to start off with a component ID, then we have our associated function, and another associated function, apparently. Yeah, we have two. Then we have load attribute. And then we have load value. So this is the right order in that case. So really all we have to do in our statement eval is swap these around, I think. And now we should get an error that we get a load attribute that is never consumed. So we start with associated functions. And then we quit. And then we'll never see. Okay, so there it is. I tried to make the state on the state instead of the global scope available. Oh, nope, don't worry about that one, Skylar. That's gonna be a massive refactoring. You're gonna end up in the dastard. You're gonna end up in expressions RS, and you're gonna end up in scopes, and then you're gonna have to understand pending values, upgrade and downgrade of values. Don't do it. Your sanity will collapse, and you will never have a sane moment ever again. Your childhood will be ruined. All right. So this was an easy fix. I just had to change the order of things. So now this is the order. So we have to write this up in the documentation. Ah! Document the component order. Component template order. Like that. If I remove that, will it work? Yeah. It was just the order that we consumed them in that was wrong. So we parsed them and we ordered them, right? It's just VimWiki, Ada. VimWiki. We're gonna call this a full component with ASOC attrs state. What a lengthy one. That solves it. Yes. Which branch am I on? I might be able to patch this in now. Git branch. We're on dev. Git add -p. Okay, we're not gonna do it. Good, Wiry, because you and Skylar have to take over when I lose my marbles. You guys have to take over this. Okay. No. But that was a delightfully easy fix. Back to the canvas. Okay. We need this to work. And I wonder if we can make this work. All right, let's try this out. Oh man, I'm being ignored by my family again. Probably because I just asked if there was any food. Oh, I think Skylar, we're just gonna lock that away and hope that no one ever has to touch it, right? Okay, we are gonna take some of these values out of here now. Oh yeah, we don't care about this. Now, we are going to add a canvas. So, let's do the mouse thing, shall we? Oh man, so much. All right, so on mouse move, we are going to do this. We're gonna do elements dot by tag canvas dot first element ignore fix canvas dot put. We're gonna get a position. It's gonna be canvas translate mouse position. What does this thing want? Character style and position. Okay. Let's make a style. Oh yeah, we don't even have one. Shit, that crashed. I have lost 5 kilos, Batman. I'm trying to gain weight. I'm not happy about it. I'm gonna have to ramp up my everything, but I'm in recovery now from this stupid back workout. Bloody elderly body being all shit. But it has to be 5 kilos of muscle mass, not 5 kilo of I've been eating crisps in the sofa, which is the mass that I can very easily put on. I need to put in the work for it, right? Yeah, Rust Analyzer has been like a real d-bag to me as well. I'm not amused by it. Not yet implemented on the style. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Damn. Okay. So which one of these is it then that is acting up? Is it this thing? No, 98. Get bool? For what key? For background, damn. Not yet. Like, Roggle in the house. Roggle, do I look like I belong in Harry Potter to you? Alright. Ooh, there's food coming my way. Oh my god. I am so excited. I get very excited. Alright, should we have a little bit of a blast of light in my face so I don't feel like I'm sitting too much in the dark? Ooh, yes. Okay. Oh, instant decrease in productivity. Why was that? Why is this thing... Really, stir back round. Shape. Yeah, but why don't we just do this then? Huh? Oh no, yeah, that's why this, that's what this one's a string. No, I don't want to do that. Damn it. So, Wairu, if you just want to patch it locally to work, it really isn't a difficult fix. I'll show you what all you have to do. You just have to make this the order, right? I think right now, if we go to dev, template, I'm gonna turn the light off. It was just very unpleasant to have a light in my face. Statement, eval. All right, and where are we? 124. Right? We have associated function state. So attributes, associated functions, and state. But it should be associated functions, attribute, and state, right? We should have this, but we have this. So if you just swap these two lines around, but don't commit that, then the fix will be there. And once I push these changes, you can just undo your fix in the template, right? Okay, so the reason this works like this is because I'm a big dummy, and I've decided to make things difficult for myself. This would all just become great if we got rid of cell attributes, but then we can't expand this to use different kinds of buffers and blah, 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 right? All this is because we want to reduce the costs. I don't think you should have to, Skylar, and editing eval value is definitely not a fun thing to do. Oh man, I'm doing a really good job of discouraging you from doing this. Yeah, expressions RS really is not great. Now focus works perfectly, great, except it doesn't, I think. If you disable focus for the first component, it doesn't automatically select the next component for the focus. So focus is actually not working properly. There is a bug there, but I'm aware of it. I've logged it, and I will probably get to it as soon as I figure this out. I have to get the canvas back in again. We can't be without canvas in our library, right? In Scope RS? No, Scope RS is kind of like the bastard child of Expressions RS. So when you sort of... I'm just thinking about like really terrible analogies here. We're not gonna go down. But Expression RS is a frightful place. And like a sidecar, a side dungeon to this horrifying hell is Scope RS. Okay? It really is complicated because the values are so detached from the states, right? They're all just indices, right? Scope, yeah, that adds a state into the scope. So you can, from that point on, you can now access this state. But this state does not live inside the scope, only the identifier. So you need an additional thing to get access to it. Hello, cat person, how you doing? You need additional help to get the state out of there for the lookups. It is maybe I should go through all this one day, Skylar. Write this down. But this is I don't expect people to get stuck into this because the complexity of it, right? And the reason it becomes complex is because we lose sort of type information, and we have a lot of type erasure and a lot of indexing, right? Adding a state value that has a state, technically that should be a problem because you can have nested states, right? Yes, that is a problem. Actually, that is one of those things that I haven't highlighted, but it is a bug. And I was kind of hoping no one would ever notice and we could just ignore it for the foreseeable future. Because you can bind things from an outer state to an inner state. Not an interstate, though. So, for instance, you can do something like this. If we have a state for comp C here, whoops, you can say that this inner state is my outer state, right? So I'm taking a value. Ooh, that was pleasant. I can get behind that. All right, I gotta remember that. So we would take the outer state from this widget, from this component, sorry, and would make it available as inner state. But that means that the outer state has to be available already for this thing. And if you're trying to do a lookup, this isn't a difficult, it's not super easy. It's not the hardest problem in the world to fix, but it requires that you have some insight into how scoping works. I don't break your brain over this, Skylar. Pick something more low-hanging, because I have to brush up on this as well. I wouldn't even trust myself to review your pull request if you did this, because I have to go through all that code myself at least once before, right? I have rewritten that code many times as well. But okay, so as long as you have fun doing it. As long as you have fun doing it. So this doesn't work. Oh, sorry. This doesn't work. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how we can do this. Maybe Widster is dumb. Maybe this is dumbassery. Ooh, there must be like a field test markdown. Oh no, that's not good. We need like a markdown. What do you call these things? We need like the Autobahn test for markdown. What about markdown test document with all the markdown in the entire universe? I don't know what to say, Skylar. It's really, really bad. Okay, maybe this is something. This doesn't seem too comprehensive though. I don't see any tables. But not all Markdown supports table though, so there is that. Well, we can look at this at some stream, right? Don't worry about it. So this one does not seem to have a table. Are you using Common Mark? Okay, so there is... Hello, Angeli. Yeah. I've lost my mind somewhere along the way, but, you know. This one doesn't do tables either, I think. I mean, it does HTML tables, but that's not the same. Maybe this. Which parser were you using? Are you using the Common Mark parser? Nah, this is something else. Pull down Common Mark. Yeah, so C Mark is Common Mark. Maybe they actually have something here. The spec contains examples, but they are not. They are not. Oh God, I just saw obsidian and walked away. This is basically a markdown file with code example written in shorthand form. Now, damn you. Spec.txt. Okay. Can we look at that maybe? Okay, maybe this one. Maybe this is the one. I think this is the one. All right, yeah, you already got it. Yeah, try this one, Wairo. Okay. So the problem here is that we need to do something like this, but we don't want to do color from stir, do we? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Why would I think that we wouldn't have to do that? But poor brain, why are you being like this? Why is it not calling get color? Right? We should be calling get color, not with stir. Okay, let's just do this on a tick so we can really just break this thing. Or on key. Meow. So it has failed to get color effectively. Ah. Hello, paddler. How you doing? What do you want to do on the guide? I know things that needs to be done. Do you have anything particular? Do you just want to review some of the stuff there or? Okay, so it's kind of all right to do nothing here, I think. Bom dia. Fixing elements MD, adding documentation for the display attribute and document the loop variable. Oh, nice, the loop variable. That's good, Skylar. Okay, let's try this. Okay, you know, I think that's all right then. I think this is okay. I think I'm doing something dumb here. None of these should do anything. Yeah, and then we just have to make this translation. That's very literal, Skylar. It's very literal. Okay, we need to do this. Oh man, I feel like I need a bit of nostalgia in my brain now. Okay, now we need to change this to this. We could do that, but that would be wrong. All right, now we have to get rid of the semicolons. Ah, not do that. Then we're going to do this and this. I don't think you need to validate URLs, Wyro, given that you can have internal URLs and stuff. A URL in Markdown is just the brackets and a bracket set, right? Blah, 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 blah. Square brackets and parentheses, right? Oh, really? Hello, exploit. No, I'm kidding. Will you pass a flag? Because I imagine you by default you want to open a file instead of opening a URL, right? Like a -u or something. All right, and then we have to replace with that. No, we don't. You silly person. Okay then. Snap. And it was red too. All right, so so if you pass a URL, something that starts with, say, HTTP :/ right, or HTTPS, just do HTTPS and ignore HTTP requests, right? Just require that that's a URL with a certificate, right? Okay, so if we run this now, wee. Okay, or in other words, the canvas is back to working again, right? Was it though, Charlie, or was it amazing? I need to eat some food. I'm so hungry. Good times. All right. Okay, so we can do a git add now. Oh man, I read that was weird. Okay. Okay, so we're adding this thing. We don't have any hex. We're not going to do anything with that. That's just going to return none. We're never going to use them, I think. We'll make it better. Maybe we'll make anathema draw. That would be a little bit fun. We need kind of like a palette though, right? That's right, you say. So that creates a patch. It's really you. Ever since Kafsi showed it to me 6,000 years ago, I've started using this as my default. It will not add files that aren't tracked yet, but who cares about files, right? Files are for babies. Ooh, look at that. So we don't want that. Where was this thing now? In style RS. Okay, let's open up style RS and find that weirdness. All right, here it is. There we go. Huh, interesting. There's so much stuff going on with Git, and today I got sandbagged by GitHub being like, no, there's a merge conflict, and everyone's like, no, there isn't. But GitHub's like, nah, man, there is. And then there wasn't. I need to improve my error handling. Box time stud error is fine in an application as long as you just print out what is actually an actual sensible error, right? Jiu-jitsu, really? Oh, there's so much Git I don't know. All right, Wiry, I'm about to push this change, which means you should reset your template when I've done so. Now, what is it that we're doing here? We have a bug fix. And this is the statement eval order of component. We also have a feature. Nah. I think that's all we're gonna say with that. Style 73. All right, this is never used. Whee! Now I should be bloody well able to amend this without... Yes, there we go. Right, now, Wiry, you can reset your template changes because they are now fixed. Whew, okay. What a day. What a wonderful day. I have no idea why I have this much energy. Pasta bolognese for breakfast. I kid you not. I'm gonna probably have like a whole Sunday roast for breakfast tomorrow. Maybe a couple of hamburgers. I don't know, but I'm eating. I'm eating. If this is how I can function on a big breakfast, we are definitely gonna do it. Yeah, well, we've been live for 10 hours, 10 productive hours, right? We almost hit a sort of a release point in all of this. It's been pretty great. I'm super happy, Charlie. This is so... We're really close to an official release. Actually, what I'm gonna do now, because people have contributed to this thing, and I want to get their names on the list of contributors. So we're gonna do a PR. We're gonna merge new pull request. We're gonna merge dev into main. Good work, Skylar. Good work. It's a lot of changes. We got some new people in here. Even more new people in here. Waiting for this to pass. While we're waiting for this to pass, we can go to GitHub. Look at the PR here. Ooh, we're just waiting for the lint. All checks passed. Merge. Merge. All right, we're not going to delete the dev branch because I like it and it's a fine branch. But now we have, look, we have 7 contributors.
The most powerful.
All right, so let's have a look. Are you into fishing, but you sort of just invent new ways of doing it? Or I've been meaning to ask. For loops also expose a loop variable that is set to the current loop iteration. It's great. Well, this is great, Skylar. I'm just gonna make a change here. So this would output. Oh, right. Yeah, how do we do this? Because it wouldn't render as this, but yeah. Now, you also have urec as well, right? No. Don't do that, Viru. Now, this is fine, Skylar. Actually, I would say this would be equivalent of... It's really hard to, yeah, evaluate the same as. Oh, man. This is difficult. Oh, you should not assume that my stuff is right. Okay? Don't do that. No, never. Maybe we do this the same as. Or maybe we don't care. I think I want to unrolling loops. This is for people who know about compilers. I don't think your average programmer thinks about loop unrolling, so we won't say that. Changes the behavior of the rendering and layout step. Show is default and makes the element behave like normal. Yeah, we're gonna change this, but would expand to. That's good, but I'm gonna just merge this and then I can pull it down and just tickle it myself. My back feels like it is on fire. No, shit. That was my example. See, you can't trust me. Actually, this is silly. Right? That's what you expect to see anyway, right? Or now we can say would render. Like that. I don't think there was anything else, was there? Yeah, we're not going to say template. Maybe. Hang on, let me read yours again. We need to note that all values are global. So, yeah. It would have been freaking cool if we could have done that, though, Skylar, but that would be a future change. If anyone ever ends up using this thing, maybe. I just wanna sleep, man. I just wanna sleep and not do this now. Hide stops the rendering, but the elements still take up space. Yeah, so how do we... I understand what you're saying. How do we say this, though? Hiding an element will not paint the element, but it will still be part of the layout. Will not paint the element, but it will be part of the layout. Excludes it from the layout as well. There's the element won't take up any space and be hidden. This is good, right? Yeah. Yeah, having a range would be really cool to have as well. Good work on all this. We're not going to try to amend this one. Small tweaks. What a useful message. Okay. Right, so what do we have in terms of outstanding bugs then? If I want to display a U64 in binary as an 8x8 grid, how would I do that? Ooh, smells of chess in here. Create 8 strings for each row and use a for loop to display each line. You probably would have a representation of this already in the state, right? So you would have a grid in the state that consists of rows and columns. So I would just iterate over that. Let me see what this would look like in here, right? So we would have a state we call the board, which would have rows, which is a which is a value list of cells, right? So each row has a cell. Something like this. And then we'll do an import block of this thing. What should we do here? Why don't we just make a range here from 0 to 8? And we map this. Come on, hands. We're just gonna put a C in there for now because I'm very simple. And then here we're gonna have rows, which will be list from 0 to 8. Again, we're gonna map this. We're gonna not care, and we're gonna do cells new. That's something that we have to fix. Well, we don't have to fix. I have to fix that, right? The really is up the way common values used. Sometimes when I've been working on something, I had to just patch something in. Like we need to be able to get like integers out of here. So I add like a get in function and things like that. So some of these things don't make any sense, right? So now we have rows and columns, right? So we're gonna make the board our state here instead of parent state. We're gonna have a board, and then here we're gonna do board new. Okay, that one can sit on a fence. And we would say for row in rows, for cell in cells. I don't know what I'm looking at here. That didn't work at all. I wrote this thing. Yeah, so there's like if you want to know why common val is a problem scalar, look at the either type. That one is causing a bit of friction. Why are we not getting anything now? We're making a new board. All right, the board has rows. So we should be able to say rows. And then for cell in row dot, oh, hang on. In row dot cells, all right? Cell doesn't exist. Oh no, it doesn't. It's called a column, you idiot. Column. Oh my god, my hands. And then in the column we're gonna have a text cell, right? Wow, okay, I'm so thick. VStack. Row. There you go, sorry. I'm barely functioning. Let's just make this thing have a width of like 3 and a height of 3 as well, shall we? All right, there you go. That's an 8x8. Although somehow I don't like this. I think we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna have a container in here instead. All right, there we go. Although maybe that's dumb. Let's just do. We need to like alternate the colors. Fernando, bom dia, mate. How you doing? Thank you so much. How you doing, buddy? I haven't seen you streaming forever. How's things? Not that I ever understood what you guys were talking about, but still, you know, it's fun to see you there. How you doing? Yes, you probably don't want the letter C in there. But we're doing this, and we're gonna make a cell as well. So this is gonna have a character. Whoops. Peace. Well, we use C because I can't spell peace. Or cow. Oh. Yeah. So this is gonna be a little bit weird now. Still going on. Still going, Sig user. Still going. Can I make the character clickable to toggle them? To right you can. To right you can. Okay, we're gonna have an offset here. All right, I'm gonna see if I can do something here briefly. I don't know, when the food is ready, I'm just gonna bail, right? I'll be legging it for the hills because I haven't eaten now in 13 hours, maybe 12 hours or whatever. And I'm getting a little bit loopy from all of this, right? But let's have a look. Well, here we can actually use this thing into, right? We don't really care. Oh my god. All right, but BG, okay? This is what we're gonna do now, right? We're gonna have a static. We're gonna have two colors here, okay? Yeah, and that's gonna be color black and color white. Yeah, and now we're gonna do C. We're gonna take our I mod. No, sorry, I plus. This is where I might be wrong. Offset, and then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna chuck the old modulo to there. Yeah. And then we're gonna make it into a value. So then here, we're just gonna pass I in there. There you go. I'm just like, full disclosure, I have no idea how I got here. I'm guessing half the stuff I'm doing. Okay, just so you know. So we probably want to make that like 4x3 instead. So it's a little bit, let's make it 5x3. Bam, there we go, right? And then we're gonna do a little bit of the old mouse activity here because we can, okay? So we're gonna change the cell to actually be a component. So we're gonna change this thing to cell state. That's almost like having a cell mate, but it's not quite. Ah, man, I just thought of a new use case. This is terrible. How does this work? How can we pass that? Actually, we can pass that in. You know, I'm overcomplicating things, aren't I? Food's ready and it's pizza! Right, okay. I am going to go and eat some food. We're going to raid someone. Hot dang, what a fantastic day today has been. I kind of wish every day could be like this. Maybe pasta bolognese, the moment you wake up, is the way to go, right? What do I know? I have no idea who we're going to raid. We're going to find someone. Let's go. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Where is software and game dev? All right, let's see. Who should we raid? If you guys have any suggestions, let me know. We can raid Tim. Unit of Time seem to be doing something pretty interesting. Freedom Force Studios do Godot 4.3 Machines of State. I don't know what that is, but looks pretty cool. Thanks, Actor Mate. Good work, buddy. All right, let's see. What do we got? We got a lot of Godot. Do we have any Rust? We have some Java and crypto. Doesn't quite tickle my fancy, does it? This asshole. We're gonna leave him alone. I'm just gonna filter out English channels, right? Because it is not working for my brain. English or Romanian? Snake in Python, what? What do you guys want? Raid me. Okay. Let's do it. We're raiding Wairu. Whoops. Right. Okay. We're raiding Wairu. You don't stream? You do now, buddy. All right. Sorry. We canceled the raid then. I see Rust. I see Rust. Okay. All right. I got you guys covered. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I got you covered. All right. We're doing it for real this time. I'll be back probably tomorrow. We'll see how long I need to recover from this thing. We're almost going to hit release now. How exciting. A few more easier things to do than release. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Be here or be not here. Cheers for now. Bye.